Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Hello. Hello, hello. I do hope you are well. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Lovely. So, welcome again to another Finding Gnosis stream where we're trying to find out what the hell is going on and what we should be doing. We have here already Brother Marcus who has stepped up to basically start the show. So, we are grateful for that, Brother Marcus. And if you would like to join the conversation, the link is in the live chat. So, you two can come up here and say whatever it is you feel like saying to the world. Brother Marcus, is there anything you feel like saying to the world today? Or dare I say it, the cosmos? Or dare I say it, infinity?
Um, Nothing's coming to mind right now.
Nothing. Okay. And you're at peace with that. You don't feel obliged to say anything.
Yeah, nothing's coming to my mind right now. I don't know if I'm at peace with it, but yeah, drawing a blank.
Uh huh. Uh
Yeah.
huh.
How about you?
Well, yeah. How about me? What should I say to the universe? Um, well, I'll have to think about that because it's a kind of perplexing question to ask, isn't it? I'm sorry for putting you on the spot. Now that I'm on the end of it, I know what it's like. And
I can understand sending out a message to people who are listening, but not to the universe, because universe isn't listening in my belief.
true, true. Well, we are part of the universe, I suppose. We are the universe come alive.
Hmm.
But yeah, I get what you're saying. Um, I suppose I would say try and increase your own well-being and the well-being of others. That's what I'll say today. But how to do that is another matter. Anything interesting in the news, or have you read anything that you would like to share with us since we last spoke a few days ago, Brother Marcus?
I haven't seen anything new recently, have you?
Just a few news stories here and there, doom and gloom in terms of Trump and Putin and all the gesticulating that's going on around
Still the
possible.
first year. I can't believe it.
Mm, 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 mm.
I thought the
Yeah,
second time he was coming in that it would be less dramatic, but nope, I was wrong.
I think it's even more so, isn't it?
Yeah, it's probably more like,
Mm,
and it's still again just the first year.
just the first year. Can you
Damn,
believe it? And yeah, there's thoughts that he might try and hang on to it somehow afterwards.
I heard that. I heard that. I don't understand how other politicians are saying it like that. Yeah, like even if it's someone that you like, wouldn't you be weary of stepping over the Constitution like that?
Well, they'll say that the Constitution allows it somehow or other. I think the theory is that um, he would go as vice president, and then the president might step down and let him take the reins. But look, I can't see that happening. It would have to be. It's quite remarkable for whoever would get into the presidential position to step down. I mean,
To be fair, I think in
that'd be a.
Canada, like, we don't even have that. So
Mm,
but I think that's bad. Like, I don't think someone should serve that long.
no,
You're not going to make change. You're not going to. It just feels like a dictatorship at that point.
yeah, unless they're a benevolent
I mean, to be
dictator, I
fair, like
suppose.
people are voting them in, but hmm,
I said unless they're a benevolent dictator, but some chance of that.
even, even that, you need some checks and balances in place.
Mm, mm,
That just sounds like gambling.
yeah, yeah. I'm just gonna quickly look at the news to see what's going on around the world. Okay, so they're doing the World Cup 2026 draw. Okay, That's going on today. So there's the Soccer World Cup is in the USA next year, and
Oh,
they're
I didn't
having a
know that.
draw for that today. Yeah. Oh, okay.
The world might be collapsing, but at least we'll be entertained.
Actually, it sounds like it's North America. Actually, so it's your country as well. So it's actually not just North America. It looks like Mexico is involved as well. So it's going to be Canada, USA, and Mexico hosting. There you go.
There you go. Do you watch that?
So, yeah, I will watch it. Toronto looks like they're going to be hosting Group B, and Group E, and Group I. Okay, and Vancouver's going to be Group G, Group D, Group B. Yeah, yeah. No, I do like a little bit of football, as we call it.
How have you been
A
doing?
beautiful game. Sorry.
How have you been doing? What have you been up to?
Yeah, I've been just doing my normal routine. Nothing extravagant. Trying to. Well, I did go out last night actually, and I went out with a friend who is desperate to find a girlfriend. Okay.
Wow, how old is this
Uh,
person?
this guy, I
Well, you could
shouldn't
say just
say.
like around, like you don't have to give the exact one.
Well, he's older than me, but he's like I think he's like 52. He's well older than me, right? But the thing is, the guy looks honestly, he does look. He could pass for his 30s.
Oh yeah, I've seen guys like that.
Yeah, he really could. Like, I mean, he eats really well. He's vegan, and he looks much younger than his years. You know, he really does. He does. He's kind of like this Taoist kind of individual who does like martial arts and just yeah. Hmm. I mean, I don't want to speak badly about him, but he yeah,
Does
he's
he have like
struggling.
dating struggles?
Yeah, he really does. I mean, I don't understand it really. I just think it's because the women like him aesthetically. He's a extremely handsome dude, you know.
And
But
is
he
he
just
social?
this is the thing. He just balls it up with his socializing, you know, skills. Um.
Uh-oh.
So yeah. So
Yeah, you
he's
could
a
be
little
good
bit.
looking, but if you have no
He's
social
like
skills.
he is. He's like a extremely good looking guy. But he is yeah. He's ballsing up the kind of social execution in terms of how he talks to them. You know, he's coming across as a bit awkward or just saying silly things. But I thought he did quite well last night. But
Yeah,
then
in my
again,
opinion, that
the
stuff
other
is just
side to it is he is 52. You know,
what does that mean?
and well, it's like
Like hard to teach a old dog new tricks kind of thing.
there's that as well. But I think he needs to calm down in terms of his expectations. I'm
Oh
sorry.
yeah, like I got in relationships when I just gave up trying. That's usually when it.
Well,
I
I
know it's
think he.
cliche to say, but I mean,
Hmm.
it
See,
helped. Like,
a lot of these older guys want to be with a younger woman, right? But
yeah, I really dislike that. I feel
I
like
don't
the older I
exactly.
get, the older I get, I feel like I'm getting more like irritated by that.
Mm, mm,
And people come up with different excuses. Like, what does it
yeah,
say to our minds as grown adult men that we would rather relate and love someone that could be our daughter? Like, it's just so gross. Like,
it is.
I
I
don't
think
want to,
so.
I don't want to, because I know people that listen to you are in that situation. But I'm sorry. Like, I just, if you connect with someone, like if
Well,
you're
you know,
50 and
judgmental, but
the best
the other.
you can do is connect with a 20-year-old, that's a reflection on you. Like, you got to really think about that. Like,
Mm,
um,
yeah,
I don't know.
yeah. I mean, personally, I felt uncomfortable being in bars with like students and stuff. I think, you know what I mean. But he wasn't purposely going to bars with students. It just happened there was a lot of students in some of the bars we were in last night,
Mhm.
and it's like, yeah, you just feel like a middle aged, you know, kind of like you're not in the same zone as these people, and I don't want to be.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I've
I don't
been
want to
there,
be.
done that, and I don't want to hang out with them. You know.
Like, as a
Um,
goal, why would you want
mm,
that?
exactly, exactly. But there's a lot of people that want to
I know.
remain forever young, and you
I
know,
know. I know.
I don't know.
I feel like
We
that's a
got
lot
Cougar
of
Duma
people.
here. Cougar Duma brother, welcome to the show.
Great to be here. How's everybody?
Yeah, not too bad. We
Okay.
were just talking about kind of age gap relationships, and me and brother Marcus, we kind of find them a bit distasteful for the most part.
It's
I
just
think.
personal. It's just
I mean, I suppose there might be cases where there may be an extremely intelligent, switched on younger person, like say
yeah,
20, 22, 23, and they might
but as a
really.
general rule, I don't
But as a
think.
general rule, I think. Do you know what? I'm going to say this. I think as a dating strategy for an older man to seek out those individuals, it's a bit creepy.
Yeah,
Maybe.
that may be true, but also women historically, traditionally want older men
Yeah.
That's true as well.
because
They
I
want the silver fox, the mature guy who's proven his worth and has the money in the bank. He is a provider, etc., etc. I mean, from an evolutionary sense, Kugaduma, you are right. I mean, they want the male who's proven his worth. You know?
Yeah, but why don't we want that? Why don't we want someone who's mature and well established? Like it seems like there's an asymmetry in value there. It's like, okay,
Well,
women are like, oh, okay, I want someone who's this and this, and then we go the reverse. We're like immature and like a child. Like that's weird, right?
well,
No.
Kugaduma, our in-house evolutionary psychologist here. Would you like to explain
yeah,
any of the?
Well, it's
evolutionary
probably just going to go
psychology.
down
That's
to like
fun.
spreading genes. Like I get that.
Sorry. I did call you. I know you're a biologist, but as an aside, what do you think of evolutionary psychology?
Um, yeah, so I don't know. Is that even a thing? Evolutionary psychology,
Oh, sorry.
psychology. Yeah, I mean it's an interesting concept, right? Yeah, it. I guess it comes for me anyway. As a biologist, it comes down to strategies. So yeah, the younger women, they're everyone has a different challenge. So a young woman, and she doesn't have to be 14. Okay, she could be a 20 something. A young woman, her challenge is to uh, uh, be taken care of, to be secure. She just wants to be secure. Women have security issues, and that's fine. Especially in a world full of men, they have security issues. So she wants a male who has figured his life out, right? He's gotten his yayas out.
Yeah.
He's not chasing. He's not chasing tail anymore. He's looking to settle down. And an older male could be 40. Doesn't have to be my age, 66, right? He could be 40. Doesn't have to be a graybeard. He could be 40, 45, and that's older, right? That's a big age gap for a 22-year-old. Even a 32-year-old is a big age gap. But the older men, what do they want? Okay, older men my age, I don't want anything from a woman or a female. Nothing whatsoever. I can cook, I can clean, I can change the oil of my car. I can fix my roof. I don't need anything except what? There's the one thing, companionship, right? At the end of the day, you're talking to someone and they're laughing and you're and maybe you're reminiscing, or maybe they're new in your life. It doesn't matter. You can talk about things that you have in common, and maybe plan travel together or something like that. So companionship is a big deal. And as you get older, you just don't want to be alone. You start dwelling on things, and that relationship that didn't go anywhere when you were 18 is bullshit, right? But that's what happens. And, so it's different strategies, and two things can be true at the same time. So there could be a younger woman who really wants security in her life because her dad wasn't there and she can't find a job and her last boyfriend beat her, and she's just done. She just wants to have somebody who's not going to be mean to her and not going to turn her out. And it's easy to please an older gentleman. Again, cooking, cleaning, being companionable, laughing at his jokes. It's easy. And so two things can be true at the same time. And I think that I think that there are reasons why we don't promote young women being with significantly older men, because significantly older men do get to a point where they can't take care of her, or they become a burden in themselves. So, a little older, right? 7 years. My dad was, I think, like 8 years older than my mom when they married. And she had me when she was 17. 2 years after they got married, just to be clear. So these arrangements are not unusual, and they have their reasons, but there are limits, and we all appreciate the limits. I think maybe now that society has loosened up a lot, we have gay marriage and trans people and lesbian relationships, so we've loosened up a lot on what we consider to be off the map. But for my part, 66, I don't really have any interest at all in a young woman. I mean, that would no. No, I just can't even see that.
So what is this guy doing for social skills?
An older gentleman? Social
Uh,
skills?
Oh, did you hear the earlier part of the conversation?
No, I may have missed that.
He was DNW was saying he was talking to a friend and that he was having some dating issues, and he's a good-looking chap who's in his 50s, but he has a problem with like the socializing stuff. I was just curious about that.
Well,
And
50.
DNW said like the younger women go after him, or he goes after the younger women. I don't know which one.
No, they do. They do actually approach him. Actually, women just like come up to him all the time. Honestly, so, but he also approaches them. But as I said, he could be out. As I said, he looks in his 30s. He's one of these guys. He's got a kind of timeless. You don't know what age he is, but he looks like a young ad. He looks like an adult in his prime. You know what I mean? And yeah, they approach him as well, definitely. But he never seems to close the matter in a successful manner for him.
Oh, okay, but is he like complaining that why are these young women approaching me? Is it like he's being nice to them because that's what you do, but he's not interested? Has he had bad relationships with young women?
Look, he isn't a bad bloke. He's actually very conscientious. He wants to connect with someone like in a meaningful way. He doesn't actually sleep around or anything like that. He could, but he doesn't. But he just finds it very difficult to get the kind of move beyond a kind of first date or even get a first date, because as I said, he just says the wrong things and does the wrong things. But as I said, he is 52 and it's hard to teach a man that, isn't it? At any age, you have to have it in you. You have to have some kind of personal, I wouldn't call it ingenuity, but just it's your personality and the way you think. And
yeah,
just
okay, but look, in this day and age of dating apps and bullshit, and bar crawling, it's not for him. Okay, and I know that because it wasn't for me. I never dated. I really didn't. My wife and I met in a restaurant. I was writing a book. I'm still a writer.
You know what? I never even said it to him. Why didn't I think of that? You're 100% right. Why doesn't he just go online and try and do it that way? Yeah, you're right.
Wait,
yeah,
you were saying the opposite, not to do the online dating.
no. I was saying I would never do online dating. I'm something of an introvert. I'm a private person. I don't talk well to people. I'm not outgoing. And my wife and I met when I was at a restaurant bar during off hours writing my novel. Okay. And she became curious. Here's a guy, looked smart, writing a novel. We talked about my book. She wanted to get to know me better. And 6-8 months later, we were married. Okay. We dated, but we didn't meet at a group. We didn't have a big party. That we weren't surrounded by people. I was being an introvert, writing my novel, and she was interested in somebody who was writing a novel. So, not everyone is cut out for the scene, right? I don't go to bars. I don't get drunk. I don't buy people drinks. I would never buy a woman.
I understand that. No. The reason I was saying online dating might be more suited to him because he wants to form meaningful connections, and it may be a way of kind of filtering people out by interest, by sentimentality,
I think
just etc. etc.
Do both. Because
both.
the problem with just focusing on one is that it could hinder your skills in one domain.
True, very true, very true, very true. That's great advice, guys. I'll tell him that. Obviously, I won't say we were talking about him. Probably wouldn't like that. But I will say to him, yeah. Why don't you do a bit of the online as well? Yeah.
Or you could tell him you were talking to some guys about the topic, and they had different ideas, and you wanted to share them because that's kind of what's happening here. You're not talking about him. We don't know anything about him.
No, that's true. That's true. So yeah, other than that, Kugadima, what's going on? Have you heard anything interesting or had any interesting thoughts since we last spoke?
Oh, I don't know. It's pretty early here. It's 10 to 10 in the morning, and I'm just getting stirred up, moving around. My wife just rode off on her bicycle to go to the farmer's market, and it's been pretty quiet around here. Of course, all the news in the U.S. is about the Trump administration, all their bullshit, and oh my God, and I don't even want to get into it. I mean, seriously.
What are the kind of headlines in it today then? You don't have to, but just the headlines.
Yeah, okay, just yeah, maybe just some things that are still boiling, front burner stuff, right? It looks like Donald Trump is dying. There's a lot of focus on his health.
Really?
He looks like shit. He looks like a cancer patient, and I mean, not to say anything bad about cancer patients, but cancer patients know that they're not healthy, and Donald Trump looks like a cancer patient. He's been falling asleep in meetings, big meetings where he's surrounded by like 20 or 30 sycophants, and he just falls asleep. Chin on the chest, head back, snoring, the whole thing. It seems like he's up at night, like most of the night. It's not sure he's sleeping at all. He's up all night, probably because his what do you want to call it? His gaslighting of the country is kind of falling apart around him. And the problem with narcissists like him and liars, he's a pathological liar. He lies about everything. I don't think he's ever told the truth about a single thing in his entire life. But the problem with narcissists and pathological liars is they're always trying to outrun reality all the time, constantly. And we all know of that liar who's eventually their lies catch up with them, right? Their wife finds out that they're cheating. Their girlfriend finds out that they're married, and that kind of thing. And the problem with narcissists, and especially if you have a narcissist who's a pathological liar, is when they get caught in the lie, they look bad. And for a narcissist with unmet needs, looking bad is the worst. They always have to look good. They always have to be the stud monkey at the county fair. And when they are looking bad, then they have, there's a word for it. And you might even know this, DNW, narcissistic, basically, it's like that. Yeah, there's an actual word. I've only been hearing it recently. Mary Trump, his niece, talks about it. Narcissistic. I wish I could remember. This is 66. My mind is going. But anyway, it's actually a clinical thing that happens to them. It's clinical. It's well documented. And when they're not getting the feedback they need as a narcissist, because their whole inner world is based upon faking it, and when they can't, then they have a break. They crash out, and he's clearly crashing out.
Or no?
What's that?
Narcissistic supply or no?
It's related to that. Yeah.
It's some kind of exhaustion, is it? Some kind of.
Well, it's when his narcissistic supply isn't provided, then he goes into a failure mode, and I can't remember the name of the failure mode. It's like crashing out. Okay.
They become like a toddler kind of thing. Kind of.
Well, it is like that. Well, actually, narcissists can be toddlers anytime they want to be, but it's more of a mental state. Okay. Yeah. Collapse of fantasy. These are the things that get them. Okay. Narcissists, they eventually implode. Okay. And the implosion has clinical symptoms, and the implosion can cause massive problems in their lives. So when their supply isn't met and their fantasy is falling apart, their fantasy about themselves, when they're not surrounded by people who are constantly supplying them, then they spiral. And he's apparently in a spiral. And his niece, Mary Trump, who's actually a pretty cool person. She has her own YouTube channel. She's
opposed to him, right? Yeah.
Yeah. She hates his guts because she blames him for getting her father, meaning his brother, her father committed suicide. And she blames that it's dark.
Was her father his alcoholic brother?
Yes.
He killed himself. I didn't know he killed himself. I thought he died of cancer.
Well, maybe, but he
Oh,
killed himself
he
with
basically drank
alcohol.
himself to death. Yeah,
Yes,
I get you.
and she was there. She blames Donald and the father for destroying the brother.
Right.
Oh,
I mean, I'm
it's
going to play
dramatic.
devil's advocate here. I reckon it's probably more the dad's fault than the
It
brother's.
was, and it was. But Donald, as a brother, a younger brother, I think, was part of the psychodrama. The elder brother her father was supposed to like inherit the family businesses. They're big into real estate. The Trumps were a real thing, but then he went to college or something, and he ended up saying something. I don't know. It's really dramatic. It's a really crazy story, and he got disowned, and young Donnie got the family business.
Mm-hmm.
And it was all punishment of that elder brother. Something happened. I don't know what it was. I can't remember now. She talks about it though. And she hates Donnie, absolutely despises him. She says he was really nice to her. Of course, now we know maybe why he was really nice to her when she was young. But he was really nice to her. She has no bad memories at all of any kind about being with Uncle Don. But she blames him for what happened to her father and her family by her father, because they got nothing. They were completely destroyed as a family.
We'd have to know the ins and outs of what he said that the family didn't disagreed with.
Yeah. Anyway, it's this family psychodrama. We could all point to something
exactly.
like that.
Family psychodrama.
Yeah.
I mean, I think every family has some of that. But in relation to his brother, I think Donald has said many times he looked up to his brother. And you're making me have some sympathy here because he was younger than that guy as well. So, I mean, I understand a lot of the damage was done to that alcoholic brother when he was young. I mean, he started off this heavy drinking young.
Yeah, it was
never reined in by his parents. Nobody
No.
looked at like they didn't manage to rein him in.
Yeah.
So it's hard to blame the younger brother for any of that.
Yeah, on that
And I've
topic,
also as I said, I don't know as much as you about this, but I've also heard some of the rhetoric from the dad, Donald's dad. I mean, he used to say things like, "Be absolutely ruthless." He used to like try and instill in his sons not to have any sense of morality in their business dealings, just to go out there and be as ruthless as possible. Be killers. I think he literally said something like "be killers."
Yeah, right.
I'm sorry if I got that wrong, but is
No.
something? It was something as bad as that, was it? It was like basically he was saying be a psychopath. He was kind of saying that more or less.
Yeah,
I'm paraphrasing, but it was.
Yeah, I think the father probably was a sociopath.
Yeah,
And I actually have some sympathy for Donald.
Yeah, so do I. From that knowledge, we can see why he is the way he is.
Yes, and you hate to make allowances for monsters like serial killers, for example.
But they all come from their upbringing, or they all come from causes outside of themselves. That's the brutal reality of this world.
I think almost without exception, right? People just spin out, and sometimes it's when they're 6 years old, right?
One caveat. I think there's an exception for child killers. Like they're just born that way.
Yeah, there probably is some of that. We've had some really wild serial killers in America that just seem to have come from families.
Again, you can put on the evolutionary hat here and say, like, there seems to be a reason why America and Australia to some degree has a lot of serial killers. And I suppose it's because back in the day, the psychopaths were driven out of their own villages and towns and countries even, and emigrated, to the land of the free to start again. And that's probably some of it, why there may be an uptick. Would you say that's partially the reason, Cougar? Are there other things going on? Why does there seem to be a greater abundance of harmful psychopaths in America?
Well, one immediate thought is, aren't a lot of real psychopaths also famous narcissists?
Well, they say that not all psychopaths are narcissists, but all narcissists are psychopaths. That's what they actually. I think that's what they say. So yeah, you to be a really, that's like to have toxic narcissism. You have to have an element of, you have to have the psychopathy as well. So you have low empathy for others. But again, to be a psychopath, you don't necessarily have to be a narcissist. Like there could be there could be a functioning surgeon or something who isn't obsessed with self-image or putting down others, isn't snide, but just doesn't have an emotional response to people. Do you know what I mean? Is psychopathic in that sense, but they're
Right.
not a narcissist.
Yeah, and maybe maybe narcissism isn't the right word. Again, this isn't my wheelhouse, but certainly something like maybe they don't have a normal perception of risk, or they don't have a normal perception of their position in society. That they're outside looking in, or something like that. Maybe narcissism isn't. Yes, salute to the good people. No kidding. We are we're doing our best here. But anyway, yeah. So I don't know why we were talking about Donald Trump.
We were talking about the makeup of Donald and having some sympathy for him, and then we branched out from that. But if you can go back to that point if you want. Before you do, I just want to mention another thing I heard about. You can tell me if I'm wrong here, but the money in the Trump family, apparently some of it came from the bootlegging period in America, where they ran alcohol illegally, but also I heard they had brothels. Is that true? This is probably his grandfather, but also his dad made a lot of money because of some weird legal loophole. I think after World War II or something, building properties, but it was. I heard he was taken to court about it because it looked illegal on the face of it, or it was so immoral what he was doing in terms of public funds that it should have been illegal, and they tried to take him to court, but he apparently there was some loophole and he managed to keep his fortune, and apparently a lot of the family wealth is built on that. Is that true? Or did you hear about that?
I honestly I couldn't even speak to that, but you know what, it tracks. It's where Donald learned how to basically flood the zone. He has so many lawsuits pending all the time that it's kind of unhinged. But that's how he gets away with shit.
Well, it helps when your friends are the judges.
Well, yeah, and it's a lot of the time that these mafia bosses they don't just work outside the system; they own parts of the system.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. That's how they get away with their shit for so long. Is they're in there, man. They're in there pulling strings and handing out Rolex watches and whatever
threats.
Else. And threats, yeah, sure, but it can't all be threats, right? Eventually, people get sick of your shit. So after a while, I mean, you just realize you can give this guy some extra money, pay for his mistress's apartment. You just kind of be a buddy, right? And pretty soon, you've got judges in your back pocket, and that's a lot easier than threatening them, breaking their kneecaps.
Yeah, I mean, one thought coming to me now is with Donald, you can see the overtness of some of his unsavory characteristics. But I suppose a lot of these politicians have an unsavory side to them, but we don't see it. Maybe they present kind of... Brother Marcus says he has to take a call, but he'll hop on later. Okay, Brother Marcus, good luck with that. Thank you for joining us, and we hope you come back. A lot of these politicians come across as cool, calm, and collected, and there doesn't seem to be overtly anything unhinged, or they don't seem to have a terrible backstory in terms of how much damage they've done. But in my view, some of them can be the most dangerous. I mean, I wasn't particularly a fan of Biden, but some of the stuff the Biden family done, I believe, was corrupt. In terms of money they got from various sources abroad, etc., etc. And then there was the Biden laptop story. Maybe you know more about that, but there seemed to be a bit of corruption going on in terms of covering up stuff, and also getting funds that seemed to be coming from spurious places.
Yeah, there was a lot of that went on, and unlike with Trump, the Biden laptop thing, the Hunter Biden thing, it kind of played out. It's not like he walked away from it like, say, a Jared Kushner would. Jared Kushner takes billions of dollars from the Saudis and just puts it in the bank, and no one even thinks about it. So, he was held to task. His dad, Joe, came out and said, "I love my son. I want him to be okay." I think Joe did pardon his son at the end.
Yes,
but he also pardoned his family because he was afraid, as well he might be, that Donald Trump was going to come after him like a mafia boss, And the only reason he's not coming after Joe, Grandpa Joe, is because Donald Trump was instrumental in getting the Supreme Court to say, oh, yeah, anything a president does is fine. So now Joe Biden is actually, he's indemnified. He's covered by presidential immunity. And Trump came up with that. Otherwise, he'd be going after Sleepy Joe Biden. He's always calling him names. He'd probably have him hauled up on charges already for something, or at least in a courthouse, because he owns the FBI. Donald Trump owns the FBI. That's his personal heavy, and he could do anything he wants with that. So yeah, so America is kind of messed up right now. I don't know if we're ever going to get out of this. People are saying, oh yeah, don't worry, in midterm elections we'll fix it. And I don't think you ever fix this. I think that now that the damage is done, it doesn't matter if it's Trump who's going to be there in 2028, rattling everybody's cage. Even if he's not, there will be somebody else. Again, it could be a Democrat even who comes along and says, hey, I see what he did. I see how he leveraged the presidency to line his pockets, and he tore down the east wing of the White House. I'm going to tear down the whole White House. I'm going to put in a brothel. Who knows what people are going to think? Because now the position of the president is less about responsibility and more about how to enrich yourself and how to become a dictator and how to rule for life and how to have 3 terms. And so there's going to be a certain class of politician that's going to find that super, super attractive. And
there's been a cultural shift amongst Americans who see that as acceptable. As
Yeah,
that's
clearly.
part of the American dream.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
part of trying to better yourself and pursue happiness. Like it's like the ultimate way of doing it.
Yeah, and to always be on top and to lie all you want to and to threaten people with violence. That's the American way. And I'm an American. I know this is my history. I've watched it. And it goes back to slavery. It goes back to how Americans treated the Native Americans and the genocide. And it goes back to, as you just mentioned, prohibition and the rise of the mafias and organized crime. We have a long history of just being a bunch of fuckers. Okay. And that's spoken by an American. I've watched it. I know our history really, really well. And even the founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson, all men are created equal in the eyes of God. He had slaves.
Yeah.
And he was having children by one of his black female slaves.
And who knows whether that was a consensual sex?
Well, probably from her point of view it was, but she was still a slave, so her consent was never on the table.
That's true.
Whether she consented or not, her consent was never a consideration. So, yeah, we're not good. Okay, our origins. We didn't have origins like they did in Europe, where we got organized and we fought wars and we decided how we wanted to be and we signed a Magna Carta and we did a bunch of other wars and we fought it out and figured it out and we came out better. We didn't do that. Instead, England sent their rat bastards to the colonies and said, fuck things up and bring back the lumber. Okay. And so it's all, America kind of has the same history as Australia to some extent. People you don't want, people you can leverage, get over there and make yourself useful. And so that's what America was made out of, just people who made themselves useful. And if anyone got in their way, they killed them because that was the useful thing to do. And they were very creative in how they killed people. And it's not good. It was never good. And this country is kind of reaping the whirlwind as far as I'm concerned. Bad things are now happening. Wow. Why am I not surprised?
Why are you not surprised? Indeed. I'm just looking here. Putin was in India, wasn't he? And he was visiting Modi.
Yeah,
And
Putin's he's in big trouble.
The Indian Prime Minister. Yeah, apparently he's talking about Russia are ready to supply uninterrupted fuel to India.
Yeah, but they can't do that.
Why
That's
not?
not that they don't have that capability.
Oh yeah, they don't have as well. Their oil
That's not-
refineries are being damaged.
Yeah. And now, mysteriously, their oil tankers are being sunk at sea.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Yeah. 2 of them have been blown up, and it got so bad that in the Black Sea, the Russians blew up one of their own tankers. It wasn't carrying crude oil. It was carrying.
Isn't one of Russia's things though? They say you come and get it if you want it. You know, so India might do the slog work. You know, they might be the ones building the pipe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but India, it can't be a pipeline. It's too far. But India, I don't think has. See, the whole crude oil shipping thing has been run by.
Yeah, well, then what he'll probably do is he'll probably get the Indians to come and get it with their ships and their whatever, you know.
Yeah, but they don't have any, so they're gonna have to build a fleet. The oil shipping thing has been done by the oil majors for 40 years, but now because of sanctions on Russia's oil, they can't do that. So there's this whole gray, or I guess they call it, it's an unregistered fleet of crummy old tankers that are carrying oil for Russia. They're unregistered, unflagged, basically almost pirate vessels. Not quite, but kind of on that level. They're completely, transponders are turned off, the whole thing. And they are funneling oil over with ships to India because India does not have a pipeline. So he's going to have to use his gray fleet of tankers because he can't hire legit vessels to do this. And now someone, I think it might even be the Ukrainians, have sank 2 of them. And Putin is really jonesing to close the Black Sea. Ukraine is shipping food out of Ukraine to like Africa. And Turkey is, I think, on board with that. They negotiated that. But now that Ukraine is sinking Russian crude oil tankers, he wants to sink the Ukrainian food tankers.
Well, he wants to close off their access to the sea as well. You know?
Yeah, right. So this is going nowhere, and India is not going to get their oil from Russia. I'm just going to go out on the record on that. They're not going to get any oil from Russia. It's over.
It's over.
Yeah.
Where do you see India in terms of geopolitics? Do you see them do you see them just playing a game in terms of they're in BRICS, but they're also pretending to be allies with America and the UK? What do you see India as? Do you think they're just about self-interest like any other country, and you don't know what they'll do until the last minute?
Yes. I mean their overarching interest, at least Modi's interest, is the prosperity of his
which is fair enough. Oh, you're muted. We lost Cougar there. But yeah, if anybody else wants to come on, the link is in the live chat. Do come on and keep the conversation going.
I'm back. I don't know what that was about. Yeah. I must have touched something.
I was just saying it's fair enough that India has its own self-interest in mind, you know.
Yeah, and why not? But India has a big problem, and it kind of goes back to the other topic that I sometimes talk about, which is global heating.
Global heating, yeah.
Yeah, which is that India gets to go first, I'm afraid, along with Pakistan. Who else in that region?
Bangladesh.
Yeah, probably Bangladesh. And as we're just seeing in the news recently, most of Southeast Asia, I think that India is probably cooked at this point. It doesn't have to happen right now, but their future.
Well, I've heard a lot of the water table is dropping there, and a lot of the cities are going to be. Well, it's problematic getting water to cities in India where they're situated and such.
Yeah, and they're having crop failures because of heat. The heat there is actually getting pretty out of hand, and they're going to have internal refugee problems, which then spills over into the cities, and then the cities become basically conflict zones, if not war zones, and then the government falls apart. And we're going to be seeing a lot of this, I'm afraid. Actually, who really gets to go first, and this is really important to watch, this one, is what's happening in Iran. They've run out of water. This is not like a future thing. They have actually, Tehran, which is where I think a third of the country's people live, Tehran, has no water, and they have no prospects, and they are leaving. They are evacuating Tehran. Like 7-10 million people are having to leave Tehran and go to other cities that still have water. This is an absolute dumpster fire. in Iran, and this really bears watching, because this is, what do you want to call it? A preview of coming attractions. Yeah.
Yeah, I did hear about that in the news. Apparently, they're down to day 0, the day water runs out and taps run dry in Tehran.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Right.
they
Right.
got 15 million residents there.
Yeah. And apparently I guess they're on the road now. This is, and we won't hear any.
The dam there, the reservoir they have, I forget what it's called, but apparently it's only like 8% full.
Yeah.
So it doesn't look like there's anything coming.
No, it's zero. They're getting like zero. The taps have run dry.
A major city may have to evacuate as water supplies run
Yeah.
out. 15 million people, folks.
Yeah, this is. I mean, you can write this off. You can write this off and say, "Oh, another shithole country." This is Iran. This is Persia. Okay, this is Persia. They are a major oil exporter. They have nuclear
it's a civilization
weapons.
that has existed for thousands of years as well.
Thousands of years in that exact spot. So what the fuck is going on, right? Why can they live there for thousands of years, fight the Romans, do the whole thing, and now all of a sudden they're having to abandon their capital city and perhaps
I'll just quickly read it. I'm going to read it from the independent.co.uk. Tehran may be forced to evacuate due to severe water crisis, which experts warning that all taps in the city could soon run dry. Now, they've already said they're at day 0, so I presume it's happening now. Officials say that the Iranian capital is facing a day 0 moment when water from taps and runs dry and all water supplies run out. Iran has faced severe drought for 6 years, with Tehran's rainfall in the first 2 months of the current water year, which begins on the 1st of October, at near 0. So the 1st of October was some time ago in terms of weather systems. So yeah, they've had nearly 0 amount of rain in that time when they're expecting rain. And this means they've their reservoir supplies are at dangerously low levels, only 8% of what they should be. Officials in Tehran have undertaken a number of measures, including reducing water pressure, discussing rationing, and imposing cuts. They've also suggested more radical solutions, such as evacuation or moving the capital if rain does not return. We are talking about a few days or even weeks of water left for Tehran. The director of the UN's University Institute for Water, Environment and Health told Canada's CBC broadcaster. So, crazy stuff in Iran. Crazy stuff. Shit is getting real. As Shideo says, shit's about to get real. 2025 has truly been the year of the serpent. Set dressing, says Shideo. Shideo, what do you mean by the year of the serpent? Do come on and tell us about that. But we have Vegan Equilibrium on the show. How are you doing, brother?
Hey, how you doing?
Have you been listening to this terrible situation that we've been talking about in Iran? Water running out, 15 million people affected in Tehran. They're talking about having to move the bloody capital city somewhere else. They're saying that they might have to evacuate the whole city.
Did they know this was going to happen?
Well, they've had problems for the last 6 years, apparently. But Kugaduma, you might know more about that. Did they know this was going to happen?
Well, it's the usual thing. They didn't believe it was going to happen. They actually have a pretty extensive water conservation network, dams and things like that. But apparently all that water fell into the hands of the Revolutionary Guard, which apparently is a corrupt bunch of motherfuckers. So they took the water and they gave it to industry to promote industry. So maybe they were lining their pockets with, bribes. I don't know, but they wasted the water. The water was mishandled. It went the wrong direction. Now there's none for the people. And the Revolutionary Guard is like, don't look at me. I have nothing to do with the water. So the water's gone. So did they know this was coming? It's a repressive regime. And the Revolutionary Guard kind of runs the country. So they knew, but they're not telling anybody. They don't tell anybody. Nobody knows. And all of a sudden, it's like every other lie. Finally, reality catches up to you. And suddenly you turn on the tap and there's no water. But I think that was their warning when the reservoirs basically went dry and they couldn't hide it anymore. The water was gone.
Right.
Could they have avoided
Now,
that? I don't know. If it's not raining, they're not avoiding anything, right?
Where's
I'm
Tehran?
reading here.
Tehran?
Tehran is not Iran. Tehran is the capital city of Iran.
Okay.
Iran, as you call it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tehran is not the first city to have faced a looming day zero crisis. Sao Paulo, Brazil, Mexico City, Cape Town, South Africa, and Chennai are among the cities that have seen taps run dry, or at least come close to running dry. So it has happened before, Cougar, in other cities, and they've survived.
Well, sure, because whatever they recognized an emergency and they did something about it. But the reason why this is important, I think, is that even if they mismanage their
We're losing
water,
you.
even if they mismanage their water, it's not raining. Okay, it's just not raining, and they're going to have a problem, even if they try to manage the water. The reservoirs are dry, so there you go. You can't finesse your way out of that. So we'll see what happens. Now, is this problem caused by global heating? Did their climate change out from under them, and now this is permanent? It could be. That's the sort of thing we're looking for as the Earth dynamic system spins itself, to pieces. There's going to be changes, and the changes, if they're caused by global heating, they're permanent. There's no reversing this. So, does Iran get to go first? Do they get to be the first failed state under a climate change regime? Yeah, maybe. We'll see. It's not raining, and they're not going to get any water from anybody else unless it comes from the sky. So there we go. They could be done.
Cooked.
The worst part is that the evil bastards in charge there are the ones that get any of the water they have.
Well, sure, but you can't live alone in a city by yourself with your water and everyone else is left. So this is a situation where the whole ship sinks. They're done.
Yeah, because there's no one to run the hospitals. There's no one to drive the trains. There's
yeah, exactly. There won't be security forces.
There's no one to deliver goods and service.
So how much time do they have? I'm assuming people are going to try and evacuate that city, right?
Well, I think they've been doing that for weeks now, trying to find some place to go. If you have family in some other part of the country, right, you go and live with your family. If you
can they live by the river? Is there any rivers there that people can set up by?
I don't know, but you're asking for a civilizational change, and that's a tall order.
I'm just saying, okay, imagine if you were in that city and it's day zero, what's maybe today, right? And what's your first move? What are you doing?
Well, the first move, it depends on if you have money or not. If you have a lot of money and you have a visa, or you think you can get into another country, you get on a jet and you leave the country and you go to the UK. All right. So that's your first move, because to stay in Iran is to die. Most people won't have that option. They won't have the money, they won't have the visa, and they won't be welcome. So what do? They die. That's what happens.
No, so what if you're the poor person? What do you do? What are you going to do? You personally.
You die.
You're not going to let yourself die. What are you going to try and do?
Okay, you're not understanding. There's nothing they can do. These are poor people, even by your definition. Where are they going to go? How are they going to get there? Who's going to take them in? Nobody.
Okay, I'll tell you what I would do if I imagine myself in that hypothetical. It could be that I die, but I start walking. Oh, that's right. My friend Lemon here just said you could save your pee, and actually I would say you distill it. You can distill your pee into water, but then you would need resources, like you need to set up fire and have a little thing for the drip. I would just start walking towards wherever I think there might be a river. And I might not get there, but I'd just start walking in that direction.
Well, okay, so that's fine. So it's 103 degrees out. It's you, your spouse, your 4 hungry, dehydrated children. You're surrounded by people who are just like you in the same situation you're in. You're all walking the same direction. You're all looking for a river. When you get to the river, there's already 4,000 people on the banks. And, there's no way to get to the edge of the river. You sit down, and what do? You die. Okay. You can come up with stills and drinking your own piss and doing all this kind of stuff. But there's a thing out there called the real world. And the real world doesn't give a shit. The real world is physics. And it's 103 degrees or it's 120 degrees and there's no water. You haven't had water for weeks. You're on your own. You're trying to find water. It's not working. You're thirsty. You're dehydrated. You're dizzy headed. You lay down next to the road in the shade and you die. That's reality. And
so how many people have died so far?
Who knows? This is Iran. They're not going to tell you.
Then how do we know that how do we know about the drought in the first place?
Well, they didn't want to talk about it, but it gets out eventually. They do have reporters and people in the area, and the problem with the taps running dry is apparent to everybody. You can sit on things and you can prevent information from getting out, but eventually, when it's obvious what's happening, then the information gets out. And if you're a traveler in Iran, you're a businessman, whatever, you come back and you say, you know what? My hotel didn't have water. People start getting curious. And then they send reporters to Iran. What about the water situation? They turn a tap on at the hotel. Nothing comes out. And then they start reporting on it. So it eventually leaks out that they have a problem. Then you have all these people fleeing Iran. And they're going to other countries. They're saying, why'd you leave? Well, I left because they ran out of water. Oh, really? Haven't heard that before. Well, yeah, it's a thing. And, eventually, someone buys some satellite images and they look at the reservoirs from a satellite and say, Christ, look at this. All the reservoirs are dried up. What's going on in Iran? And, you can sit on it for a long time, like the Chinese sit on every disaster that ever happened. The Russians claim nothing bad ever happens, but eventually people find out because reality is real.
How many people do you think will probably die today from this issue?
Well, it doesn't happen in a day. It happens in a month or maybe part of a year. But I don't know.
You have to go, they have no water. Then how long does it take to die of dehydration? Like a couple 3 days?
3 days. Yeah, 3 days.
I know there's people out there that have done things like water fasting, but I think that's under not water fasting, dry fasting. But I think that's under very controlled conditions. So, I'd say maybe people could last a week tops.
No, they can't. Clinically, they die in about 3 days. And I don't know where that conversation is supposed to go. People are going to be water fasting or dry fasting.
I meant that there are people that have managed to dry fast for more than a week. But I think it's under very controlled conditions. They've worked themselves up to it. I don't think these people can just jump into that. You're right. They'd probably die in 5 days or something.
Well, let's imagine that they've been doing without adequate supplies of water for 2 or 3 months already. And now they're leaving the city. Well, you don't leave your city, which is the only place where you know how to do anything, right? Buy food, get water, medications, children in school. You don't leave that unless you're desperate. It means you haven't had a drink of water for a day or two. And the children are quining and everyone's dehydrated. So you leave and you're hoping there's a river and you're hoping you can get to your family's house, outside of town or in the countryside or something. And so you leave. Will they make it? I don't know. It's highly disruptive. Syria had a drought. They probably still do, but they had a drought. And 1 million farmers left the Syrian countryside and went into the Syrian capital. And the Syrian government said, yeah, no, you can't do that. So they put them on boats and sent them to Europe. And that was 1 million Syrian farmers who ended up in Europe. And they were in Greece and they were in Italy and they were in Cyprus. And then there were so many Syrians swarming into Europe trying to find food, clothing, and shelter that it was this huge backlash from the Europeans. And that's how we got Brexit. And that's how we got Donald Trump. And a bunch of other things happened. That was 1 million Syrians fleeing drought, going to the capital city and being put on boats and sent to Europe. So now we have 15 million Iranians fleeing Tehran. They're going to go where they can go. What's going to happen to them?
All those people in one city?
Yeah, it's the capital city. It's the capital city of Iran, Persia.
That's a big city. How many people? I mean, I'm just trying to think. What is the largest city population in the U.S. of like one city?
Well, Los Angeles has the greater urban area probably has 10 million people.
So it's like
So-
I would have thought it was New
kinda
York,
like LA.
right? It's not New York.
Yeah, I don't know New York. I just know LA. So
I think New York is 17 million or something like
yeah, that could be true.
that. The whole
It
like
says
outside of it.
largest city in the U.S. by population is New York City with over 8 million, and Los
But if you-
Angeles, Chicago, Houston, and Phoenix are come after that.
Yeah, well,
So-
yeah, America is a huge country. It has a lot of big cities. Iran is a small country, and it has like 2 big cities, but it still has, I don't know, 50 million people living in Iran. And there's 2 big cities, and one of them has completely run out of water. And I guess the other one,
And it's 15 million people.
15 million in Iran.
No, in Tehran, in the city that's affected.
Okay. Yeah. So there's probably not that many people living in the country as a whole, but probably
How
a third of them
Tehran?
live in Tehran. And Tehran,
AI says Tehran has around 9.7 to 10 million in the city proper. What?
yeah,
The greater Tehran area has 15 million.
yeah, and that's called like a metropolitan area, right? LA is the same way. LA has a legal defined boundary, and then there's everything else, everything that's around it, which could go out for 100 miles. And the situation in Iran is the same. So these people have run out of water, and of course that's a fact. They know that. They admit to that. They know they screwed up, but they can't do anything for their people. They just can't. Water is hard to move. It's really heavy, and when you got 15 million people all asking the same question, "Where's my water?" Even getting water to them, even making your way through the streets to get water to people in trucks or hoses and filling buckets. The logistics alone is crushing. So they're going to have to leave. Where are they going to go? I don't know. This is early days in this crisis for them, and they're going to have to figure it out. And, good luck. I got nothing against the Persians. Met some really nice Iranian people here in California. Businessmen, businesswomen, kids in school, the whole thing, not a problem at all. And I don't know. The operational theory is that if you're wealthy, you get out. If you're wealthy, you buy solutions. If you're wealthy, you buy the last of the water. If you're not wealthy, then you disappear. And no one will know that you disappeared because you don't tell a story. When you're gone, you don't tell a story. No one asks you how you feel about being disappeared. No one's going to write your story. No one's going to write a New York Times bestseller about the dead people in Iran because they have no story.
The rich write the history, the poor write the songs.
Well, they like to write the songs unless they're dead. And the big problem, so I'll come back to this, it's not going to be popular, but I'm going to say it anyway. The big problem with global heating is that the people who are going to suffer don't have a voice. No one's going to hear about it. No one's going to care.
So we have to write songs for them.
Go ahead. I don't think that's what they want. I don't think that's what they need. I don't know what they need. They're not going to get it. Whatever it is they need, they're not going to get it. Not from anybody. Write them a song. Fine. Go ahead.
And why is it that things like this don't wake up other countries to the problem, and they don't act with, haste or speed? Sorry, in terms of trying to lay down solutions to the problem in their own countries. Is this not a wake up call for the world?
Well, no. For one thing, countries don't care about the people in other countries, especially regimes like Iran. No one really cares about those people. Should care, right? They're humans, but they don't. It doesn't impact me. Doesn't interfere with my morning commute. Doesn't interfere with me watching the football game at night. So I don't really care. And then the other thing is our media companies, which are all corporations, they kind of don't want you to know, because you might do something like demand that they be helped, which is going to cost money. Or worse, you might become fearful of your situation. And you might say, hey, wait, if that's happening to them, is that going to happen to me? I want reassurances. I want regulations. I want oversight. I want a change in administration. And, it's not in anyone's interest to make sure that people talk about this. In fact, the opposite is true. It's in everyone's interest to not have the discussion of any kind. And so we don't.
Could team up with all of the human rights groups and get them to say something.
Yeah. Okay. Well, fine. Let's just hypothetically imagine that happens. Let's imagine Bono has a free concert and he says something up on the stage, right? This is going to be water aid for Iran. What's he going to say? What can you do? If you send money to Iran, that doesn't translate into water for Iran. There's nothing you can do. Now, if the Iranian people need food, then you could buy food and send them food, but you can't really do that with water. They need water. They need water immediately. It has to be in their immediate vicinity all the time. They need water every single day. You can do without food for a week.
Bottled water.
Okay, fine. So how many cargo ships are you going to fly into Tehran with bottled water? And how many hours of water does that give them? Okay, fine. Let's see if that happens. Let's get Bono up on a stage and he can say to the governments of the world, send all your cargo planes to Iran with bottled water, because that's the right thing to do. And of course, it is the right thing to do. The right thing to do probably is to fix their water problem, but you can't do that. So send them bottled water. But now you have to send them bottled water. Every cargo ship on the planet is sending every bottled water they can find on the planet to Iran. And that gives you, each day you fly the planes in, that's 1 day of water. So you got to do the same thing the next day, and the day after that, and the day after that. And pretty soon the airports are surrounded by people who are there strictly just to get the water that arrives every day on cargo jets. The logistics of this is simply unhinged. This is not how it works. And people can say, well, we'll just get Bono up on the stage and he'll appeal to the nations of the world. And it's not going to happen. And even if it does happen, the problem remains. The reservoirs are empty.
We can reach it together. Let's build the life that we...
And a darker side to this, Cougar, is the Iranian people may be pawns in some way as well, because I'm sure, not that I'm not a fan of the Iranian regime, of course, but you could see how the West, particularly America, might be hoping that this could cause a revolution.
Yeah,
so
I think
so.
Yeah.
So maybe they don't want to help immediately. They'd rather it caused a crack in the the society over there and cause the people to revolt.
Well,
which could happen.
Well, yes, but again, a revolt doesn't solve the water problem.
Well, yeah. Then again, it's hard to revolt when you've got no water.
Yeah, because these are families leaving Tehran. Maybe they're walking, maybe they're riding donkeys. I don't know what they're doing, and they're at the end of their rope, right? They're not going to revolt. And the problem was caused by the Revolutionary Guard. They're not going to rise up against the regime. They are the regime. They're the water mafia. So who's going to do this work of revolt? I guess there's unrest in the south. The south part of the country doesn't like the north part of the country, and they wanted to become their own country or something. But they're just about to be inundated with refugees looking for food, water, and shelter. So are they going to be in a position to ride to Tehran in tanks and take the place over? I don't know. I just don't see any way out of it. I just don't see any way through. There's no through path for this. They could be done. They could be finished. They could be a failed state.
Water mafia. Water mafia.
Anyway, it's obviously a sad situation, and we hope it works out for them. I don't want a crisis in Iran. We don't need that in this world. We don't need that in Iran. They don't deserve it. Even if their government is run by a bunch of thugs, it doesn't matter. Those are people, and the government should be taking care of them. And that's not their fault. Their government isn't. They don't have any agency. And now the chickens are coming home to roost, and it's not good. It's really sad. It's just there's no good side to this. They are going to suffer, and I hope they can come through it. That's all I can say.
Right. Me too. I hope they come through it. Cougar, you've got somebody in the chat here who is speculating that you're getting paid to say all this, that you're lying, and they're actually calling you a scammer. They say, I can spot these scammers all around. This is their last try to keep you distracted with bullshit. And even Divine is getting on the case, saying they're calling you Debbie Downer, saying you're being basically they're trying to say you're being unnecessarily doom-filled.
Well, it's just the news, folks. It's just headlines. We're just talking about the headlines, right? That's how we started this conversation.
We are actually, girls, we are just actually relaying what has been said in the news. He actually hasn't said much different, have you?
Nothing.
This is in the mainstream news. Now you're going to say, don't trust the mainstream news. Come on and tell us why. You don't believe this is all happening. I mean, I don't have anybody I can call at the moment in Iran to ask, but I believe it's happening.
Well, why would it? This is curious, and I sometimes come away from these talks scratching my head. Why would anyone think that this is being made up? This is in the news. There are satellite photos of the reservoirs in Iran being dry.
They'll say it's CGI or something fake.
Okay,
fake
but what?
Iran doesn't exist. I'm joking.
Great.
I'm joking.
Well, no, you are, but you're not. You're not. That's kind of what we're up against. And I'm a rational person. I try to pay attention to details. I don't make shit up. I got way more going on.
I mean, I like Lies of the World, and I like Divine, obviously. But I would like them to come on here because I feel like that was a bit harsh. Clearly, all he's doing is talking about the news, and he's speculating on what's going to happen, and it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. There's no way you can gloss this up and sing songs of happiness about it. It's a very dangerous situation.
Well, it's lethal, folks. People are going to die, and that's bad. And I don't think we should be running around saying, "Oh, it's lies and it's a hoax." Excuse me. This is the real deal, folks. And if you can't face the real deal and you want to go hide in your turtle shell, I go ahead. There's therapists for that. Okay. There's drugs for that. But this is the real world. This is it, people. It's going down in Iran. And I don't know that it stops there. I'm not going to speculate. I could. I wrote the book, but it's going down in Iran. Current events.
Yep. Brother Marcus says, how is it going to work out when he said they can't be helped? So, he's basically asking you to speculate further.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. And let me introduce a term into the discussion. I think it's overdue. Wicked problem. You can look it up in the dictionary. Wicked problem. You can look it up on Wikipedia. I'll tell you what it is. I'll save you the trip. A wicked problem is a problem that admits of no solution. And everyone's going to say, wait, hold on, Cougar, you're full of shit. Every problem has a solution. There are a class of problems that admit of no solution because either every solution you propose is worse than the original problem, or every solution you propose takes you into a place where you're just as vulnerable as you were in the first space you were in. So this is a wicked problem for Iran. They have no water. They have nowhere to go. They have at least 8 million, probably 15 million people who are on the move. These people have nowhere to go. They're not going to a place where there's a solution. They're just going. There's no solution for these people. They have a problem with no solution, except, unfortunately, as often happens with wicked problems, your solution is to perish. That's how you get out. And that's terrible. That's horrific. I wish it was otherwise, but they may not have a solution. And we should be sympathetic to that. We should be empathetic that these people are in a trap. They're in a trap. It may be a death trap. They may be no way out for these people. And if that's the case, they may perish. And if you don't like that, too bad, because that's what's shaping up right now in Iran. They are in a death trap.
There you go. Rita says it's not wise to drink urine. It contains a significant amount of salt, which gets much more concentrated if you become dehydrated.
I wasn't suggesting to drink urine. I was suggesting to distill it.
Yeah, but that's a technology. Distilling is a technology.
But you would
It's
have
water.
to, look, the truth is, you probably would have to drink a bit of your piss to tide you over.
It's
if it
boiling.
came down to it.
It's putting a plastic tarp over a boiling pot of piss and letting the condensation drip into a pot. That's not like a crazy technology.
Okay,
like,
fine. But do they know that? Do they have the time to do that? How are they going to collect their piss?
I think that you're significantly like underestimating their intelligence if you think they don't know how to collect steam.
Okay, I tell you what. Let's just see what they do. How about that?
Yeah, but you don't have. Look, the point is, there's a diminishing return on that. You know, every time you take a piss, you're going to have less and less come out. You know, because some of your water in your body will be lost from sweat and exhalation.
Not if they make a communal piss pot.
No, I'm saying you will lose liquids from sweat and breathing. So you won't survive drinking your piss for long, is what I'm saying.
I hear you.
Every time you take a piss, it will be less in volume, is what I'm saying.
So here's the thing: 15 million people, if that's the number, if that's the urban area of Tehran, 15 million people are on the move. Maybe a few people have enough background in physics and chemistry, and they understand the phases of water and evaporation, transportation, perspiration, all this stuff. They can figure that out.
Let's say like elementary kind of understanding.
Okay, it's
I mean, there is a certain, isn't there a certain period of day, like in the morning, when there's dew on the grass, even in countries like this, right? Like, how many could you go out and start licking the leaves, Cougar, or licking the grass? I know I'm not being I'm being serious. I mean, how much
collecting steam is like a very simple concept.
I know, but I'm just trying to think about other ways of getting water. Like, there is dew in the air in the morning, is there not?
I'm just saying that there's going to be 15 million people on the move. Maybe
there's a way of collecting moisture from the air, Cougar.
It doesn't matter. They won't know that, and there will be maybe 100 people who can figure all that out. 100 people who watched the YouTube video about how to do that. Okay,
people.
They didn't learn it.
Million?
Yeah, probably 100. Look, man, you have to understand.
I think a lot more people understand that stuff than you think.
All right. Well, whatever. I can't even care. Why do I care about any of this? They're either going to figure it out or they're going to die. And how many people do you suppose are going to figure it out? I don't know. Some. Will it be 15 million? No. What percentage of 15 million will figure it out? Half? That's still 7.5 million people who can't figure it out. So what? I mean,
there are other dangers as well, Cougar. I mean, there could be like, say, God forbid, say there's a fire in the city. That would depend on water to put it out.
Well, God forbid, there's no food. God forbid that
Hmm.
it's too hot. Okay, they're facing a lot of challenges right now. And as soon as you're out of your house because you have to leave because there's no water, well, then you don't have electricity. You don't have air conditioning. You don't have a place to sit. There's no way to cook food. You're not leaving with your toaster oven under your arm because you don't have power. So what are you going to do? You're going to scavenge the landscape for wood. Well, you and 7.5 million other people have the same
Yeah.
idea. And so you burn all the wood, and then you're fighting over the food. Then you ate your food, and now you can't get any more food because you're not in the city anymore. That's where the food is. Now you're out on the freeway and you're walking. You used your food. You drank your piss. You have nothing. No one's offering you anything. No one's coming. And now what do you do? What do you do? What's your story? Do you have a story? What's your story? What's your goddamn story? They don't have a story. They just don't. And I don't think it's fair to say, oh, they're going to drink their piss and then walk away from it being all smug and go to Starbucks and get your fucking latte. They're in trouble. These people are going to die. And what are we going to do about it? Nothing. Nothing. It's a humanitarian crisis, and you can drink your piss if you want to, but these people have nothing. And no one's going to come after them, and no one's going to help them. The Iranian government is going to flee to another country. The Revolutionary Guard is going to take their money and leave, and these people are going to be left with nothing. And welcome to the end of the world.
Well, you see, who is starting the convoy? Who is starting to drive the millions of bottles of water to Tehran? Nobody.
Nobody.
I can't see any.
Now,
Yeah.
where's it coming from? Who has water, bottled water, by the way, it has to be bottled water that they're going to send to Tehran?
But
How's
it should
gonna
have
get there?
started. It should have started like yesterday. This convoy, if we cared as a species.
Well, since you can only survive 3 days, it probably should have started. If you're going to stockpile water, it probably should have started 3 months ago. How many airports do they have? How many planes can you bring in a day? How many countries are you going to go to and raid their supplies of bottled water so that you can fly it into some airport in Iran, which might not even be where these people are? They're not at the airport, for fuck's sake. They're out on the roads, they're out in the freeways. They're trying to get someplace. They're not going to the airport. Why would they go to the airport? That's where the plane lands, and they're not going to be there. And the bottle gets off the airplane and it gets onto a truck. Where's the truck going? Does it know where to go? It just goes outside of town and starts laying the bottles down on the ground for people to pick up. I don't know. It just seems like a nightmare to me. And to say that I'm a doomer and I'm lying and I have an agenda and I'm being paid by who? George Soros? I mean, what are you people thinking? You don't care. You just don't care. You're on here finding Gnosis and you can't find, your head is up your ass. This is a serious problem in Iran. They are probably doomed.
This is it, guys. Wake the fuck up.
It's the water mafia.
No, that's another problem. And he's already broached this. Is the fact that you send the water there in good faith, and then they have some kind of criminal enterprise on the ground that is, keeping it for the cronies and not giving it to the people. So, very worrying times, guys. All we can do is talk about it and try and I don't know what to say. What can we do, Cougar?
Well, I mean, that's the problem, of course. It's probably nothing. And then someone comes along and says, okay, well, now you just ruined my day. I can't even solve this problem. You just lured me to a problem I can't even solve. It's like, guys, we are supposed to be a global civilization. We are supposed to be able to figure this out for all the people. We have a lot of problems, and we're supposed to figure them out for all the people. We're not doing it. And I can't fix that, and you can't fix that. But it's a fact that we are not saving ourselves. And that's an observation. It's playing out in Tehran, and who knows where it's going to play out next. And it's a fact that we can't deal with this. And that should be alarming to every single person, that when it comes your turn, whenever that is and however that is, when it becomes your turn, no one's going to be there for you. That's what we're seeing. The world will not rally around. They won't do it. You're going to be by yourself. And that should be alarming, because that's what's happening.
It's your turn on the chopping block. No one will be there When it's your turn on the chopping block, nobody will care. They're
All right.
not coming for you. They're
not
not
coming for you.
coming for you. They're not coming for you. Coming for you. Ooh, ooh. The
Okay.
water mafia.
Right, 1 second, vegan. That was very good. Improvised singing there. Well done. Brother Marcus says, what does waking up mean, Cougar? He says he's aware of the information. If there's no solution, then what?
Well, so I wrote the book, right? I've been thinking about this. And if you were on the Titanic and the Titanic hit the iceberg and you have the information that the Titanic is sinking, then the solution for you, the only solution that works for you, that you have any agency in, is to get off the Titanic. And at that point, you start asking a bunch of different questions. You were on the Titanic asking, when do we arrive in New York? When do they serve dinner? Where's the bar? That's the questions you were asking right up until the Titanic hit the iceberg. And then you're supposed to start asking a different bunch of questions. All right. How do I get off the Titanic? What are the means to do that? Does it have lifeboats? How do I get into a lifeboat? How do you lower the lifeboats into the ocean? Will the lifeboats have food? Will the lifeboats have blankets, medications? I got to find my family. Where's my family? Where's the lifeboat? And so you start asking a different bunch of questions because you realize that something bad has happened. And what the situation in Iran should allow you to do, and whether it's Iran or Pakistan or India or wherever else, what it should allow you to do is to sit back and get out of your normally scheduled sacred way of life and start asking questions. What am I going to do? When this comes for me, do I have any responsibilities to get to a lifeboat? And what does a lifeboat look for someone leaving Tehran right now? Well, it doesn't look good. Maybe they have a family in the next county over and they're going to go over there and they're going to find some water. Maybe that's their lifeboat. Okay, that person has a plan. Does everybody have that plan? Is everyone going to get a lifeboat? The lesson from this may be that some people don't get to a lifeboat. And that, in fact, was the lessons from the sinking of the Titanic. A lot of people did not get to the lifeboat. Maybe they didn't know. Maybe they didn't understand. Maybe they didn't think the Titanic could sink. It's right on the ticket. Unsinkable. It says right here on the ticket I bought. It says it's unsinkable. They didn't understand. They didn't ask the right question. They didn't get to the lifeboat. And they had no story. They went down with the ship. And no one can ask them, why did you do it the way you did it? How did it feel? What was it like to be abandoned? No one can have that story told to them because those people are gone. And if we have individual responsibility to not go down with the ship. So what do you do with the information? You sit back and you look at your life and you look at where you are and what you're doing and who you're with. And do you have a way out? What is your strategy? If you were in Tehran right now and you knew what was happening with the water, you'd be looking for a way out. And we all are going to be in that position eventually. And there is no solution. The Titanic sank. It fucking sank. I don't care what it said on the ticket. It sank. And there was no solving that. It sank. And when you couldn't get to a lifeboat, you went down with it. There was no solving that problem for you. And maybe you can drink your piss and maybe you can grow wings and maybe you can whatever. But people went down with the ship. And as these disasters come crawling into our awareness, it's an opportunity to ask yourself, do I have an exit strategy? Or don't?
There you go. Thank you for that, Cougar. Lies of the World says, they were talking to me here. They said, D&W, to answer you from earlier, just because the world events are being discussed, this is what remember I said you were talking about the world events. That's all you were doing, Cougar. They say, just because the world events are being discussed doesn't mean the person is not a scammer. The professional scammer cannot be spotted by most of the population. So Lies of the World is saying you're a scammer. I'm
Okay,
sorry
but
about the slander here.
it's fine.
But anyway,
Yeah, my question is,
and they're
what's my
saying you're
motivation?
trying.
What's the
They
scam?
try to fit in with you and your discussion. So that's what they're saying.
Yeah. So
Uh,
what's the scam?
And Divine
Sell your book.
agrees. Divine agrees.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't care. What is the scam?
Maybe-
What is
maybe
exactly?
they're gonna
I'm confused. What is the scam here?
am I
Maybe they're gonna accuse
am
you
I
of,
selling am I
of
selling
trying
Bitcoin?
to sell your book or something. I don't know.
I haven't even mentioned the title. What's the scam? You don't even know that I have one. I said I wrote a book about this topic.
Yeah,
All that
in
means,
this edition of the Finding Gnosis show, he hasn't mentioned his book as a title of the book. He hasn't said where to buy it or anything like that. So
no, nothing.
I'm not
and
sure.
even if I have a book, that's not a scam. It's a book. You can buy it and read it or not. I'm not. In fact, it's cheap at the price. I'm not even telling you where to get it. I have no interest in selling the book. I wrote the book because I wanted to write the book. And in the book, I talk about how to get to a lifeboat. And that's what I'm here doing. You have to think about this.
There
Wait,
you
you tell us how to get to the lifeboat?
Well, she thinks you're being paid by somebody.
To do
Wait, I
what?
want to know how to get to the lifeboat, though.
How? I'm
Here we
being
go.
paid to
Here we
do
go.
what?
Here we go. Hold on. Cougar. Here we go. Lies says, she says again, Cougar said that the government has thugs in it. The truth is, the government is the thug or criminal. Scammers use words to make you see or believe in authority outside of you.
That's just
There
word
you-
salad. I don't understand any of that.
Well, Lies of the World, you're very welcome to come on here. The link is in the chat, so do come on here and explain to us what you think is going on. We would be grateful for that because it is hard to
Get to the
gauge it
lifeboat.
exactly. It is hard to gauge it exactly from the comments.
What do you
But
mean
seem
by
to
get
be,
to the lifeboat?
she seems to be very emotionally involved in this, so we would appreciate you coming on here, Lies of the World. You'd be most welcome. Retro says, greetings, Chickpea. Hello to Chickpea. Chickpea, link is in the chat if you want to come on, folks. Everybody who's in chat, you are welcome to come on here. Again, Lies says Cougar is embracing and glorifying the government and the criminals in it. I don't know where he's doing that. He's already said Trump's an arsehole.
He hasn't done that at all. I'm just curious about what you mean by how to get to the lifeboat.
Okay, I can talk about the lifeboat. I'd be happy to. There is something there actually. As for okay, let's talk about the lifeboat because this is kind of important. So
That's actually why I hopped on, by the way.
What? Say? Repeat?
That's actually why I hopped on to ask the same question.
Okay, fine. Yeah. Okay, so let's do this.
But just to answer Chickpea's statement about no water in UK, I mean, the UK is an island, Chickpea. Like, there's water all around. They just distilled the seawater, you know? But
Lies
I'm
said they
assuming
might come on later. Do come on sooner rather than later,
Tehran
Lies, please.
is Tehran landlocked? I'm guessing it's landlocked. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. Mostly, maybe. I don't really know. I do know they rely on rainfall. That's the story we keep
It's
hearing.
actually by the Caspian Sea. But that could actually just be one part of it, and it's not all. There is some space between Tehran and the sea.
Yeah, and the problem with desalinization is it takes a lot of energy and a lot of technology. If it was easy, folks, let me tell you something. If it was easy to just drink seawater after a little process called desalinization, everybody would be doing it, and they're not. And so that tells you something. And if you think that's a conspiracy, that desalinization is a hidden technology that we're not allowed to talk about, well, it's in the dictionary. Okay, people can decide if they want to do it or not. And the reason they don't,
It
takes a lot of energy.
But like you said, it takes energy. Like you need to burn something, or I mean, you at least either need to burn something, or what some people have done is they set up like they create like a little greenhouse atmosphere.
Yeah.
Where the water will evaporate and it gets caught by something.
They use a lens. They use a lens to direct the sun's rays.
Okay, all of that is fine. There's lots of technologies. I'm sure the Israelis who do a lot of desalinization can sell you a technology, but that misses the entire point of what I just said. What I said was, if it was easy, everybody would do it.
That's true.
As simple as that.
But
Okay.
then the naysayers will say, but there'll be someone trying to stop people from doing the easy way because they want to make money out the hard way. I'm just preempting what they'll say, Cougar. I know that's what they'll say.
That's fine. And in a world dominated by corporations, that means you're talking about corporations. So you're saying a corporation that wants to sell desalination to people because it's so easy and so cheap and so free, and that there's another corporation trying to stop them. Okay, well, corporations going head to head, they know how to do that. Okay, they can figure that shit out. No one's going to stop you from hanging a tarp in your backyard to collect dew. All right, you can do that anytime you want to. But in terms of countries, if there was an easy way to do it, they would be doing it. Iran, it has their own nuclear weapons program. Do you think for an instant that they couldn't take some of those engineers and peel them off, 4 or 5 of them, right? Peel them off and figure out how to do desalination and supply them with their water needs in perpetuity. Do you think they couldn't do that? They could do that. They could absolutely do that. They didn't do that. Why didn't they do that? That's a good question. I would like an answer, because they didn't do that.
There you go. Brother Marcus, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to hear about the lifeboat.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. We got distracted. All right, so long and the short. The short of it is this. You're going to have to reorganize yourselves into, this is a challenge for all of us now. We're going to have to reorganize ourselves into more self-sustaining, sustainable, resilient living arrangements. And the short of that is, I'm calling it village life. So throughout human history, humans lived in villages, and they varied in size from 250 people to maybe 500 people. They've studied this. There's an optimal size for a village, and it's called now the Dunbar number, because 2 gentlemen who researched it named it after themselves. And the Dunbar number is the optimal number of people living together in a kind of a closed system. And you can generally dig a well, and your well will probably find water, and your water out of the well will be sufficient to support X number of people, 50 or 100 or 250. And so now you have water, and you'll have land, and there'll be land around you, and you won't have diesel tractors and things, but you'll have people and animals, and you can work your land, and now you have food. And then you have specialists, people who say, oh yeah, I learned how to make a chair once. I'm going to become a carpenter. And they make chairs, and they make wooden spoons, and they make ceramic bowls, and they have a kiln, and they fire the bowls, and now they have pots. And so you can have a village with a minimum number of people. And my expectation, having written the book, is that we revert under enormous pressure, and the pressure being failure to survive, that we, those of us that can, those of us that are willing, will revert to village life. And that is my definition of a lifeboat. Village life.
Okay.
It's like being on the Titanic, and you have to get to an actual lifeboat. And an actual lifeboat can hold 40 people. And they lower a bunch of lifeboats down. And now you're all floating around. Well, then you paddle your lifeboats together, and you lash them together with ropes. Now you've got 4 lifeboats. And somewhere on the lifeboat, there's a doctor. And the doctor can give you advice on how to deal with seasickness. And then there's someone who can organize, ration the food and the water. And then there's someone who can set a broken bone because someone broke their leg falling into the lifeboat from 20 feet above. And so when you have 4 or 5 lifeboats lashed together, and you're on the Atlantic waiting to be rescued, you have a community. Now, this is a dumb example because they don't have any of the things that a community needs. And they can't drink the water because it's salt water. But I'm just trying to extend the analogy that there is
I think that's where I got confused with the analogy. You could just say what you just said. It's clear. Without an analogy, just say what you said,
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So
Because when you use an analogy, then all those factors,
yeah,
at least
fine.
in my brain, right? Because I'm like,
Yeah.
well, they have no drinking water. Yeah, exactly what you
Okay,
said.
fine. So fair enough. I like to use analogies because I'm a teacher. Okay, I like to
Okay.
try different tools. There are different tools to try and get the same point across. We have a classroom full of people. Different tools work for different people. So here's the tool for you. When
Well, I
in
mean,
most
you explained it. Like I know what you mean now.
yeah,
So.
in most disaster movies, what happens? People loot all the stores. Then they jump in the car and they hit the freeway. And then it's Mad Max. And they're fighting over the last gallon of gasoline. And that's Hollywood because that's all very dramatic and guns blazing and cars crashing into each other and fire and explosions and great pyrotechnics. Now, in reality, if you're leaving Tehran and you're on the highway and it's 50 miles to the next town and they may not have water either, then you're done. What are you supposed to do? I don't think we can run from these problems. I think we have to try and reconfigure ourselves to live differently. In the event of a catastrophe, you're going to have to circle with your neighbors. You're going to have to say, we need to now change how we're living. We need to live differently. And if we can stockpile food, if we can lay up water, if we can find a water supply, if we can find ways to work together, then what you eventually end up doing, whether you set out to do it or not, is you're forming a community, you end up forming a village, you end up working together, looking out for each other, and that's a lifeboat. You're floating away from the disaster, not by running away from it, but by turning inward, exactly as you would if you were on a physical lifeboat floating away from the Titanic. You turn inward and you marshal your resources and you try to stay calm, try to think your way through, and it won't always work, but it's probably the only thing that will work.
There's another one, Cougar, another accusation of scaremongering from Pat Evans saying, "Are you all spreading fear?"
You know what?
Why is everybody?
I will cop to that. Am I spreading fear? There are fearful things happening, folks.
But we're all pessimists. Like, why is he getting all the all the heat right now?
Well, what? Am I the best fear monger? I'm just reading the headlines, folks. Okay, and if the headlines are fearful, should we or should we not have an adult discussion about fearful things? And if you can't handle that, fine. I understand.
Divine says she does not spread fear or negativity, and she accuses you of doing that.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
I
it's
think
it's in the goddamned headlines, people.
I think
I'm
it's
not
a bit
spreading
unfair
anything. It's in the headlines. It's there. Do you want to have an adult discussion or not? Those are your choices.
I think it's a bit unfair they're highlighting him.
No, go ahead. I don't mind being the lightning rod. And to some extent,
but
that's why I'm here.
The majority of people that come on here are like pessimists, so I don't.
Yeah, I think it's this particular topic. There's a lot of conspiracy theories online about it, and there's a lot of people who say it's not true, etc., etc. So I think for some reason or other, and I think to do with global heating, as Cougar puts it, climate change, as others put it, and I think around that area attracts a lot of people like throwing accusations of lying and trying to dupe people for some reason, some hidden hand. What
is my motivation? I'm a retired technologist and scientist. I have a quiet life. I work on my roof. I have no motivation. George Soros isn't paying me anything.
Pat Evans says Trump. So sarcastically, obviously, they're saying, so I guess Trump was wrong about the best is yet to come.
Oh, I think he knows the truth. If he doesn't, his handlers do. And that's what they want you to think. Everyone wants you to think that. And you want to think that.
Sometimes the hardest thing is to admit that there are things that exist that frighten us.
Oh, fuck off. Oops.
Well, that's just human nature, isn't it? Why fight that? It's the truth. Everyone's that way. And it's not fear-mongering to point to a headline and say, well, that's scary. Because if it's scary, it's scary.
And there's somebody else.
Be afraid.
There's another regular. Hello to Richard. Richard says, "Don't worry. The world is changing. It's not the first time. Every great civilization has collapsed. It's just a normal process. No need to worry there. Chill out,
Okay.
Cougar.
Yeah.
Chill out."
Yeah. Well, fine. And I'm on board the Titanic and it's sinking, and that's fine. Ships sink all the time. Who cares? You know, lots of ocean liners sank. Cruise ships sink. They catch fire. Everybody burns to death. It's fine. Don't worry about it. What kind of an attitude is that? Fine. You want to go down with the ship? Guess what? There's not enough lifeboats anyway, so have at it. Go to the bar. Drink yourself blind. It's fine. And some of us are going to get on the goddamn lifeboat. And that's how it is. And not everybody can, so fine. We need volunteers to stay aboard the ship and go down with the ship. Fine. There's a long line at the bar.
They might not be volunteering that. Some of them just might not be capable. I know I'm not capable.
Yes, I know. And that's tragic. I don't know that I'm capable, but at least I'm looking at my situation and saying, we are not helping the people in Iran. And that's a signal to me that no one is going to help you. And therefore, you're going to have to look at this. You're going to have to take a sober, considered look at this and ask, do you have an exit strategy? Is there anything you can do for yourself? Can you get people to help you? Can you help other people? Can you find people who will hold hands and jump together? I don't know. But it looks bad. To me, it looks bad. And it's just the headlines, people. I'm not making shit up. I didn't get a letter from George Soros telling me to come on this live stream and tell a bunch of scary shit, and he's going to pay me money. It's just the headlines, folks. It's not good.
Hi, Marcus. Gooey.
Hello. How are you?
I'm fine. Yeah. Do you want to hear a funny story? D&W, I'll tell you a funny story to cheer things up a bit. I was cleaning up today and I swept under my bed and I found 2 dead mice that the cats had brought in. Isn't it lovely? Everybody else's cats kill the mice and take them outside. Mine bring live mice in and then play with them under my bed. It's true.
Dead mice is your positive story to cheer us up?
Well,
Thank you,
just
Trixie.
quite ironic, you know. That yes.
Laughing
Cats
about
like-
letting your animals kill other animals. Like, why are you letting them murder animals? You're basically culpable for their deaths.
Yes, vegan at Clear Mike. Yes. Well, you know, I can't help what cats do. They're cats.
Yes, you can. You're just
Oh,
irresponsible.
enough off vegan at
You wanted to instigate this. You actually wanted this conversation, or you wouldn't have mentioned it. You know I'm on here. You know I'm gonna talk to you about it. You know if you bring it up, you're gonna start this. So yeah, why do you choose to let innocent animals die for your irresponsibility and your stubbornness?
Would I be strawmanning your position if I was to say the prescription is to become a prepper?
You're talking to Cougar, right?
Yeah, that's to Cougar, because
Yeah.
it sounds like he's saying the lifeboat is to become a prepper. That's a term, right?
I don't think that's a bad thing. I think the problem, well, at least here in the U.S., the problem with prepping is it becomes sort of an isolationist approach.
Okay. How about communal prepping? Or
I think that's more healthy. And the part of it that's healthy is not even the prepping; it's the community. So humans are not intended to solve all the problems of our individual lives individually. In fact, a lot of the problems right now with the loneliness epidemic and the healthcare epidemic and the obesity epidemic and all these problems come from people trying to solve the problems by themselves. So when we had communities, when we are allowed to be social animals, then we're always healthier. And so when things get rough, when things get scary, I think the best thing for people to do is to just come together, right? And then from there, when you're having a town hall meeting, right, and you're all together and you're all stroking your chin and talking among yourselves, then you kind of start to realize, okay, there's some things we can do here. We have enough people, we have enough good ideas. There's some things we can do. And is that prepping? I think having a conversation with your neighbors and your families and domain experts is a good start. I think that's how you start.
Have you started? And if so, like, what's the experience been like?
So am I a prepper? I don't think of myself that way, I guess. But here's what I've done. So let me just explain what I've done. So I have, and these were all deliberate things along the lines you're talking about. I have full solar power on my house. I have a battery array, lithium batteries, and my house is fully off grid. Why? Because I want electricity. And why do I want electricity? Because that's my modern life. I have air conditioning and heating, the heat pumps for both, and I can survive really cold and really hot. And I have electricity for cooking food, so I can feed myself. I have, they're called Millennium buckets. They're screw top 5-gallon food grade pails, screw top like a jar. And we keep them full of food. And we eat that food.
How about communal? Because I know a lot of tactics for like self-sufficiency.
Yeah, yeah.
What about
Okay,
communal?
I'm getting. I'll get to that. You're right. I've gotten off the track here a little bit. So the problem with the communal part is that nobody wants to do this, and you'd be quite correct to criticize me and say, "Wow, this thing we have to do of jumping together. We can't do that." You're right. And the reason why we can't is because, and here's a conspiracy for you folks. If you want to have one, here's an actual real conspiracy that you could find evidence for. Capitalism doesn't want us working together. They want us separate. They want us vulnerable. They want us trying to figure it out on our own. They've got pills to sell us. They've got therapies to sell us. They've got movies we can watch to distract ourselves. They've got political shenanigans and circus acts. And they don't want us working together. My current operational theory is that each individual or small group or families needs to think about what it's going to take to survive when the wheels come off. Then you have to be ready when the wheels finally come off or are looking like they are. You have to be ready to actually reach out to your community members, people you know, and people that maybe are passing through. And you have to say, look, we got a problem here. You got a problem too. And when the wheels are actually coming off, people will say, yes, you're right. What have you got? You got a plan? You got anything? What can we do? How can we pull this out of a wreck? And in this case, prepping is be prepared. Just be prepared to reach out. Be prepared to form your community and do it quickly. I mean, really fast. Talk to people, mention to them, we may need to form a community. We may need to bail out. We may need to pool our resources, and let them think about that. That's prepping. That's preparing to form a village. And then when the wheels come off, if the wheels never come off, then you've had some nice conversations and people can walk away and laugh about it. But if the wheels do come off, then you can go to your neighbors, go to your community members and say, well, we talked about this. And they'll say, yes, you're right. We did. And can we all agree the wheels just fell off? Yes. This Titanic hit the iceberg. We're sinking. Okay. Then we know what to do. We've already decided we're the people to do it. Let's do it. And then you have a lifeboat. And it isn't something you can buy. It isn't something that you can even create in advance. You can just create a kind of a gestalt that we can do this. We don't have to let them distract us. We don't have to let them keep us separated. We can think about how we're going to do this and prepare in the ways that we can individually. And then when the wheels come off, we have very little time to do something extremely important that's going to be very, very difficult. And I think that's where you've answered the call. And the call is to survive. You answer the call and you go at it. Here we are. We're going at it. We're doing the thing. And I think that's the only level of preparation that makes any sense. I've got some food. I've got some solar power. I have enough food. I can share food. I can share power. I can charge people's medical equipment. We can run their medical equipment. We have enough air conditioners. We can probably provide heating and cooling for people. So is that something? Yeah, that's something. And can you start with that? Yes, you can. Could I expand my solar footprint to other homes? Absolutely. I know how to do that. So that's the basis of what have we got? That answers the question. We've got anything? What have we got? We've got tools. We've got materials. We've got power. We don't have any gasoline. Our cars are bricked. It's not going to work. We don't have internet access, but we've got each other and we've got some resources. Can we do this? And you have to try. That's it. We've done as much as you could in advance, and then the wheels come off, and then you just have to grow a spine and try. But there's a lot of work to do. Everyone in their own head has a lot of work to do to just answer the question, can I do this? Do I know what needs to be done? Will I be that person who reaches out to my neighbor and says, hey, let's do this? And that's individual work. Everyone has to do that. And the people in Tehran right now are up against that. What can I do? Can you and I help each other? You've got 3 children. I'm a single guy. Can I help your family? That's the outreach that people are doing right now in Iran. And we're probably all of us are going to be faced with that. It really is inner work. One of the reasons I wrote the book was inner work. And because I'm an engineer and because I'm a scientist and I'm logical and rational, I wrote a book that is basically, it's not fiction. It's speculative fiction because that's my personality. And it's sort of like a user's manual. And that's why I did it. And it helped me organize my thoughts. And if anyone reads it, maybe they'll see it the same way. Maybe they'll see it as a user's manual for when the wheels come off. I don't know. I don't really care. But I did it for those reasons. And I'm glad I did it because it helped me clarify my thoughts. And we'll see. In the end, we'll see if it's good enough.
Dead air.
Yeah, good time for me to go. It's been fun, guys. I'm sorry I brought the house down, but
Well, I mean, at the end, you gave a positive thing, so.
Thank you for that. I'm called Kugadoomer, but I'm actually optimistic, and that's because I'm 66 years old. I've seen people do things, and I know what people are capable of. I am optimistic that humans can do this. I'm even optimistic that the people of Iran can do it if they're allowed to. We'll see if that's true or not. How far does optimism take you? Actually, not very far. You still have to be ready to do the hard work, the heavy lifting, a lot of which is, between your own ears. We all have that challenge. But yeah, I probably am an optimist, and I look at the headlines. I talk about the headlines. This is what's happening in the world. It's bad. And if it's bad and it's scary, then be afraid. I think maybe that's where personal growth starts. When you're afraid, when you've been drinking too much and you think you're an alcoholic and you're afraid of ruining your life, then you reach out if you think you're reckless and you're driving too fast, and you reach out to people, hey, I got a problem. If you're too violent in your life and you seek anger management, you have to be afraid of something in your life or peripheral to your life. You have to be afraid. Some of this change starts with fear. And I think fear can be the motivator. In Dune, they tell us that fear is the mind killer. And I identify as a cougar. For me, if you're afraid of something, that's when you start paying attention. If you think there's something in your environment that's a threat, you focus on that. You look at that and you go there. You have to go there. If it's a fearful thing, that's where you need to be. And I think that's optimistic. I don't think that's pessimistic at all. Face it. If it's scary, look right at it. Both eyes, your nose out there, whiskers forward, ears up, look at it. You have to look at it. And backing away now is a loser's game.
Mm-hmm. We lost D&W.
He got too depressed.
Mm-hmm.
I got to go, people. It's been fun. I hope everybody got something out of it. Sorry if I disturbed anyone's equilibrium. Wasn't intending to do that. I don't always do that. But I think maybe that's a sign of the times. And everybody's going to have to figure it out. And good luck. And as I say at the end of my videos, when I do a YouTube, don't die.
Thanks. Take care. What do you think of that? I will be back in a minute. My router disconnected. Chickpea, what's going on?
Sorry, I'm switched off. What's going on? Nothing. Nothing's going on here. You know me. Lead a very boring. Well, I'm an old lady, so I lead a very boring existence. Ow. At the moment, I'm waiting for the Amazon man.
What'd you order?
I ordered at the moment they're selling the high protein soya milk cheap, so I'm stockpiling it because it's 35% off or something.
Okay.
Well, 35% is 35%.
Yep.
It's quite expensive, the high protein one. So I'm stockpiling it.
You're
Here's
prepping.
my bathroom. My bathroom is full of Alpro high protein soya milk. Packed up everywhere. Do you use it? Oh, no, you use oats, don't you?
I think it's like oat and soy mixed together.
Yeah. I just use the soy one. Yeah. So, yeah. I tell you, I haven't been out shopping for ages. I'm getting really bad with this whole Amazon thing. I just get everything delivered. Shocking, really. So easy, isn't it?
Do you go for like a daily walk or something?
I used to, but where I live has become very, very... there's lots of pavement cyclists. And to be quite honest, they put the fear of God at me. And, I've read a couple of sort of run-ins where I've nearly been knocked over. And so there's no pleasure in walking outside because you have to keep watching out for these pavement cyclists. You can't just meander about. You have to really keep your eyes open for the pavement cyclists and the pavement scooterists. But you know that problem where you are?
No.
Well, yeah, here it's terrible. It's the way things are. Yeah, so you have to be very careful. And, I can't afford to break a bone or anything, so
But if you don't exercise regularly,
No, I
then
exercise indoors. I do the 20-minute walks.
okay, that's good.
Yes, no, I exercise indoors. Yeah. Yeah, it's bad here with the pavement cyclists. And the police don't care, so yeah. Scary. So yeah. All my cats were asleep on my bed, lazily. It must be great to be a cat, you know, because all my cats do is eat, sleep, and get spoilt by me. Nice life, isn't it? Really, when you think about it.
What's
Hello.
that? What's that? Say that again? I was reading the chat.
Oh, right.
What did you say about the cats?
I said it must be a lovely life being a cat. No wonder they all live for so long, because all they seem to do is eat, sleep, and get spoilt by me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all 7 of them are
Do you think they
laying
get
all
bored?
around me in a heap.
Do you think they get bored?
You babies?
Chickpea.
Yeah, what?
Do you think they get bored?
Cats? No. Good Lord, no. They don't get bored. If they're bored, they just go to sleep. Cats alike. Sleep about mine must sleep about 20 hours a day. They love sleeping, which is probably why they live for so long. Because mine tend to live getting off for 20 years. So but they spend most of the time asleep. Must be nice, mustn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was listening to Yerf Dog the other night with his ephelism talk.
What did you think of it?
It's very, very over the top of my head, if you get what I mean. You guys use such you've got a vocabulary that I haven't quite got the hang of yet. All this ephelism talk, you know, it seems it's quite. I'm very new to it. Very new. I mean, I didn't know it existed till I came here. That the concept even existed. You know, but yeah, I had to listen.
It's
And
nice
no
to see
one.
him live streaming.
Yeah.
I think he's done 2 or 3 so far.
Yeah. This was the first one I'd listened to. But actually, on that subject with the water that's in Tehran, but Iran is near the Persian Gulf, so I mean, there's I don't know, plenty of water. They can just a very, very rich nation. They can just desalinate it, whatever it's called. I've lived near there when I was a teenager. Lived in the Persian Gulf.
How was it?
Loved it. I loved it. I loved it there, yeah. I did like it. Beautiful weather. It was, very nice indeed. Had the most beautiful sea. Gorgeous. Persian Gulf is gorgeous. Although it's no longer called the Persian Gulf. Yeah.
How much
nice.
of Steve's live stream did you listen to? Did you listen to all of it?
No, not all of it. But like I said, it's yeah, Steve's another one with this vast vocabulary, all these, words that I don't generally speak.
Well, at some point, he said he's no longer a.
What?
Did you hear me?
Yeah.
He at some point he said he's no longer antinatalist.
Steve?
Yep.
Dog? No longer antinatalist?
Yes, same person. Yeah, you should listen to. I don't know at what timestamp it is. Otherwise, I'd tell you, but I don't.
But you're kidding me.
Nope.
Why is that?
I don't know.
What's happening to everybody? happening to everyone? Are they all being brainwashed by the TV or something? Because I know that the powers that be are very, very worried about the fact that certain members of the human race have stopped breeding. Maybe they're brainwashing you via that big black thing on the wall. Wouldn't surprise me, because it is, it is a hypnotic. But
No. The reason was that his argument rested on consent type arguments towards procreation, and he's doubting the premises of that argument. And for DNW, I think he's just unsure of long-term consequences. So if you don't know, he's kind of like neutral. And I think that maybe what Noodles also is similar, right?
Cleared off. But what is wrong with these guys? Because I look at the world, and well, I don't feel very hopeful. But then I am a grumpy little pessimist anyway. And I think there's I don't care what anyone says. We've already had 2 world wars. History tends to repeat itself. So it goes without saying we're going to have another one. But then I am naturally an antinatalist. I've been like since I was a little girl. I decided very young I didn't want to have children. I looked around me and didn't want to. I just don't understand. Mind, it's okay for men to say, I want to have children. They don't have to bear them, do they? I mean, not enough to put anybody off, I would have thought. Because I would have thought anyway. But yeah, I didn't realise that. So, well. Gosh.
Oh.
I suppose you'll be becoming a natalist next.
No, I'm going to be the last man standing. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah. Good Lord. I don't understand it. I really, because it's, because they're getting on a bit, aren't they? They're not young guys. So, I mean, to have a child when you're 40 is not a great idea anyway, by simple virtue of the fact that children are incredibly taxing. I mean, they take up a lot of energy. Oh, well. I didn't. Yeah, unfortunately, Dog talks, he uses such elaborate wording that I didn't even catch what, yeah.
It's just different wording. Everybody has their own domain.
Well, he's got quite a fast vocabulary, hasn't he?
Well, if you go into like spiritual communities, they use their own terminology, and in philosophical communities, they use their own terminology. Just like if you go into like psychology, any domain, like any
that's very true.
It's like one's higher or lower, it's just different.
Yeah,
once you normalize yourself to the terms, then it's easy to navigate.
Yes, that's very, very true. So what does your dog do?
I don't know.
He sounds to me as though he works in law, but I don't know. But yeah, well. So your dog wants to be a daddy?
No, just because you're no longer antinatalist doesn't mean that you want kids. It could just mean you're neutral on the topic.
Oh, right. Okay, then. Fair enough. Yeah, I do think that the human race... I mean, I'm not an ethicist, but I do think that I agree with what David Benatar sort of says, that if all humans stopped breeding, we would eventually go extinct, because I believe in reincarnation, and I believe that the only way that we could stop incarnating is by stopping breeding. There's no other way to stop it. But most people don't believe that. So,
what did you say about atheism?
Well, I'm very, very soft atheist. I do think, all said and done, there's a lot of suffering on this planet. It's an absolute bloodbath, sad, brutal reality of it all.
Yeah, but that's just pessimism.
It's not pretty.
That's just pessimism. That's not atheism.
Marcus, that's so complicated. I mean, I'm not suggesting
why is that complicated? I don't know.
I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that the human race should I think eventually animals will go extinct anyway because we're wrecking the planet. Since 1970, huge amounts of birds and things have gone extinct. And so I suspect animals will go extinct anyway if we carry on behaving the way we are as humans. So it probably will happen anyway. Well, it is happening, isn't it? Lots of creatures are becoming. I haven't seen a robin in the UK for years, and it's years. Oh, everybody's buggered off now. Okay.
I'm still here. I just don't want like background noise to interrupt.
Oh, right. Yeah, it was Dave Rice's reincarnation is just a loop. Yeah, it's a loop, all right. A horror loop.
Richard asked an interesting question. You have a lifeboat too, Marcus? Actually, so while he was talking, so there's three things that in my head that I thought of. One, he talked about community, right? Like community is the plan A. You get community and you prep.
Yes.
And then if you can't get community, then this plan B is to just prep, period. So that later on, maybe you'll find a community.
Yes.
I'm going to be careful with my words. If you can't do that, in my opinion, you prepare for a type of existential palliative care or hospice care. So that would be my lifeboat.
Well, the thing is, if one is a member, all this prepping, yes, it's fine if you've got a load of space and a nice big cellar and all the rest of it. But if you're living in a 500 square foot flat like I am.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm not capable of that. And if I'm not capable, then what's my option? It's just,
my flat's only big enough to store at least 1 month. It's just only big enough for 1 month's worth of supplies. That's all there is. So, and as for growing stuff, well, they keep saying even if you live in a flat, you can grow some vegetables. Right? Okay, so you're going to grow a couple of cucumbers on your balcony. It's a nonsense. Absolutely. I mean, it's great. Yes, if you have the resources, nice big cellars.
I'm at. It's like 6 months of winter, and it's pretty dark for 6 months.
Yes.
So I don't know what would grow, but
nothing. No, it's unfortunately us lot in the cities. When the shit hits the fan, we're screwed. I think the best thing we can do is have some fentanyl tucked away so we can have a quick painless death.
Careful, but
will you be quiet, chatting shit there, JP? For fuck's sake.
Okay. I'm not allowed to use that word.
I know, but
you're not allowed to use that word.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. Sorry, I do apologize.
Welcome back.
Hi, you're right.
Yeah.
But
so
people,
if anybody else wants to come on, the link is in the chat. I'm enjoying listening to you guys. Sorry about that. My router ran amok and disconnected from my computer desktop.
It reincarnated.
Yeah.
Actually, I was watching a video on reincarnation today. It's called Happy Family or something, Happy something others. And so many children.
Is this the video you mentioned in my comments? You said something. You watched something. You want to tell me about? Is this it?
Yes, I was watching.
Okay,
Happy
go ahead.
Land.
Yeah, tell us.
Happy Land.
Cool.
And it's just basically examples of children talking about, and one child actually said, a little boy of 3, they were driving past, I think it was a fast food joint, and he said something that he used to go there when before, and it used to be a pet shop, and the old driver that was driving the cab said that used to be a pet shop years ago when we were young. But all these children saying this stuff about this reincarnation, I don't think they're lying, and I don't. And you know me, I believe in reincarnation. It's something that terrifies the living daylights out of me. I don't want another stint. And I think I did say to you, didn't I, that I want to go and see a hypnotherapist this summer. But I'm so scared of going to see hypnotherapists to try and find out if I have lived before, because I daren't upset myself because at the end of the day, I'm on my own and there's no one to go to if I need someone to show me, a bit of compassion, so to speak.
Well,
'Cause I
Chickpea,
think
can
I'm
you
going to
even
be.
trust the findings of these hypnotherapists or whatever they're called?
Well,
These
why
life.
shouldn't I? I'm
Because
afraid
it
I
might just
tend
be
to.
your brain playing tricks on you, or it might just be
No,
the power of
I well,
suggestion.
I tend to trust people. I'm still I come from a world, we lived in a high trust world years ago, and I'm still like that. But why? No, you don't believe in reincarnation, do you?
Who, me? I'm not sure what's going on. I don't claim to know, but
It's a horrible thought. I mean, I don't like
well, it
believing
won't
in
be.
it.
But you won't know you've been reincarnated. So
Some children talk about it, though.
yeah, I know
Apparently,
that.
it's all
But
to
what I
do
mean
with
is,
our
you
first
won't.
years
You
of.
won't. It'll be like now. You just won't know what's going on. So will it? Will it make a difference whether there's reincarnation or not? In that sense.
Well, I don't want to. I don't want to keep living. I think, quite frankly, it's having spent 70 years here. It is all said
When
and
did
done.
the kind of shimmer, or when did the shiny kind of spark of life wear thin for you, Chickpea? If you
When
ever,
I saw the hypnotist, back in the 80s, when I saw
so
that
that was when you were about 39. So up until that point, you thought life was okay.
Yeah. Well,
Well, that's interesting.
I just lived it. I was 35, I think, 36 when I went to see him. I just lived it like most people live their
And
lives.
yet you want to go and see a hypnotherapist again?
Yes, exactly.
It doesn't
I
sound
know,
like it did you good last time. So why would you want to go
exactly.
again?
Yes, I know. It really distressed me. My whole life fell apart. But
And have you looked into? As I said, have you made any efforts to look into the debunking of such things?
no, because the
As there
thing
are
is,
many
I know.
books and interviews, etc.,
No,
that you can look
no,
into.
my mother confirmed what I learnt in that weird situation.
We just lost Brother Marcus.
Yeah, I know.
Brother Marcus, I hope you can come back, but thank you for joining us.
Like D&W, my mother confirmed it. You see, it's trouble. And she did confirm it. And that was the clincher. Plus, I still remember it all. This happened 35 years ago. I still remember it as if it was yesterday. It hasn't faded with time like things do. No, it happened. But I think it happens to a lot of us. I tell you this, it happens to a lot of us, I think. And I wish it hadn't happened to him because it's not something I want to believe in. I don't want to believe in reincarnation. It's a horror story. Personally, some people like life fine. If that's what you like, then reincarnate. But personally, I don't want to. And I don't. But yeah, but the Gnostics believe in reincarnation, D&W.
I know.
They believe that we're reincarnated to provide more loose for them to feed on. And I believe that too. In fact, I believe it more than you do. and I'm the one coming to try and find it. And I actually believe more than you do. It's quite weird that. No, I'm trying to find a way to not get caught out again. And I am. I'm the thought.
How do you know these memories are from you yourself and they're not being put in your head? That's a good question from Richard.
Well, my mother confirmed it. My mother confirmed I was born with a huge red V in my forehead, and nobody knew why I had this big red V in my forehead. The doctors couldn't. They had no explanation. There was not.
How long did it stay for?
A couple of days. People came to look at me because I had this weird thing on my forehead. The doctors. I was a little bit of a celebrity for a couple of days. Yeah, my mother said it was quite a weird time. It was weird. I don't know what's going on.
V for visitor, says Black Man is fair.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Black Man, are you coming on here, brother?
I do feel like a visitor here, and I do feel like a visitor. No, what happened was we've got the third eye in our forehead. I get the feeling that that started to somehow cave in, or something happened. It was destroyed. No, I haven't seen the movie from the 80s, but no, DW, unfortunately, I believe it. That's why I come here. If I didn't believe all this wacky stuff, I wouldn't come here, would I? I mean, you hear some pretty wacky stories here, don't you? Yes.
Sometimes.
Yes, you do. Which is why
V for vegan.
divine.
V for vegan.
Yeah, V for vegan, yeah. Except it happened in Holland, and the Dutch, I don't know what the Dutch call vegans. I must find out. Yeah. But it happened in W, and I know it did. And it's also the fact that I should have died in an accident and didn't. So something very odd is going on, but I suspect it probably happens to other people too. But for some odd reason, they don't realize. DNW.
I'm here.
As I was saying, yeah, those children were talking about it. These children on this happy land thing. Just right, it's just a load of text to read.
Guys, if you want, you can come on now, and you don't have to say anything. It would just be good for you to book your place, because I will have to go out, and I might leave the stream on in my absence.
Where are you going?
I'm going to meet a friend. I promised to meet a friend, so.
Oh, right.
But I will keep it on in my absence so you guys can chat, and then I'll come back on later when I get back.
But DW, I think it's not something I believed in prior to that.
I'll be going out in about half an hour, so if you want to book your spot on the show, you don't have to say anything at the moment. Divine, Blackman, Brother Marcus, wherever you are, Richard, John Francis, whoever's there, you can join the show now. And as I said, you can put yourself on mute. You don't have to say anything, but at least you'll be able to unmute if you want to talk later.
But like I was saying, DW, I never believed any of this till that strange instant with the hypnotherapist. None of it. And I wish I had never, ever discovered any of it, but I did. And I'm still looking for an answer. No, the Gnostics believed it. So did the Cathars. So, and apparently
ask Blackman, do you believe in reincarnation? Oh no, he might not be able to talk at the moment. We'll wait for him to come on. When he's able to talk, he'll unmute. Sorry, go ahead, Chickpea.
It's I wish I didn't believe it, but I do. I just wish I believe what most Christians believe, that you come here once and then you die off and go to heaven. Although I do wonder a bit about heaven, because if we all go to heaven because our sins are all forgiven, heaven's going to be just as bad as this place, isn't it? By definition, I should think. Plus, it's got a little hierarchy. Little God sitting on his throne, high above the rest of us, like a little king that he is. So probably just as bad as this place. And I'm not moaning about this planet, okay? At the end of the day, I've got lots of hot water and a fridge full of food, so everything's fine.
Divine, darling, you got to connect your device. Oh, she's here. She's on. There we go. She's on the show. Okay, great. Hello, Divine. Richard says, the way I see it, consciousness is a field of many layers of different points of view, perspectives. Information is everywhere. Old memories of past life, to him, is only data from those fields, and it doesn't make it our own story.
I don't know what to make of it all. It's
Richard, come on, mate, if you want to.
I find it all very, very strange, all of it. Yeah. I wonder if animals reincarnate. There are people who believe that animals reincarnate too. But the cats would love to know about that. Mm-hmm. The little things, all 7 of them are around me in comas. They're all 7 are in absolute comas. Lucky little things. They don't often lead a lovely life, I say so myself. But I must tell you, DW, I was cleaning today, and 5 finding mice under my bed. It only happened to me. He must be bringing them in at night when I'm asleep, because I know if he brings me during the day, I take them off him. He's probably learned that now. Thinks, oh, I'll wait till Mummy's asleep, then I'll bring the mice home to play with. True.
We lost Divine. Divine, come back. Brother Marcus is back.
It could only happen to me. Other people get a cat to get rid of the mice, but my cat does the opposite. He brings them home to play with. Naughty little bruiser boy. So how's Max?
He's all good. He's all good.
Good.
He's having a rest.
They need a lovely life, pets, don't they? They need a nice life if they're if they're loved.
I heard you were going now. What are you up to?
Yeah, I'm going to meet a friend actually in a bit.
Oh, that's nice.
And,
You're going out drinking?
I already no, but
Oh, why not?
yeah, I don't drink, do I?
What?
I don't drink.
Oh, you give? Oh,
No.
so when did you gave up? When did you
I gave up years ago.
All right,
I
so
gave
that's like
up
me.
when
Yeah.
I was 25.
God, you were good, because I didn't give up till I was day after I was 50. Do you miss it?
No, I don't actually. No, I don't.
Yeah. I miss cigarettes though. Every now and again, I still get the urge.
They say some people are not ex-smokers; they're smokers who don't smoke.
Yes, that's me. Still addicted. And when I walk down the street when I'm out and I can smell cigarette smoke somewhere, I find myself sometimes going up to the person, having a little sniff around them. Don't know what they must think of me. I do say, "Can I smell your cigarette smoke?" We have a little chat about it, but
Wow.
it's still there. Yeah, I know it's still there. Still there. And the only reason why I don't smoke is just too expensive. I can't afford to smoke. It's £20 a packet. You know, it's ridiculous price. Absolutely insane. Although, what's his name? Gear uses nicotine pouches, apparently.
Right. Well, hopefully he can come along because he's able to get on the show without me bringing him on.
Yeah.
If he appears in the chat, do ask him to come on because, he's able to get on without me.
But it's easy to get on without you.
No, it's not.
Isn't it? Oh, all right. All right. Isn't it? Oh. I wouldn't know. I just press the buttons. On the subject of life, does your mother, how old's your mum?
Mine?
Yeah.
She's what age are you?
71.
She's about your age, actually.
Yeah, 71. Doesn't she find it quite taxing and tiring?
She's got a good motor in her, actually. She seems to have a lot of energy.
Oh, lucky her.
Yeah. She does.
She got arthritis or anything?
A little bit here and there.
All right, yeah.
Working hard.
Yeah, I've got it quite bad.
She hasn't got it bad.
Oh,
Just, like the normal kind of aches and pains, kind of, the one that most people get. Yeah.
Yes.
But
yes.
not like to the degree that it's disabling or stops her walking around or anything.
Yeah, it can be quite taxing. So, yeah. I'm all right, actually. I tend to moan and groan a lot. I'm all right, really. I'm just a moaner and a groaner.
As long as you're not a screamer, I guess it's okay.
Yeah, I don't scream. I just like to moan and groan.
Hello, Divine.
Hello.
Divine, were you not being a little bit harsh to poor old Mr. Cougar?
No, I was not. I have heard about 6 days in a row of that a-hole talking doom and gloom, and I'm tired of it. And I know that we're not always positive when we speak, and some of our guests haven't always been that way either, but they don't monopolize the show 6 days in a row and say the same things over and over and over again. And I think that is what is the problem. I have no problem having everyone express who they are, think how they want to, have their own opinions. That's the whole idea. Is
But nobody else
when
wants
you
to talk
have
as
a
much as
Gnosis
him.
show
So
is to
Yeah, like
have a bunch of.
I didn't have anything to say, so
yeah, this is the thing, Divine. It all the show kind of depends on who has the energy or desire to talk, and
Well,
that's really
I
it.
didn't get a notification.
Ah.
Yes,
Yeah.
I've noticed that D&W, even though I've got you on the bell. Blah,
Yeah,
blah,
so do
blah.
I.
You don't come up.
Have
I
you got
have to
all
actually go.
you need to ensure there's a difference between having notifications and having all notifications. So you need to
Yeah,
ensure it's all
I've got all the
notifications.
thingies, all the notifications, blah blah blah.
Oh,
I have to
weird, eh?
come randomly onto your site to see if you're on.
but when you click on the bell, there's an option to do all notifications. Do you have that turned on?
Yeah, it doesn't show
Yes.
up.
Yes.
Doesn't
Oh.
show up.
Well, I don't know.
I think
have to-
YouTube does
I
that
have
on
to actually
occasion.
go to his site to see
It
if
does.
it's working.
So like, I think the best thing is just like redo it, and then maybe that'll help.
Okay.
I don't know, but anyway,
Thank
that's
you
what
for that.
happens with mine.
Well, anything's worth trying, Chickpea,
Yeah,
It's not that complicated, is what I'm saying.
no, but it just seems weird that I've got it on the bell notification, all notifications, and it just doesn't show up in
I
the
have
little
the
notifications at the sides.
YouTube Studio app, and it shows like when there's service issues, and I think whenever they fix something, like some of those glitches will happen. They have a lot of problems with the comment section and stuff.
Yeah, no, mine keeps quivering.
And given how
My,
long YouTube's been around, I'm surprised. I mean, I don't know how this stuff works, but I don't know. I'm surprised how buggy it is.
Yeah, I've
I
noticed when
think
they make
choose. Oops, sorry.
Sorry, no,
Go
go on.
I think they choose not to fix it. They like the quirks. They like people not knowing what's going to happen 1 minute to the next. As I came on the first time, he let me in to the chat, and I got a message on the screen saying that I didn't have internet access. Well, it depends on what day it is and what time it is. Sometimes I have a solid signal and sometimes I don't. And sometimes I get bounced out. Nothing I can do about it.
Yeah, I know mine's all quivery with the comments and everything weird. It still works okay, it works.
So what beautiful subject are we going to talk about now? It doesn't matter what it is. It can
Actually,
be
on the
even
subject-
the same
on the-
subject as long as it's a different person. I don't have an
How to stop Chickpea being reincarnated? This is her greatest story.
Yeah, how can I stop being reincarnated, Divine?
go
Go into
go
the
to
light.
go to the source creator. When you
Yes.
pass away, that's got to be your intent or your focus. I'm going towards the source. I'm going towards the creator. I'm going towards God, whatever terminology that you use. That's got to be your mindset. And there can be absolutely no distractions. And what they will do with you, Miss Little One, is they will most likely show you your favorite cat that just passed away, and you'll go
Yes.
towards him, and that's how they catch you.
You know what, Divine? That is weird.
Or
that
David
you say-
Bowie. David Bowie as well.
David Bowie could be
Oh,
there.
that's also another one of your little clicks.
Yes, exactly.
You can't have clicks, darling. When you go to the other side, you just got to be set in your mindset.
Yes.
Hello, I want to go to source only.
Divine, but you know what you're saying? I have my favorite cat because I'm scared in case they've got Chickpea there. Because if I see Chickpea, I will go towards her and to all the other cats, and I know I will.
Well,
And
then,
it's
then
funny
you
you
may as well guarantee you're coming back, darling.
Yes, I know. I know this. I'm
It's
trying to
got
force.
what you're not understanding, and I think this is the piece that needs to be explained to you, is when you go to the other side, if you go directly to source, you will see Chickpea there.
Yeah, I know.
You don't have to see her first. In other words, I don't mean to be telling you what to do because you have a definite mind of your own and there's nothing wrong with that. But if you really do desire to see your cat and spend time with your cat, I would go directly to source and then see your cat.
Right, yeah.
Because if you see your cat before you go to source, you're coming right back down.
Yes, I know. I
So
know. You know what?
prioritize, dear one. That's all you need to do.
No, every night now, at night, if I can't sleep, I lay in my little bed, fantasize about going into the dark. I actually lay there, and it's terrifying me. I know it sounds insane, but it is.
Okay, so remember that everything that you say is an intent, and everything that is an intent, actually, you create. Okay?
Yeah.
So you've got to get past that part by not doing that, obviously.
Yeah. But I know it's funny you just mentioned cats because of Chickpea, because a little cat has clawed her way right into my soul, and I know that I'll see her again somehow.
So in actuality, so whatever you're impressing upon your mind, okay, is going to be expressed through your thoughts and your voice. Once you put a voice to your thoughts, even if they're incorrect, you're going to manifest it.
Yeah.
So there's a way to keep your whole body clean and not do that. And it's by just reaffirming positive statements, I guess I would call that. Because the blood will cure and heal you if your blood knows that that's what you desire. If your blood goes, oh, like I've heard this information years and years ago, and I was looking through some of my old classes that I took, and some of my master classes I took with some of my master teachers, and I'm like, OMG, I probably wouldn't have had insomnia all these years if I would have just remembered to keep saying that one statement.
Yeah.
And I've noticed that I've been doing it, and I'm being able to sleep a little bit more than I had before. Like before, it was only 2 or maybe 3 hours that I would sleep, and then I would wake up. Now it's like 4, sometimes 5 hours. And I'm like, I wonder if that's because I'm saying that thing. But I don't say it out loud. I say it to myself. Well, there's no one else to hear it. But anyways, I'm not sure why I do that. But I guess it wouldn't hurt me to say it out loud. Hearing my voice to it will probably give it more good stuff. But
Divine, I'm terrified of reincarnating. I don't want another 70 years here, and I don't want it.
Well, you're going to create it by that fear that you have, dear.
I don't like it here. I don't fit in. Actually, that's another thing I was reading somewhere. Do you know that something like 80% of humanity is literally 80% of people are literally zombies? Have you read that anywhere?
No, I don't pay attention to that stuff.
But you know what? I've thought that I've thought it myself, and sometimes I will go somewhere and it's like I think myself, are you people?
Well, define zombie for me then.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, what does that mean? Like
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's
wait, you read something that said 80% of people are zombies, correct?
Yes.
What the hell is a zombie?
I don't.
What's your source?
I don't know. But I have.
What was that? What did you read that, dear?
I can't remember now. I read it, but I have thought myself a few times in the course of my lifetime. It's like I go somewhere and I look at everyone and I think to myself, it's like they're all in some sort of trance or something.
Okay, but being lost in your day-to-day activities doesn't mean you're a living dead person.
I don't mean that. I don't mean
look at zombie. So if you're not going to be like literal what the definition of zombie is, then just say a metaphor. Like,
yeah, because an actual zombie could be just about anything. It could be someone who's too high on drugs. It could be someone who's had a few drinks too many. It could be someone who's mentally incapacitated. It could be, I don't know, something I'm missing
Yeah, it could
because
just
I'm
be
not a professional. I don't play one on TV. But yeah, your definition of zombie is interesting
Oh,
because
so I've got the words wrong. To me, a zombie is some. I just I don't know.
yeah,
They seem to be caught up in get up, go to work, finish work, watch
I don't know why
telly,
people
go
on
to bed.
YouTube like put down like average people. They're just trying to get by. Like,
Yes, I know, I know, I know, I know,
but
I
there's like a
know.
sense of like looking down on them, or
No, I
why
don't
don't
look
they
down.
wake up and
No,
why
I
aren't they?
don't
It's
look
like,
down. I don't look down, but they seem to be so caught
Anybody
up.
watching who wants to come on, you have literally 15 minutes to get on before I leave for a while. So this
This,
might be your only chance to get on the show today. So you don't have to speak straight away. You can just come on like Black Man has done and mute yourself until you are free to talk later. But if you do want to talk at some stage today, then come on now, mute yourself, and then you can talk as and when you want to. Sorry, go ahead.
no, what I'm saying, Brother Marcus, they seem to be so enamored by the world they live in. The whole get up, go to work, shop, 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 consume.
okay,
And that's all, like, they seem to be totally enamored, whereas I never was.
right.
Even though I lived that life, I knew something very fundamental was missing, something very fundamental. As if I'm not cut out to be here. That's sad truth reality. And I don't really want to be a little 9 to 5 drone for some corporation. Okay, there, I've said it.
Right.
one also has to realize that there are a lot of people that are doing the 9 to 5 job, but they absolutely hate it. They
Yes,
dread getting
exactly.
up in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm in
Because
that
without a
boat.
job, you can't pay your rent, you can't feed yourself.
Yeah, I
And
know.
some people are just stuck in jobs that they absolutely hate and not even for the amount of money that they think they're worth.
Yeah, I know.
That is what's considered a prison.
Yes, exactly. So I mean, Divine, that's what I'm saying. But they seem to be some completely thingied in it, totally. Like my parents were so enamored by it. If
Yeah,
that
but that
makes
was a
any
totally
sense.
different generation too. But
This,
remembering this earth was never considered to be anything that was designed for freedom. It was always
right,
designed
thank
for
you.
control.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you. So I'm saying, I think that the system never had that hold over me as much as it is most people. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Like I was
because
forever
I've
walking
never,
out of jobs and throwing wobblies here, there, and everywhere because I was bloody well sick to death of it. Whereas they seem to be completely taken in by it somehow.
right.
Okay, guys, I'm going to
I'm not
go for a while.
criticizing them because
Take
they are
So
the
care,
ones that
DW.
keep.
please stay off certain topics. You know what they are. Yeah, that's it
You're gonna
really.
have
But
to
have a
make a
nice
list.
time. Have a lovely time, and I will chat to you later. I'll come back later.
Take
All
care.
right, take care, everybody. Bye bye.
Love you.
I DNW.
You have to remember though that those people feel trapped. They're not
I'm not.
lazy. They're not ungrateful. They're just surviving. They're working jobs they hate and scraping by. It's just,
Yes, what I'm saying is that they seem to be more attached to it than I was. If you get what I mean. Every now and again, I used to throw wobblies in the workplace and storm off and walk out and all this sort of stuff. They were so entrenched in it, whereas, of course, I wasn't.
and then you have to
Makes-
take it a step further. Once they get home, they haven't even got the energy to engage in their own lives, in their partners,
Yes,
in
yeah,
their
yeah.
homes that they're in, or they're, even cleaning their own car and so forth. That's why everything is vetted out for others to do because they're just so darn pooped out at the end of the day.
Yes, yeah.
That's why other people are shopping for them and dropping off their groceries. They just don't have the energy because they're being sapped at work. So they have nothing left to give back to their own lives. That's
Yeah.
a cycle, okay? That's a cycle that the earth created to
Yeah, that's what we're all
control and
caught up in.
manipulate.
Yeah,
So
yes, I know. But they seem to be very caught up in it. They seem to be really caught up in it, whereas I never was. I mean, I had to be drugged in order to stand it. I mean, I've been on psychiatric drugs for my entire adult life. I'm not mentally ill. I've been told I'm not mentally ill. I'm just very depressed. But I have to be drugged in order to bloody stand it. Whereas they seem to just do it off their own soul. Whereas I have to be drugged to do it. Yeah. Because I've been on psychiatric drugs for over 50 years now. And I've been on opioids for the best part of 30. My whole body.
Yeah,
Because
they're definitely not going to try to take you off that. They would have a major case on their hand if they tried.
Oh, but well, I've got no choice. I'm allergic to NSAIDs, so I have to take opioids for the RA because my whole body just rebels against it. Because I believe that autoimmune disease or all diseases are unconscious mind rebelling against the system we're forced to live in. If that makes any sense. That's what I believe.
Yeah, it's a possibility. Yeah,
Yeah,
not in all cases, but in some, yes.
Yeah, I do believe it's my whole body just rebels. It does. But yeah,
well,
I have to. I live.
As long as you're living your life authentically, the way you desire to live it.
Yeah. Well, I am. You know, I live with a load of cats and a whole load of pot plants. And
exactly. That's your humanitarian project, is by taking care of your cats.
Yeah, I do love them. But I just find. Plus, I went to grammar school. I should have gone to a school where I could have learned things like woodwork and botany. But no, I was taught maths and history and rubbish. And my whole life was sucked into something that wasn't even me. And by the time you realize what's happened, it's already too late.
No, I don't believe that. I think it's always never too late.
No, I
to learn something new, to be taught something new, to change your perspectives, to reorganize your brain and follow a new path. I just think it's totally possible. And it's possible through talking to your blood and changing everything. So what you're asking for is for whatever it is that you would say, God, source, universe, or whatever. Every drop is pure and strong, vital and whole, and your heart beats in perfect rhythm with divine order.
I'm not as optimistic as you, Divine, I'm afraid. You know, I got sucked into the city.
You wouldn't want to try that, Chickpea. It might work.
Well, thing is, you know, I got sucked into the city and I never did manage to get out. And now I do have the chance to get out. You know,
I could say the same thing. I'm trapped out here in a little tiny village in a little tiny town in Benton, Maine. And, you know, oh, heaven forbid. But you know what? You could not pay me to move in town.
Yes,
to
you're
be
very,
in the suburbs. You could not pay me to be in an apartment. Even if someone said you can have this $500,000 a month apartment in town, I would say no.
Yes, Divine, you don't know how lucky you are that you got that somehow. You don't know how lucky you are, because I did try and move out when I was younger. But I'll tell you something. I think in the UK it's harder because UK is so tiny, and you know we're all sucked into cities because that's the way life is in the UK. But it's very hard once you're sucked into London. It's very hard to get out. It's like a trap, almost like a downward spiral you go into.
Well, remember, Chickpea, nothing here is perfect, okay? And even though it seems like my life is enviable, it's not.
No, I don't think that.
Yeah, I don't. This is very difficult work, okay?
Yes, I know.
I'm out here by myself doing it.
Yes,
and
I know.
Unless I have copious amounts of money, some projects have to be set aside until that money can be acquired within time and getting things done.
Yes.
And there's always a priority list of what needs to be done over what you desire to be done.
Yes.
I don't have any issue with the actual property itself, you know, outside of the house. I just need a robot to come and pick up all the sticks, and I'd be happy.
I do know. I do know.
So
living in the
mowing
country
the lawns, that's
easy.
not hard to do. That's so simple. I've got one of those like machines that just goes around in circles and do that. That's not an issue. My issue is when I desire to create a project that needs to be here, I have to make sure there's funding to be able to create it. And sometimes
Yes.
that doesn't always happen.
Yes.
Or it happens not within my time frame that I desire. So what I've been doing lately is I've been going through the house and taking out whatever it is I don't think should be here. In other words, anything that I am not using or does not have any value is going. And I've been doing that faithfully every single week for probably the last 6 to 8 weeks. And so what I'm creating is an eventuality would be only things that I need here and only what I use, which
Yeah.
means I'm a writer. I write a lot. And so that means eventually, not right now, eventually every notebook, and I have notebooks since I was a kid of things that I've written. Every notebook has to be burnt. Every piece of paper that has no meaning to anyone else has to be burnt.
Why are you burning it? Why don't you just throw it away?
No. I have a stove right here. It can be burnt.
Oh,
I
right,
don't.
okay.
I don't throw anything that anyone can get any information on me about.
All right. Okay.
It's super cautious, but hey, the wood stove is right there. Just throw it in.
Okay.
So that's just what I'm trying to create so that I'm not leaving a nightmare on Elm Street when I leave, because and also because of who I am, I don't want my thoughts that I put on paper for just anyone to read or know. It's none of their business.
See, that doesn't bother me. You see, I don't like. You know what? The system is monitoring my bank account, the DWP, because my brother told them blah blah blah. So they're monitoring my bank account. It doesn't even bother me anymore. I just don't give a poop anymore what they bloody know about me. I really don't care anymore.
Well, they're monitoring everyone, so you're not the only one.
Oh, I know, but I don't care. It doesn't bother me.
And as we speak, my phone is indicating that we are also being listened to.
Yeah.
So it's like, whatever, you guys. Fuck.
I tell you, monitoring my bank account must be so boring.
I don't give a shit either.
Amazon. Everything comes from Amazon. My whole life, my whole
And
flat
they're crooks too. So
yeah, I know. But you know what, Divine? I don't like it, but you know what? I don't give it. Whether I shop from, it's all corporations anyway. It's corporation A or corporation B. It's all corporations, and it is. Everything's owned by the corporation. Certainly where I live, there are no small furniture shops. There are no small anything. It's all.
We still have a lot of those. So
Yeah,
I made it a pact with myself that I would always try to engage with people who had small businesses for anything that I desired. And that seems to work better, especially when you are in contact with them and you're actually chatting with them, or you're in their shop or whatever. And you say, oh, I came here because this is a small business and I choose to support small business.
Yes, I know what you're saying, Divine, but where I live, everything that comes from the corporation, no matter what you buy, it's.
Yeah, you have a unique situation there that is undesirable on any level.
It is. It's not. It's central.
I always thought that area was progressive, but I guess it isn't. And that's probably because
it pretends to be progressive. But you go into a shop here, okay? You can guarantee that everything on the shelves, everything this, everything that, all comes from a corporation. So you may be going into a little shop, a little food shop, or a little coffee shop or something, but everything in that shop comes from the corporation.
Interesting.
So you may as well just buy it directly from the corporation, because at least you don't have to pay the middleman.
That's true too.
It's sad, brutal reality. It's sad, brutal reality. I even buy my pot plants from Tesco, the corporation, because if I go down the private little plant shop, I can guarantee that what they're selling also comes from some other corporation, because everything's corporatized. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, the corporation. Fascinating subject, the corporation. Fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
can't-
is.
Yeah.
Have you read the book? Very good.
I choose not to read books in this
All right.
moment. And that's been for the last 3, maybe 4 years. The
All right.
reason why is because they're just other people's opinions.
Yeah.
And I desire to move forward with my own opinions and not be
Right.
influenced by others. And
Okay.
the less you read, the less influenced you are.
Yes, that's true.
So that's how I'm running my operation right now.
Yeah. You're in a totally different position to me. Yeah. Because I'm surrounded by corporations. I've got the co-op just across the road from me, Tesco a couple of yards away. Argos and this and that, all these corporations. Surrounded. I don't even let it bother me anymore. It's where I live. Ooh-wee.
I'm gonna go. Take care.
Oh, bye, Marcus.
Bless you, hon. Get better soon.
Bye. Is he not
Thank
feeling well?
Yeah,
You're
I have a chest
feeling well.
infection.
What?
I have a chest infection and it's getting
Oh,
worse.
no. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, God. Get well soon.
No, it's not getting worse. It's getting better as you speak.
There we go. Yes.
Oh,
There you
God.
go.
Take care. Bye.
You too, dear.
Bye. Bye. Oh, wow.
Oh, brother. Yeah. You have to keep telling yourself, my blood is charged with divine vitality. Every corpuscle is filled with light, and I'm a strong, radiant, and alive. Every drop of my blood is charged with vitality. You're being strong, you're being healed, you're being filled with life.
Yeah. I'm afraid I don't. Yeah. I am. Yeah.
Every
Yeah,
cell.
I must show you. I must show you my little my naughty little tortie that I've got here. You must see this little girl. Look at this little madam.
Cutie
Can you
pie.
see her?
Yeah.
Yeah. Her name is Poppy. Poppy, Madam Poppy. Poppy, look at yourself, Pop.
The latest one that you just got that's been hanging around with your crew.
Yeah.
What'd you name him or her?
I've got. This is my newest edition. I've had for about 4 or 5 years, I guess. David is the latest. I got him last year for my 70th. Oh, God, you could see me on the thingy. I got him for my 70th birthday. Well, not for my birthday. What happened was he came into my life by saying just before my 70th birthday. But Poppy, she's a little madam. She is such a little madam. Typical calico. Yes, Poppy? Gorgeous, though. I love her to bits. Do love her. Yeah, I love you, Poppy. I love all of them. Yeah. So don't you miss having a cat, Divine?
I do, but all right, so I'm in the middle of a restoration. Okay, so I have 2 rooms left.
Yeah.
And the only 2 things in those rooms that need to be finished is the crown molding and the floors.
Yeah.
The person who was here to help me do those things was not on board for what I wanted to create for the crown molding.
Yeah.
So we decided to part ways so that we wouldn't have any not so good energy between the 2 of us. The other person that was supposed to be helping me with the floors came marching in one day and did over $200,000 worth of damage to my floors that were here.
Oh, lovely. That's just what you need.
So obviously he was dismissed. And so I'm thinking this summer the crown molding will get finished and the floors will get finished. Prayfully. Because those are the only 2 things left. We'll see. The only 2 rooms left are the living room and the kitchen. So
Yeah.
all the items from the living room are in the downstairs bedroom office space, and everything from the kitchen is into the dining room.
All right.
Okay, so I have no stove right now that's working. I
Oh,
have
well,
a
join the club.
toaster. I have a toaster oven and a 2-burner hot plate sort of thing. And so the refrigerator is out in the hall because that's one of the coldest rooms in the house. And so when you walk into the house, there's my wood stove, there's my stacks of wood that I'm burning,
All right.
and my water that has been gotten from the natural spring.
Yeah,
And
lucky
that's
you
basically
having that.
that's all that's in my kitchen. In my living room, I had to set up my bed because everything from the living room was in my bedroom.
All right.
I had to have a place to sleep where it was warm, and I need to keep an eye on the wood stove when I'm actually cooking, or if I'm burning wood. I have to keep an eye on it because sometimes it likes to do what it wants to do and not what it's supposed to do. Like I was sitting here last night and I was writing some stuff, and I look up and the room is full of smoke
Oh, lovely.
in the kitchen. And I'm like, why would that happen? Everything's all set. And all of a sudden the fire alarm goes off, and I'm like, damn it, something's off. For the life of me, I couldn't figure out what it was. I just opened it up, let it burn 15 minutes, and then I engaged it back again, and it was perfectly fine. So I don't know why it does that, but on occasion it just does what it wants
Yeah,
to.
life is like that, isn't it? It just glitches all by its little self.
Yeah, it's
Such a fun.
it just irritates. Just enough
Irritating.
to irritate.
It's very incredibly irritating.
And
Yes.
it was -1 here last night.
Oh, lovely.
So I'm not desiring that weather. We don't have that weather until usually January.
Yes.
And so we're getting that weather earlier than we ever have, and that doesn't, that's not setting well with me. I don't like it.
I tell you, the weather here in London's weird. I've never, ever, ever experienced such bleak days as we've had the past 2 days. Really, really weird sky. Ever so strange. Weird.
Yeah, it's an amazing time to be alive right now.
There's something odd going on,
Sure.
isn't there?
Yes, for sure. There's something out there going on.
Yeah, there's something not right. Definitely. Like, I've never ever seen such a strange sky in my whole life. as
All
what
the
I've had
more
past couple of days.
all the more reason to be as positive as you possibly can muster, because it's through that positivity that you'll create the change that we need here. To remain negative on every aspect all across the board is only going to keep everyone imprisoned in this control that they've created.
I know, yeah, I know. It's yes, it's yes. It's well, I try to be positive. I mean, I lead a very positive life. I've got lots of happy cats, lots of beautiful pot plants and things. My home is a very positive place. When people come in, they always say, "God, a nice vibe in here." I suppose it's all the cats and the pot plants, because they do raise the vibration.
Yeah, I don't think that your life would be near as happy if you didn't have all that.
No, oh good Lord, no. They're my 2 favourite things, cats and pot plants. I do love pot plants. No, I do. I love pot plants. I've always loved pot plants. Got loads of them. Absolutely loads of them. Yeah. They're quite hard work. You wouldn't think there'd be much work, but they're actually quite hard work to keep them looking beautiful. Because I do look after them.
Do you do something with them, or do you harvest it in such a way, or
do I do what with them?
Do you harvest it, or do you just grow them for something to do, or?
I just grow them for the sake of it.
Okay.
I just said just pot plants. Ivies, bromeliads, asparagus ferns, spider plants, just all different ones. Yes, got loads of them. And I grow them outside as well. I've got them hanging outside my flat all over the place. I mean, I'm the only person in my whole block that actually hangs plants outside. Because I always find if you see a block of flats, it's so grim and bleak. If people hung some pot plants outside, it wouldn't have made things look a lot better. But no. Let's keep it grey, brown. So I'm the only person that does it. No one else bothers. Nobody. Yeah. And there's daffodils coming up outside. So it's December. The daffodils have got buds on the stem. It's December. So something's very wrong. Have you seen that where you are?
No, it's gotten so severely cold. There's nothing that is thinking about growing unless it's inside.
It's really weird, but daffodils should not be growing in December.
No,
And
not usually.
actually, buds, yeah, they're, sort of over a foot high, and the buds are coming through.
They're usually early spring.
Yeah, exactly. It's
When-
very, very. I've never seen it before my whole life, and I've always had
Come to
daffodils.
think of it, my daffodils bloomed twice this year. That's
Yeah,
weird.
you see, this is what's happening here. It's the
Once
bloomers
in
of the
spring
second-
and just like sometime in autumn, I think it was.
Yeah, see, there's something not quite right. Shouldn't be happening. There's something not right.
Yeah, I
Very,
just
very
said goodbye
strange.
to like 4 Canadian geese last night. They were going the opposite way, so I'm like, I love you. Come
They're
back.
my favourite geese. I love Canadian. I think they are such gorgeous, gorgeous creatures. Canada. I love all geese, and I often feel pissed off with God because that asshole knows I love geese, but he's never given me the resources to have a couple of geese as pets because they're my favourite animal.
Where you are, could you have a couple?
No, not where I'm. That wouldn't be allowed. Because
Well, that's probably why you haven't been allowed to have any.
Yeah, it's all.
Once you create
criminal.
the space to have them, you'll have them.
Oh, I can't see this. Can't do that here. Well, unfortunately, for someone like me to have a space where I could have my own garden and everything would cost me best part of £500,000. That's how property prices are in the UK. You know what? I've been house hunting because I've inherited some money recently. And I've been sort of looking for, a flat on the south coast. It is almost impossible to get a leasehold property where you can have pets. Not allowed cats. Even though you own the property, you're not allowed to have any pets in it.
I couldn't live there. I couldn't
No,
live there.
I couldn't do it, no. Couldn't live there. And it's that I cannot find a property where I'm allowed to have my cats. So I suspect I'll be staying where I am because I'm allowed to have cats here. And this is property that one buys, pays £175,000 for. Because property in the UK is just insane, and that's how bad it's getting here. Absolutely mental. Yeah.
Wow.
So I suspect I'll be staying in the flat.
I can't imagine you could purchase something and then they take your power away by not allowing you to have animals. That doesn't even make any sense.
Oh, that's you. People think the UK is this lovely, lovely, divine, free country. That is rubbish. Yes, this happens with
because we fall underneath the perception of what is being told to us.
Yes, this is what you're being told.
The only way you have any difference is if you happen to know a chickpea there and they tell you the rest of the story.
Yeah. We have most UK property is leasehold. So the land that your house stands on, you may own the bricks and you don't own anything. You own a lease. You don't actually own anything. And if the leaseholder, the freeholder of that land says you can't have any pets for whatever reason they might have, it's illegal. And you could actually be evicted legally from a property that you bought because you've got pets. That's how bad it is here. And it's impossible to find anywhere. Literally, I've only come across a couple of properties where you can have a couple of pets. Yes, it's quite a grim thing. The whole leasehold thing in the UK, it is such a horrible medieval form of control. It's awful. Buying freehold property like what you have would cost millions in the UK. And I'm not exaggerating, millions. The
Wow.
property market here is a joke. It's terrifying. You know where I live? I live in a small block of flats, 500 square feet. The properties in this flat sell for £350,000. What do you make of that?
That's
Divide
amazing. That's totally amazing to me.
£350,000 for 500 square feet. Leasehold. It's only leasehold. 100-year lease.
Yeah, which means that you are able to live there, call it your own, but it's not really your own
No, at
because
all. No, it's a
you
scam.
can't
It's a
have,
lease.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a leasehold. It's wholly what you own is a lease which you can sell for.
So are you under,
100,000.
some sort of a, I don't know.
I'm a tenant here, but there are people who own their leasehold properties. Well,
Is
they
it because the Queen owns the land there?
Well, most of the land in this country belongs to the aristocracy. A lot of
I
London
thought so.
belongs.
So if that's the case, when that's finally dissipated, then you'll be able to own property. And that
It will never
I
happen.
was
That
I
will
was
never ever happen.
listening to a person talking on one of their channels. I don't really know the name of it. I'll have to come up with
Yeah.
that name for you at some point.
Yeah.
But they had a list of all of the buildings all
Yeah.
over the world that were going to be leveled.
Yeah.
And they were saying that there would be no more Buckingham Palace.
It will come one day.
And there would not be any more kings and queens and foolishness like that.
Yeah, well, I'd love to see it. Will that happen? I don't know. Will that happen? I don't know, because our world seems to be designed that way. You know, it's a pyramid. But with the whole thing in England, this whole leasehold thing is very, very medieval. But I think even in America it exists, because if you live in a block of flats, someone has to own the land by simple virtue of the fact that you cannot, I can't see how else it can be done. It's a weird thing, but where I live, 500 square foot costs £350,000. I mean, to me, it leaves me dumbfounded.
Well, that's the other thing here. Automatically, because my house is a little bit bigger than most people's.
Yes.
Because it's a colonial.
Yes.
The rooms are small, but the actual home is bigger looking.
Yes.
And they automatically think that just because I have a bigger looking house, that I am absolutely dripping with money. And that's not the case. So it's just a perception that some people have.
Yeah.
It's just like not all people who live in trailers are trailer trash,
No.
Same exact concept, but a different slant on it.
But in the UK, most of the land is owned by the aristocracy. It goes back hundreds upon hundreds of years. Half of London's owned by the Duke of Westminster. He's a billionaire about 50 times over. And most people live in leasehold properties. Even a lot of houses with a garden are still leasehold. It's really weird. It's very archaic. Ever so strange. And people actually make me die. People in these blocks, they say to me, I own my flat. They don't own anything. They own a lease. It makes me die. They don't even know the situation they're in. And they can actually still be evicted by the council. Granted, they'd have to be compensated. They can still be forced out of their home by the local authority if the local authority decides to do that. That's how bad it is. And they go, I own my flat. You say you don't own anything, actually. Well, you own a lease. They don't own any more than I own, and I'm a tenant. In fact, I've got more rights than they have, if truth be known.
They say we're going to not own a thing and love it.
Yes, I know. Oh, yeah, the Great Reset. Yes, it's going to happen. That is going to happen. And anyone says.
I don't see how that could be, but.
Yeah, what will happen is, I know what they're planning is they're going to keep increasing, because Donald Trump has now said that America is going to let people have 50-year mortgages. So by allowing that, property prices will rise because they'll be able to charge more because people got 50 years to pay it off in as opposed to 25 years. So they'll do that. Oh, yeah, it will happen. What's going to happen is the property market will eventually crash because, BlackRock wants to take everything over. Yeah, it will happen. I could see how it's going to happen. They'll do it with property. Because it's getting to be the point now, even in the UK, that it's all, they will do it. They'll just crash the whole lot and you will owe nothing. Because once you can no longer pay the interest on your debt, you're bankrupt and you owe nothing. It's all to do with BlackRock and Amazon, I suspect, as well as probably involved in all the others. Oh, they will do it. Yeah, the Great Reset. It will happen. You will own nothing and you will be happy. But most of us don't own anything anyway. We don't. So, it makes no difference. People think they own property. They don't actually own anything.
Obviously, some people don't even know what lease they're in when they're living where you are.
Yeah, they think they own the place. They don't own anything. It's very medieval. But that's how can it be any other way if all the land is owned by aristocrats? Do you know that 92% of the land of the UK is out of bounds to the public? 92%. And I'll tell you something, I've got a cousin of mine who's a pilot. And the land that is owned by the aristocracy is so private that no one's allowed to even fly over it. And I know it to be so because my cousin told me.
So they're hiding things there. That's all that is.
Or they don't want the truth to be known about the land. Most of that land is used for hunting and stuff, hunting animals and God knows what else they're doing. Yeah. So they put on this lovely, lovely glossy front, but it's not as lovely and glossy as people. I don't know what's going on with people.
They have their head in the sand and they don't want to know that they're being controlled.
For controlled, at least I know I'm being controlled. Well, we know we're being controlled. I've always known I'm controlled. I've always known it when I was a little girl, but they just don't. That's what I was saying about the zombie thing. They just don't know they're being controlled. I know I'm being controlled. No one needs to tell me. I mean.
So if we could catch ourselves making decisions out of fear and you choose not to, then you're cracking the code, which is what they don't want you to do. At that point, you'll be stepping out of your shame or whatever, because this whole system is teaching us to feel unworthy for being powerful and emotional, intuitive, and whatever, because they want to control all that.
Yeah. So
in order to reclaim your life, you have to step out of that in order to create something different. And when you do, things shift.
But it's I don't know. But people think they're free. I've always known I'm not free. I know I'm not free.
I think I've always known that, the world as one and different portions of it are either more free or less free than others. But I never attached myself to working for anyone else except myself.
Yeah, you see, you're lucky that you somehow or other managed.
So, when I was a kid, I think the first person I took as a client was a woman who had an artificial left leg, and I had never had a client that was missing a limb, but she had a prosthesis. But I was still concerned about what was going to be my job concerning that, and it turned out not being anything that was anything for me to fret about, because obviously she took care of that. But doing the type of work that I've been doing since I was a junior in high school.
Yeah. See, you're
It's a
lucky
long
you
time.
saw it.
And then in between, when I needed extra, to do extra things and, create extras for my two sons, I would work other jobs as well.
Mm.
So
Yeah, you saw.
sometimes
See, I
two,
never
sometimes
saw it.
three.
I never saw it, but then, like, I remember, I told you I was dragged up on a series of army camps. The British Army camp, British Army is really screwed up. Then I joined the Navy for a while, and I remember when I came to London, particularly the city of London, I thought, wow, this is the epitome of freedom. So I thought this. I'm so conditioned to the nonsense of army camps and everything that I saw the city as being free, and that's how screwed up I was. Because I tell you something, even the armed forces, I tell you, you have to experience it to believe it. Dangerous, terrifying.
The dad that brought me up was in the Army initially.
Yeah.
And then he married my mother. I was already born. And then he married my mother, and we were in the Air Force, and we restationed in California. And we were there for 5 or 6 years. 7 years, actually. 7 years going on 8. And they decided that they wanted to be divorced. So we were coming back here to Maine because my mother had family here. He also had family here, but he was supposed to stay in California because the state of California wasn't big enough for two of them, and the state of Maine wasn't big enough for the two of them either. So my dad was a very unique man, and he used to work at Raytheon, and he would tell me some stories about what they were working on and stuff, but I was supposed to keep confidential. So
Yeah.
And then at one point in my life, I dated a Navy SEAL, and that was fun. I enjoyed that.
I tell you, the armed forces, the people are really screwed up. Terrifying. It is terrifying. My stepfather, he didn't have a mind of his own. It's terrifying. And it's really, what scares me is because the day I do believe there'll be a third world war. And I know for a fact that the average squaddie will kill on demand, and they will. And I know it about them. I've been in the armed forces, spent 3.5 years in the Navy. I know it about them. I know yes, sir, no, sir. What shall I do next, sir? And I dread to think what's going to happen when the shit hits the fan. But yeah. But I never did break free. I worked for the city. I was a little corporate worker.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think there's going to be another war.
Don't you? I think there is.
No, I don't think so.
I think there will be. I
Mainly
don't think there'll be a
because
nuclear war. I think there's going to be, but I tell you something, because I tell you this much: when Iraq runs out of water, which is what's happening because the Euphrates is drying up, Iraq will attack Turkey, and when that happens, America will join in because it's all part of NATO, and all hell's
they ought to keep their
loose.
nose out of it.
Yeah, well, they will. They will join in. No, I'm afraid I don't share your optimism. Humans, our wars getting bigger and bigger as time goes on. It's only a matter of time before we have a real whopper. I believe we will have another world war. Yeah, I'm a pessimist like that, but I believe the Bible, and the Bible does say there's going to be a war such as the world has never seen before, and I think there will be. World War
I think
III.
it'll be just different than it has been before. If there were to be one, it would be different.
Well, I'm not as optimistic. I think there's going to be. I dread to think because I do.
Just have to sit in the sidelines and watch what happens. It's like a movie, anyways. The whole thing.
Yes, it's just a movie anyway. So because I believe that this world is run by a load of oligarchs right at the top of a pyramid. We don't even know who those 4 or 5 right at the top of the pyramid are, because there are people think Trump.
No,
is whatever.
it's not Trump.
Trump is just doing what he's bloody
He's
well
a
told
puppet.
to do. He's a puppet. in the
Mhm.
same way as Keir Starmer is, in the same way as all these thingies are. They're all puppets. You know, they're just doing as they're told, and so we don't know who's right at the top there.
Well,
But
that's
no,
somewhat the reason why some of the leaders that die in each one of their countries, the news about their death is usually held back for as long as they possibly can until they
Yeah.
have to tell everybody, and that's
Yeah.
so that coups don't happen and so forth. And that it also is so that it's just a lot easier on the country itself, so it won't get taken over.
Yeah.
But
But have
I
you
think
said,
the further away from the generations that are involved in wars and their offspring take over for them, if it is something that comes about like that,
yeah.
I don't think that the kids these days are wanting wars. I think they're just
Well,
wanting to like chillax and
yeah, I'm not. The thing is, I think the next wars, I don't think they'll be like the last two in that we have soldiers running around with guns. I think it'll probably be germ warfare, nuclear explosions, a few here and everywhere. I do believe it'll be another war, but I don't think it'll be like the Second World War, obviously, because we've moved on from there. We've moved on.
yeah, too many
But
things have changed.
it'll be mass. They'll, oh no, there's something horrible's going to happen. I personally believe it, but because humans, we've been killing each other since we left the Garden of Eden. We've been at each other's throats throughout history. It's ongoing. There hasn't been any peace since
I don't
the
think that
Second
was
World
our
War.
true nature. I think that was because of the control that we've had over us.
Well, yeah. Of course, we got no freedom. We are here to do as our masters tell us to do. Of course we are. We've got no thing at all. When push comes to shove, we haven't. It's sad, brutal reality. But we've been at each other's throats since Cain killed Abel. We'll be at each other's throats till there's no one left. Because that's the way it is. You're quite lucky in that you're living away. You're living a bit detached from it. But yeah, I'm not going to worry about. I just I don't know. I better not talk anymore in case I say something we're not allowed to say. But yeah. But I think there's going to be a lot of trouble in the Middle East, and I think it will spread. I do think it. It's really brewing over there. Yeah. And I know for a fact when Euphrates dries up, the Iraqis will attack Turkey. That's going to happen because of all the dams they've built. Because Turkey built all these dams that's stopping the water getting to Iraq. And so Iraq will eventually attack them for it. Yeah. Hopefully we'll be dead by then, Divine. Because I don't really want to see it. Yeah. But it's always been the same on this planet. It's nothing new. It hasn't. It's a fascinating subject. It is. Yeah. So anyway, how do you live? Don't you get lonely living without pets? Because I'd be really lonely without my cats. Whew. Divine.
Hello?
Hello. Yeah. Don't you get
Okay.
lonely without pets?
No, there's too much to do here. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
be
my
very
phone is
lonely.
getting so heated up, it's probably not even. If I do poop out, you'll know it's because my phone. I can't even touch my phone right now. I have it on ice.
Oh, dear me.
Yeah.
So can't you use a laptop?
Not out here.
Oh, wow.
I don't have a strong enough signal.
Signal. Oh, right. Oh,
yeah.
Yes, that I would find hard to live with because I must admit I'm totally dependent on my Chromebook.
Well, I prefer to
100%
be
dependent.
disconnected from it because I can't imagine what endless scrolling does to your brain.
Yes, I know. It's not good. It's
So.
not good. I've noticed that myself.
Try
It's
not to
good.
participate if I can help it.
Yes, you're very, very right, because I have noticed it in my own brain. Definitely noticed it. Yeah. It's not very good for one's brain power, and it definitely fucks up your concentration span. I've noticed it myself. Yeah. You know, I'm sitting in my bed. I've got 2 cats sitting under my knees. You know, they like to get under your knees when you're sitting in bed.
Yes.
Yeah, 2 little fluff balls laying there. They're adorable. They are lovely. Hey, babies. I do love them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be lost without them. I would be lost without them. Absolutely lost. Yeah. Hey, I'm sleeping. Everyone's asleep.
Yeah, I had my cat for 19 years.
Yes, I know.
And she was cremated, and she now has a place of honor between
I
me
know.
and my partner. When I'm finally pass away, she'll be between the 2 of us.
Yes. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Chickpea's buried outside. She's just outside my bedroom window. Chickpea lived for almost 20 years. Yeah. Chickpea. She was just a cute cat. Mind, all cats are cute. But Chickpea clawed away right into my soul. And I do worry about the fact that Chickpea could be at the tunnel of light. And I am very worried about it.
Remember, you want to see the person who created you, or not the person, the energy that created you rather than your cat. And
Yes,
then
I
you see
know.
your cat. Then you see your cat. And you can spend as much time with her at that point, too. If you meet her first, you won't be able to spend any time with her, I don't imagine. Because you're supposed to be doing what you're supposed to be doing, not what you want to be doing.
You know what scares you about this most, Divine? This is all very good if you have a nice, peaceful death. But say one has a very, very traumatic death and you die terribly traumatized.
Hon, it's all up to you.
Well,
remember, whatever your perception is what you're going to create. So if you think you're having a peaceful, passing, you will have a peaceful, passing.
But what if, say, someone decides to murder me, Divine? I won't be feeling very peaceful then.
Who's got that in mind?
Sorry?
Who would want you to be dead in a traumatic way?
Well, I have been threatened on the streets a couple of times here where I live. It's getting to be quite violent in London. Very it is. Twice now I've had men come up to me on the street where I live. Get out of my effing way, you bleeping blonde C.
Interesting.
Yes. Yeah. And you know what? I actually stood and held my ground. I don't know what gave me the courage to do it, but I held my ground. And eventually...
I don't think I would do that.
Yeah, I did. I held my ground.
Because it's almost like you're challenging them to off you.
Yes, I know. Yeah, I did challenge them. I'm like that, though. I can really, really become very strange. Yes, I just stood there. Granted, there's cameras all down where I live. Maybe they knew that, I don't know, but I just stood my ground. Yes, but I was terrified. And you know what? All the time slowed down. It was really weird. It was strange. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that would be wise to do next time.
Well, that's the way I am. It's the way I am. Yeah, I'm like that.
I think it takes a bigger person to walk away from that kind of sort of thing than it does to engage.
No, I stood my ground. I just stood there. Right, they stood right in front of me, and I just stood where I was standing, and they eventually sort of and walked around me. Yeah, I stood there. I'm like that. That's the way I am. I'm very if I don't want to do something, nothing will thingy that. I can be very, very yeah. I'm a bit extreme like that. It's the way I am.
Yeah, I'm a lover, not a fighter. I don't like engaging with people
Yeah, no, I will stand my ground. Yeah.
But if I have to, they don't want to see that side of me because if I have to, it's not fun. I guess it's because of all the times I never did.
Yeah. But yes, I understood
In other
that.
words, don't poke the bear. Not sure what you're going to create.
Yeah. Yeah, these men. Yeah, that's what's like. London's becoming like. When I first came to London, it used to be such a lovely, safe city. It was so safe here. Now it's no longer safe to walk on the pavement at 10 o'clock in the morning, and it's getting to be that bad. And it's not being talked about.
Yeah,
You
it's
don't
almost
hear
like they
anything
don't
on
want.
MSM. What?
It's almost like they don't want anyone to know that that's what's
Yeah,
going on.
it's not being talked about in MSM or anywhere else, but it is talked about on YouTube, and women do talk about it. But it's getting to be really. It used to be such a safe city. You could, and it was. I used to go down to the park and sunbathe in my tiny bikini. Nobody would bother me. Now I can't even go down the park and sit on a bench without being pestered. I'm 70 years old. That's how bad it's become. It's like it's gone completely insane. Yeah.
So where are all the police?
Police, they don't give a shit. You know what? A couple of years ago, this is the honest truth, going to find this hard to believe. I nearly got knocked over. This was when Chickpea was still alive. Oh, God, about 10, must have been 10 years ago now. I was walking down the pavement. The cyclist came, nearly knocked us over. And I just sort of said to him, "Oh, be careful," because I had Chickpea with me. We were on the way to the vet. So he said to me, "You should get out of my effing way, you effing C," because you hear that language a lot, where I live. And then he spat at me. And then he cycled off. So I phoned the police up and I said to them, a bloke just did this with the pavement. There's cameras. He also spat at me. Policeman said to me, "Did he threaten you with a knife?" So I said, "No." You know what they said to me? "Oh, well, that's all right then." And that was the end of that.
That's not all right.
I know it's not, but that's how bad things are in London now. That's how bad it's getting. London has gone completely mental. I don't know what stories you hear about London where you're living, but it's getting to be really bad here.
I don't think we hear much stories about London here unless we're actually on the internet or we're actually searching news or whatever.
Well, the only place you'll hear any truth is, on YouTube. There are a couple of channels who do talk about it. It's becoming very, very, yeah. It's changed a lot, but then so has all of Western Europe. Like many, many years ago, I told you I used to live in Holland, and many years ago, I also went to Belgium. And these countries were so pristine, you could have eaten off the pavement, because Holland
That's
and Belgium are
beautiful.
like that.
That would be a wonderful
such
place to be.
pristine countries. They now both look like rubbish tips. And they do, so does Berlin, so does Paris. None of it's being talked about. There's just not being talked about. I don't know what's going on anymore. But I don't think, I don't know what you hear about the UK. I suppose you hear a lot about the royals, yes?
I guess if you tune in.
Yes, lots of rubbish about the royals. But the royals.
I think you have to tune into some of those things in order to get that kind of feed too. I mean, I'm not engaging in any of it.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to get any quote news from across the pond because it's not what my interests are.
But there's a lot of it on, you hear a lot of stuff on YouTube about it is being discussed, especially on talk radio. They do discuss it, but nothing's being done. It's like, I don't know what's going on. I've got no idea. Like a mile down the road from me, there's a place called Canary Wharf, and there's always very, very expensive hotels. Place that costs £1,000 a night. All this sort of nonsense. They filled them all up with male asylum seekers, supposedly. These are fully grown men, no women, no children, no, hundreds upon hundreds of fully grown men from Middle East. And I tell you, there's going to be trouble.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right.
No, there's going to be trouble. and it's just down the road from me, a mile away. Terrifying.
Yeah, they're gearing up for something.
They're gearing up for something, yes. Most definitely. Yeah. Mind you, aren't things going a bit odd this way in parts of America like New York? I've heard about it.
I think New York is going to be infiltrated with people like what you just mentioned.
Yes,
And
see, it's happening there too.
Yeah, and they'll just have their little mini war there within the confines of
Yes.
New York.
Hooray, yeah.
I don't think it will expand past that because it wouldn't be allowed, but
Yeah.
I think that it's going to be one way to get rid of people that they don't want to be there.
Yes. Yeah. They're up to something. They're up to
Yeah.
something very, very profound. There's something very profound going on. And New York's now got a Muslim mayor, hasn't it?
I don't know. I don't stay up on it. I don't.
Yeah, they have. All those
Disconnected
men
from
in
all of that.
America, all those gorgeous men in America, no, let's do that. Mind you, same with Donald Trump. I mean, what a stupid old man. I mean, I cannot believe they use these old men. Why don't they have somebody a bit younger with a bit of zest and zoom? Some stupid old man.
I think that they're looking for intelligence, and you only have intelligence through life experience. You only have life experience if you've lived life. Half these people who haven't wouldn't have an answer, obviously. They wouldn't be able to quote prove anything because they don't even know that that's a possibility.
Yeah, but mind you, I don't like Donald Trump, so I would criticize him. I've never liked him even when he was young. Just don't like him. Give it the creeps. He really does.
The only thing I'm criticizing lately is my darn phone.
Yes, I bet you
that
are.
Thing does that. All it does is just sit there and it overheats.
Yes.
I can't touch it. Then I have to set it on ice. And sometimes someone can't hear me when I do that. So it's like, whatever.
Not dangerous.
It's irritating.
Bloody scary.
I guess I probably should meander myself in town and try to find someone who help me resolve the issue. But
well, I don't know what to suggest because I barely use my mobile phone. I've got it on airplane mode most of the time. You know what I do, Divine? I don't own any clocks at all. I don't know one single clock. And I keep my phone on airplane mode for 95% of the time. And I quite often don't answer my door if someone knocks on it. I completely just do what I want at any given time I want to do it.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point of you being alive at this point in time is to make sure you're living your authentic life and no one else's.
Yeah, it's a nice way to live, isn't it?
It is amazing.
Yeah, I love it. I do
it's an
like
amazing,
it.
beautiful way to live. Yes.
Yeah, it's very nice. Yeah, it's very nice.
I don't answer the phone when it rings.
Yeah, I just
unless it's someone that I want to speak to in that moment.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I'm not feeling it, I don't do it.
No, I just don't. Well, it's on airplane mode, so I'll deal with it when I feel like it. Yeah, because all my friends are dead, so no one important's going to phone me because they're all dead anyway.
It's funny. All my friends were younger than me, and they all died.
Yeah. Yes. Don't tell me about it. Don't tell me about it. I know. Dang. Yeah. Yes, I've got no one left now. There's nobody left. My parents are dead. Everyone's dead. I've outlived everyone. It's funny. I wouldn't have thought I would have done, but
yeah, my partner died at 57. My best friend died at 55.
Yeah, people die. People die young, don't they?
And then another friend of mine died at 50.
Yeah.
She called me up out of the blue one day and says, I'm going to be passing away. And I just went, what? She goes, yeah. And I went, or not. And she goes, no, I am. And I didn't know what to say to her. I don't know what she was looking for.
Yeah.
So I just allowed her to speak, and then I just responded as she spoke, and that was it at the end of conversation. And I never heard from her again.
Wow.
I was like, she must. Well, she was an intuitive, so
Yeah,
she obviously knew when she was going to go. I mean, I'm
yeah.
not even quite sure why anyone would choose to go before they were supposed to, but I mean, some people do. It's none of my business, but I'm going to stay here as long as I possibly can to irritate everybody.
I just stay here for my cats. I do. Just stick around
Well,
for them.
I have wild animals here that I love,
Yeah,
and I
lucky
I
you.
like keeping an eye out for and making sure that they have, you know,
Yeah,
signs up that say that you're not supposed to be, shooting guns on my property and so forth and
yes.
so forth.
Terrible
So
people
yeah, I
do that.
mean, I in some sort of way, I like to feel that I'm actually here for, to
Yeah,
keep an eye on them, I guess.
yeah,
So
precisely. Yeah,
I
I
wouldn't,
feed a flock. Yeah.
I don't want anyone to hurt them.
No, precisely. I
And
don't
I'm
like to
always
see
saying to
people hurt
them,
animals.
if you stay on the left-hand side of the road instead of the right-hand side of the road, you're not going to have any issues because you're protected here.
Yeah, yeah. Lucky you. You must get deer then,
Oh yeah,
haven't you?
the last
Oh,
bunch I had, there were about 6,
oh.
and then 3 or 4 of them went further into the woods and out, which goes out into a field. And one of them stopped, and he kind of looked at me, and I
Oh,
said, you're safe here, and if you stay on this side of the road, you won't get hurt.
yeah,
When you're on the other side of the road, I don't have any, way of protecting you because you're over there in a place that's still mine, still my property. But people like to go there because they know that I can't keep an eye on it because it's so far down a ravine that,
yeah.
they access it from further down the road.
Mm-hmm.
So he was sitting there and I kept saying to him, I love you. I'm going to take care and protect you. So you may as well just stay here on this side. And then all of a sudden, he looked at me, his tail goes up, and he turned to the direction that I told him to go.
Gorgeous. Because they're beautiful creatures, aren't they?
Oh, they are. I mean, I don't
But
see
yeah, I
how
don't think
you could even kill them.
I just don't understand.
how.
I just
I don't
don't
see how.
understand. No.
I mean, I guess if you have to have food,
With
I
people that
guess,
desperate.
but they can go hunt them on someone else's property, not on mine.
No, sorry, well, you know how I feel about all that, but no, I think they are the most gorgeous, gorgeous creatures.
I think my next favorite creatures besides cats would be tigers and birds.
Yes, yes. I feed a load of birds. I get a load of pigeons coming here and crows when I feed them. Yeah.
I have a lot of eagles here.
Lucky you. They are such gorgeous things. I love all animals. I do.
They tend to hang around because they know that they're protected. They know that no one can get up.
Animals, eagles. All animals are beautiful. I think it's us humans. I don't know what's happened in nature that all animals are beautiful. I can't say the same about all humans. I can't say that, unfortunately. And you know what else? My 7 cats get on so well together. They never argue, bicker, nothing. I'd like to see 7 humans not argue and bicker.
That would be refreshing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, wouldn't it just? They are so kind to each other, my cats. They're never nasty to each other at all, ever. And like I feed this flock of pigeons. And the pigeons, they are so sweet towards each other. No nastiness, no nothing. I'd like to see humans behave like that.
That'd be amazing.
Yes. Yeah. I like pigeons. They're very sweet creatures. Dear little things. And I get people moaning about it. She's feeding the pigeons again. She's feeding the vermin. Make me sick. Yeah.
Funny. It's funny how what people think is their business.
Yeah.
It really isn't their business, but it's funny what they make their business.
Yeah. And I wouldn't mind if I do it early in the morning. I put out food for them at 5 o'clock in the morning. I actually set my alarm to go and put the food out so that they eat it as soon as the light comes up, you know.
Mhm.
So it's not as I do it in the middle of the day, but they still moan. Moan. Yeah.
Those people must have very
Very,
sad
very,
lives.
yes. Don't tell me about it. Don't tell me about it. I know. It's like I did in this block. There's 20 flats. I'm the only person that bothers to hang pot plants and everything outside the front door. The only person. Nobody bothers.
Hmm.
And it looks really bleak and grim. It does. Yeah.
I guess some people don't really care what their surroundings are. They're just doing the best they can to plod along.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. But I think it's important to have a few flowers growing and things and some plants growing. You know, it pretties the place up a little bit and it doesn't cost anything. Well, it costs a couple of pounds. It's hardly price of a cup of coffee. You know? Yeah.
The neighbor's house is probably almost a football field away from me.
Wow, you lucky thing.
Okay, so, but the only reason why she's that close is because we used to own that house. This house came first,
Yeah.
and then the past owner that owned this house before us was a tavern owner,
Mhm.
and he moved his family to that home after he built it, and that
Yeah.
was their home that they lived in. That's the only reason why it's so close. Otherwise than that, we wouldn't have anybody beside us.
You lucky devil.
But she has a tendency, which I wasn't aware of until my partner said something to me. He goes, "Watch out. She likes to wear binoculars."
Yeah.
And I said, "She does?" And he goes, "Yeah." And I went, "Well, I'll fix that." So I had a man come over and put dark tint on my greenhouse
Yeah.
so that she couldn't look in.
Yeah.
You can see out, but she can't look in
Yeah.
as long as I keep my lights dimmed.
Yeah.
And there's still sunlight that comes from the top down, so I didn't
Yeah.
undo what my greenhouse is actually doing. And I've had no issues with her ever since. And I said to the man, I says, "You know, if she continues, I'll darken every house on the lower level, because this is a 3-story building."
Mm-hmm.
And I says, "I'll just darken every window from the top down if she continues with her binoculars here." And he just kind of looked at me like, "You would, wouldn't you?" I said, "Yeah, especially the north side. That's the side that she's
Weird
on."
female. Weird.
Yeah, I should say so.
Yeah, weird thing to do.
I am no longer her favorite neighbor because I did not get jabbed, I guess you could call that.
She lives a football field away. She's worried about a jab. Fuck
Yep.
it. Jesus wept. Some really screwed up people. Because I'm sorry, Divine. I know I'm very pessimistic, but I find people are really screwed up.
Yeah, she is. From what I can gather, I guess everybody is. I didn't know that, but that's what they say.
Some really screwed up people about. I tell you. I like I said about the whole, when I said zombie, maybe I was using the wrong word, but I remember, someone said I'd go somewhere and I'd look around and I think, are they all in a trance or something? Weird. But apparently 80% of people are, I can't remember what the words were that I read, but it's like, I don't know, it's like they're in a trance, certainly where I live, bloody trance.
Well, isn't that because that they're overly medicated, or?
Well, I'm overly medicated, but yeah, I have to be medicated.
A consciously overly medicated person?
Sorry?
I said you're consciously aware, overly
I'm
medicated.
constantly aware of the fact I'm over medicated. Of course, I'm aware of I have to be medicated in order to stand it. Honestly, because I've always been depressed, and my immune system really does play up in my unconscious mind is causing it, and I know it is. It's my
Well,
unconscious mind doing it.
I think if you were younger, you'd have a different outlook.
No, I wouldn't.
You've had the same one for so long that, you know, you may as well
I've
just
always
stay
had
with
a
it.
very, very pessimistic.
It's almost like you identify with it on some sort of level.
I've
And to
had a
change it now would
pessimistic.
be like traumatic.
I mean, I remember when I was 7 years old and my mother was pregnant with my brother. And I couldn't understand why my mother was doing it to herself, because I knew it was self-inflicted somehow. And I didn't know. And I couldn't understand why she wanted to bring another being into this place. It's always been there. I've always been like this. It's nothing new. I've always looked at the world. And I know when I was 11 years old, I was sent to an army boarding school. And I noticed a difference in myself to the other girls in the mornings. I'd be all right. As the day wore on, I would become more and more like them. But in the mornings, like I was a totally different human being to them. And I really noticed it in myself. Weird. I've always been like, I've always looked at this world with I've got a very strange take on it. And I don't go around hating people. I've never struck anyone in my life. They've struck me first. I've never hit out at anyone. I don't go around doing horrible things. I don't steal from people. But I find it a very strange place, which is probably why I hide away with.
Yeah, it's kind of like there are certain people who are the recipient of people who can't seem to keep it together, and then there's ones who have so much self-restraint that they just wouldn't even think of doing any of those things that most people do to each other.
Yeah, so I find
it doesn't even make sense to me. It's like, why would you strike someone when there wasn't a need to?
Yeah.
Or just because, quote, you felt like it. I mean,
what is the matter with human beings?
It doesn't make sense.
It wouldn't enter my head to strike out. It wouldn't even occur to me. I've been struck, and if somebody hits me, I will hit them back. And I bite as well. Once I bit this man's face, right? He attacked me and I bit his face, and he spent the next 3 months walking around with all medication thingies on his face. I gave him a good bite. Well, I will fight back, but I find people, I don't know, I just don't understand it. It's so violent. It would enter my head to strike someone. It wouldn't even occur to me. It would never, ever occur to me, even as a little
I wouldn't
girl.
either. I would never even think of it.
They do it to me.
I've been
then
hit
I will
before.
fight back. Huh?
I've been hit before.
Yeah, I have. I've had a man broke my left hand.
Yeah, I was tiny though. I mean, I didn't have any self-defense mechanism.
Yeah.
I didn't know that that's what you were supposed to do. So yeah, it's amazing when you're younger what you allow.
Yeah, but when I was in my early 20s, a man broke my left hand. That's how bad things are. Yeah. People are not nice. You know, it's especially if you, I don't know. I seem to attract it like a bloody magnet. What I do. You know, it's probably why I keep myself to myself nowadays. Because I do seem to attract negative attention. I think because I'm small, you know, I'm quite
because
tall.
they mistake your kindness for weakness. That's why.
Yeah. And I'm small. I'm easy to bully. Yeah. Because I think that makes a difference too. But yeah, I don't know. I don't want to make of anything anymore. You know, I'm just glad that I can just block it all out. Just, no clocks, no phone. Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely does make it a lot easier when you have your own mindset and do what you want to do when you want to do it.
I want to do. Just
because the phone is there doesn't mean you have to ring it. Just because you have organs to have children doesn't mean you have to use them, you know.
I'm so glad I never had children.
Just because you have the parts doesn't mean you need to have them.
No. I tell you, Divine, I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, but I'm so glad I never had children. I really, really am glad. I look at the world now and I'm so thankful that I never had any. And I'm really glad that I had that foresight to not do it. Plus, it's so bad for your stomach muscles, aren't they? You know?
I don't know. I was told at a very young age, when I was about 8 years old, that I was going to have 2 sons, and I had their
Really?
names and everything. And I knew I did not want to be married.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, I was just going to have 2 sons, and I was going to be a single parent, basically, is what I thought
Yeah.
it was going to be. And
Hmm.
he decided that he was going to be a Joe Jerk and try to kill the only thing that I ever loved was my 2 sons, and he was going to try to kill me in front of them.
Bloody hell.
And
It sounds lovely.
not really.
Your,
And so
your
I
life's
made
madder
sure
than mine.
I made sure that that didn't happen. So
Jesus.
me and my 2 sons left, and that was the end of it. They never saw him again, even though he lived in the same state. He just, and they weren't your average kids. They weren't your average boys. They were very well behaved. They give back to their community. They have really wonderful jobs that they inspire others. You know, they're good kids.
Good.
Well, they're older now, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, they were brought up correctly,
Yeah.
and that was because of me. I know that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I
And
think if
we've
your
talked
boy,
about subjects before. You know, I'd ask him, you know, if you could do it all over again, would you have wanted to be here? And they all still say yes, they'd want to be here. Whereas I say, the more I get older and everything, I don't know, even if I was told that I was going to have 2 sons, if I would have preferred to have it that way.
yeah,
And I think that's only because as I've gotten older, life isn't cracked up what they say it is.
mm,
So I've gotten older as you get older and you live life experience, you make different changes and you make different modifications to what you think
yeah,
about and how you think about things through your experiences. And I
yeah.
don't think I would have sons if I were to know that same exact information now.
So who told you that? A clairvoyant?
Yes.
Oh right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've always had that gift. So hasn't certain people within our family have always been that way as well.
I want to see it. You know, I think I told you I've been trying to get to see a clairvoyant, but I can't. Nobody will give me a reading because of my age, I suppose.
I don't understand that. We don't have that restriction here. That it doesn't even make any sense to me. I mean, people of
Well,
all ages go to, you know, clairvoyants, or
yeah,
they call them, or they have like an online reading with them. It doesn't
yeah,
matter how old you are here.
yeah. I can't get a reading because I'm
So
still
if you
toying
turned on your phone and you called someone from there, you know, to someone here, you still couldn't. If someone's monitoring your phone, you wouldn't be able to.
Well, I've just been phoning people in the UK, London.
Oh, okay, that's why then.
You know, but it's very, very hard to get. You know, I've noticed I can't get a reading. There was a time you could get as many bloody readings as you wanted. You know, they were all suing you for the business, but I just can't get a reading because I'm, you know, I toying. Like I said, I'm toying the idea of moving. Should I move or should I stay? I just don't know what to do for the best.
Yeah, that can be done by someone who does astrocartography, which is they use your sign and all of the information that you have, that you share with them, to make a decision as to whereabouts that you will be the most prosperous in the new place that you desire to live.
Yeah, because you know, I'm thinking about shall I, shan't I, shall I, shan't I don't know. So like I said, it's very hard for me to find anyone because of all the cats, but should I keep looking or should I just give up? I don't know what to do.
They say all the answers are within, so.
Well, yeah. Well, that was true divine. How come I made so many mistakes in my life? Or have I? I don't even know.
Well, because those were life experiences you had to experience in order to become the chickpea that's sitting here in front of us today,
Yeah.
right? I mean, can you
Drugged up to
imagine
half
how
past
different you would have been if you not had all those wonderful experiences or even not so wonderful experiences? So, yeah.
I haven't had a hard life. It's just I've had a painful life. I've suffered a lot of pain past 30 years, although it does seem to be easing off now that I'm getting old. I suppose my body hasn't got the strength anymore.
Well, you need to keep telling your body it does have the strength anymore, because you'll have a better life towards the end of it. It won't be so, as you would say, suffering, if you keep telling yourself that that your life is going to be absolutely spectacular until the minute that you draw your last breath. And that's exactly what you'll create, because when you create the thought that you're trying to create,
yeah, I know what you're
pretty
saying.
much
Yeah.
follows what you're trying to do, because that's your desire.
Mm.
Like I was saying, it's my desire to stay alive to make everyone miserable. It's kind of a running joke. Even my grandchildren say that, Grandma, you're probably going to outlive us too. Because everyone believes me that I say that I'm going to live forever just to torture everybody.
I have been told by doctors I'm going to be here for a long time yet. Apparently, I've got the heart of a young person. I've got a very, very strong heart, apparently.
Yeah, that comes with
a heart to die for, huh?
Yeah, that just comes with inner strength and resolve and taking care of yourself and being a vegan, and it all goes together.
Yeah, but I was told by a heart specialist I've got a heart to die for. I'm going to be here for a long time yet, which is so strange, because if it wasn't, the only thing keep me going is the silly cats. The only reason why I stick around is for them. But, my love for them keeps me alive. Because cats are my favorite life form. I've always been. And you know what? When I was a little girl, I always knew that my life would be like this. I'd be a little old cat lady. Even when I was young, I already knew.
Yeah, my thing has been tigers. Oh my, I love. Ever since I was a kid, I've always taken care of tigers. So I used to send all my little change that I would save up to this Save the Tigers program over in, I think it was in Tibet or something like that. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I used to love to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I give money to cat charities and stuff. Yeah. They're the only money. I don't give anything to human charities at all, just to animal welfare groups. Yeah. That makes me a bad person. Too bad.
Animals are nice.
Yeah, I do. I prefer animals. I have a love for them. I don't have for people, and I do. I admit it. I seem to. My love for them is unconditional, whereas my love for people is conditional, and it is. I'm not a parent, so when you're a parent, you have to love your children unconditionally. But
no, not necessarily. Not anymore, according to some.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's not very nice. If you bring a child into the world, you are responsible for that child.
Yeah, well, that isn't how it always goes.
That's not nice.
Nope. Without naming any names, I know specifically a person that actually, she used to beat up her son. And her son didn't dare to tell anyone because he was afraid that she would continue.
My mother was like that with me.
And I was like, interesting. And I wasn't told anything about it, that it was happening either, until after the fact, and they moved out of the place where they used to live.
You wouldn't know. I never told anyone.
I used to tell people all the time. Back then, I guess they didn't care as much about it as they do now.
No, Mother used to beat me up a lot. It's only recently I started to actually forgive her. I've let it go. It's taken all this time.
Yeah, my mother tried to kill me about 4 or 5 times. And one time was extremely desperate. And I think I was sitting there in the kitchen bleeding for about a
Lovely.
good 2 hours or so. And finally I looked at her very matter-of-factly and I says, look, as I see this, you have only one choice. And that is to get me to the hospital and get this righted around. I says, otherwise they'll be coming in here and hauling your butt off to the local penitentiary, and you'll be there for eons of time. And then the kids will be with CPS and chain reaction. And she goes, well, I'll bring you to the hospital if you don't tell them.
Jesus
And I
Christ,
said,
I didn't know.
fine. So I lied in order to get there. And so he said, so how did this happen? And then I gave him some fake story and he just kind of looked at me like, mm-hmm. He knew I was fibbing.
I don't know.
But he said to my mother, he said, I want her overnight. I don't want her home. I want her here overnight. I want to watch her. So he had a battery of tests done for me and comes in the room before he leaves that day and says, we've just done a battery of tests and we're going to do some more tomorrow. But from what I preliminary can see is you have pernicious anemia and you also have hemophilia.
Oh, lovely.
And I was like, that's not a good combination. And I just sat there and I listened to him and he goes, but we're going to do some more testing tomorrow morning and I'll come back with some more results and tell you, what I think is going on. So he leaves and I'm sitting there and all of a sudden these 2 little old ladies come into my room. And mind you, my mother's sitting in the chair right beside my bed and she says she
lovely.
didn't see it. But they came in my room and they did an energy work on me. And then they left. And I thought she saw them, but she said she didn't. I'm like, okay. I said, did you see those 2 little old ladies? She goes, no. I go, well, they came right in the room. She goes, what were they doing? I says, they were just holding their hands above my physical body. And she goes, I doubt it. She just didn't believe me. So they, like I said, they left and I fell asleep and the next day comes and the doctor looks at all the testing he does. He comes back in and he goes, I don't even know what to say to you. I have absolutely no idea what to say to you except what I perceive is what I think happened. He says, and from what I can see that just happened is you have just experienced a miracle. Because I'm looking at all of your tests today and there's absolutely nothing wrong with you.
That's weird.
And
isn't
I
it?
looked at him and I says, it must have been because of what those 2 little old ladies did. And he goes, what? And I go, yes, they were 2 little old ladies. And I gave him the whole spiel and told him everything about them, how they dressed and so forth and so on. And he says, I do not know how they would have been able to come into the hospital at that point in time because, there's no visitors allowed on the floors at that time. I says, well, from what I could see, they weren't visitors, they were healers.
All
And
right.
he goes, well, you've experienced a miracle.
That was
And
lucky, wasn't it?
Yeah, if those people were here, then they're probably the reason why. I never
Wow.
had any issues after that. On occasion, I'll get a bout of anemia, but that's because I'm, most likely probably overdoing or something like that.
Yeah.
But I've since learned that there's an herb called yellow dock, and within days you take that and you don't have the issue anymore.
All right.
So
Mm.
that seems to work really well.
Yeah, they do work, herbs. I've noticed.
Oh, yes.
Oh, they work. And Big Pharma is keeping it all well and truly covered up, I've noticed. And the doctors don't want to know. You know what they're doing in... Should I tell you something else? really is making me sick. I don't know if you know or not, but green energy produces nickel into the air.
Yes.
Oh, you know. Because I'm allergic to nickel and I start having terrible asthma attacks. Asthma attacks, I'm collapsing on the street and having to be carried home by people. When I discussed it, they don't want to know. It's all being denied that there's nickel in the air.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
It's all been denied. They're giving me steroid sprays, which work, but I've noticed the whole nickel thing, even on the internet, it's all been sort of removed. Have you noticed it too?
No, I hadn't noticed that part. But then
Yeah.
again, I wouldn't have. Like, I'm allergic to a litany of different things, but
Yeah.
they're not the typical things that most people are allergic to.
But the whole nickel thing, I tell you something, if you're allergic to nickel, it can kill you. Now the air. And it's not being talked about.
That's not good.
No, it's not good, is it? But then I suppose it's a good way of killing some of us off. Because I don't care anyone says they want to get the population down to 500 million. I think they will do it.
Well, I think they'll give it a good college try, but I don't think it'll happen.
I think they'll do it.
I don't think so.
Don't
I think you have to have the mindset that that's what's going to be. I mean, you just, I don't know. It just doesn't seem.
No, they'll do it. If you've got what it takes to become a multi-billionaire, you've got what it takes to do a lot of things. Oh, I think they'll do it. They have to, because if they don't, they won't survive. Because if we, us humans, carry on the way we are, we're going to render ourselves obsolete because it's so polluted now. You know, I mean, it's a lot more. I mean, I remember when I was young, the air didn't stink like it does nowadays. I mean, you probably won't notice much where you live, but here in London, the air smells of chemicals. It's disgusting.
Well, I remember a time when we were younger that when you used to go down the interstate, that you couldn't even see the other side of the traffic going the other way because there were so many trees in the median in between.
Yes.
And Maine is loved for their trees.
Mm-hmm.
And the more trees we have, the better our air is.
Well, of course.
Well, they've taken upon themselves, in the last 5 to 6 years, to clear up the medians. There are absolutely no trees in the median as much as they used to be. And then all the exits were cleared up too. So they've taken a significant amount of our trees down in order to accomplish that on the interstate. And I keep saying, they have to stop cutting trees, because if they continue, we're not even going to have the air that we've always had. The clean, fresh air we've always had is not even going to be here for us now.
Yes.
But
because I think that's how they'll do it. They'll bloody well choke us to death. And I think they will do it because they have to a certain degree. Because if our numbers keep increasing, we're going to completely trash the planet. We've already trashed it, but we'll really trash it. And no, I think they will do it. I think that those clever guys in Watch Me Flip, Mark Zuckerberg, all that little crowd, they will take over. And I think they will. And have you seen? Do you know that they're all building nuclear shelters in places like New Zealand and stuff?
I don't think it's going to be very useful for them.
Why not?
Well, I don't think we're going to have another war of that.
Don't you? Oh well, I think we will. I think we will. Don't forget, the people at the top of the pyramid are people we don't even see. We don't even know who they are. We're just pawns in a game of chess. We are. Sad, but
that I believe.
Huh?
That I believe.
Yeah, we're just pawns in a game of chess.
But I don't think that all of us are engaging.
No, but most of us are. We are the minority. And are we? Well, I'm not. I'm caught up in it all. You maybe not be, but I'm caught up in it in the same way as everybody else is. You know, when the tipping starts, it'll be do or die for me. You'll be okay because you're living in an area where you can, yeah, you'll probably be able to get away with it because you've got your own water for a start. But I'm completely caught up with the whole city, the whole system, completely caught up in it. There's no escape for me because I don't have the resources to escape. And so, yeah, but at least I know it. And my plans are I won't be getting chipped or whatever, and I'll just sit on the street and watch the show. I'll just stop eating.
There won't be anything worthy to eat at some point if you're that's what you're creating.
It will happen. I truly believe. Yeah, I don't have your optimism. I think we've got us humans got a horrible, horrible history. We're always killing each other. We're always up to bloody something. We've had 80 good years, and I think the 80 good years are coming to an end. I'm a miserable old bag. Have you ever read about Victorian England, what used to go on in this country during the Victorian times? It's an absolute horror story.
I actually have this thing about I love watching old movies like that. But you have
Yes.
to remember those are movies. Movies are
They're movies, my
entertainment. They're
dear.
not truths.
They're
They're
not
not based upon truths.
That's,
So this just entertainment purposes
Yeah.
only as far
There
as
were
that
years
goes.
of
But
the
I've always
book.
had this thing for older,
Yeah, it's a horror story.
yeah.
And this was in England, an absolute horror story. Children were dying on the streets in England, in London. This was only all that many years ago. No, yeah. No, there's been 80 good years. We've been lucky. We have. I've never known a day's hunger. I've never known what it's like to go without hot water. Well, I did actually do in 1976, but it's only for a few months. No hardship at all, really.
So you've actually been blessed 90% of your life, 95%. Yeah,
Yes.
that's a good thing.
Yes.
Then you've lived a good life and you can't complain, right?
No, not really. No. No, I can't really. I'm a grumpy little ingrate, but I look around. I guess I just don't like being alive very much. I think that's the brutal truth of it all.
If you could have your life more to the point of where you desired it to be, do you think that you could create the happiness that you wanted?
You know what?
In other words, if you had limited money, unlimited funding, you had unlimited permissions to do whatever you chose to do, whenever that was or whatever that was, you think that you grumpiness would go away?
You know what? My biggest sorrow in life is that I never, ever, ever fell in love like you did.
Never I was blessed with that. I mean,
yes.
And if there was one thing that I could say that was I know love in a way that no one else has ever experienced.
Yes. Well, that's my biggest sorrow.
Yeah.
That's my biggest whole thing with life. I just find at the end of the day, that's my biggest sorrow. I didn't achieve it for one reason or another. And I'm also the veganism, of course. I'm quite a radical vegan and I am totally opposed, but no, it's another subject. But the fact that I never, ever found that love just didn't happen. And yes,
it's rare. That's for sure.
Yes, it's rare.
Not everyone has the opportunity to experience it.
Yes. Yes, I never found it, and it has saddened me.
Did I ever tell you that I almost botched that?
No, not really.
Okay, I was working in the hospital at that point. I was working 2 different positions in the hospital, and I was taking care of his father, and he wasn't eating. He was choosing not to eat, and so they were concerned about it. And so I went into his room and I said, "Hey, mister," I can't tell you the name because he was one of my clients.
Yeah.
And he says, "Yeah." And I says, "Do you want to get out of here?" And he said, "Yeah." And I says, "Well, from what I gather, the only way that you can get out of here is if you eat. I said, so in order for you to be able to take the steps to get out of here, you have to eat. I says, remember that. And not only do you have to eat, but you'll also have to prove that your system is taking care of itself. And you have to be steady on your feet, drinking plenty of water in order to get yourself out. So he says, okay, well, he ate that evening and it was no issues at all after that, because in his head, he was thinking, I gotta get out of here.
Mm.
So Clint comes in the room and he's like, oh my goodness, I hear you help my father get eating and everything. And I said, I just appealed to his sense of, wanting to move forward. And he goes, oh, that's amazing. And I'm like, yeah, it's just part of my job. That's all. And I just left the room. And then he kept chasing me and kept chasing me and kept asking me to go on a date. And I said, no, I don't have time, sir. I said, I've got 2 sons. I'm working 3 different jobs. I'm also doing jury duty. I don't have time for this. And he kept persisting. I mean, he wouldn't stop. And so finally I sat there and I says, I'm wondering if I just get it over with, then, he can move on with his life and not be so stuck with the imagination that he thinks, we're like the perfect persons or whatever. So I approached him the next day and I said, after some careful thinking, I've decided that we could have one date. It has to be during the day. And we'll perhaps try to do it as soon as possible, because then you can go on with your life and be happy, because you're going to realize that I'm not, your cup of tea after all, and everything will be fine. And he goes, okay. So I think it was like a few days later, we go on a date. And my father used to tell me things. He used to say things like, the person you're going to meet is going to say certain things to you. And by those certain things, you will know if he's the one. And I said, okay. And so then I sat down and I got a message in my ear, loud and clear, loud and clear. This is the man of your dreams. And if you botch this up, you'll regret it your whole life. Well, as that was being said to me in my ear, Clint was sitting there saying all the things that my father said he was going to say.
All right.
I
Wow.
couldn't believe it. And I'm just sitting there going, oh dear, how do I handle this? So
Wow.
after the lunch date was over, he said, will I be allowed to have another lunch date with you? And I looked at him and I smiled and I said, try not having another chance to have a lunch date with me. I says, because I've been told that you're the person that I should probably
Wow.
try to start a relationship with and figure things out with, and we'll go from there. I says, we'll take one day at a time. And then we met a few days later and we negotiated every aspect of our relationship. What we were going to both do was for chores, who was going to do what, how it was going to be done, da-da-da. We all stuck to our guns as far as all that stuff goes, and we got along perfectly fine because everything was pre-negotiated. Because I wasn't going to be roped into being a Cinderella for anyone, because that's just not who I am.
Mm.
And he had to realize that that wasn't an option. And he always treated me with honor and respect in front of my sons. Never once did we ever, he never stayed over my home, or I never stayed over at his home until after we had made the commitment that we were going to be a couple.
Mm.
And he, I just told him, I says, it's important for me to make sure that my sons are brought up properly, for them to realize that my door is not a revolving door and I don't change my boyfriends like my underwear. I said, absolutely not. I said, it's imperative for me to make sure that
Yeah.
they grow up to be balanced and realize that, there are certain ways to court a woman and there's certain ways not to.
Mm.
And so he was on board to create that for them too. And they became very, very close to him, and he treated them just like they were his.
Oh, wow.
Always, from the day right from the day one. No issues at all. But he was
Wow.
very easy to like too. He was very jovial, made you laugh. I mean, he was just what a character. What a character. Everyone loved him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I don't think there's one person out there that did not like him. If you
Right,
could
lucky
find that
you.
person, it would be because he would fall for some of your games that you played, so he'd just ignore you.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
yeah, he was,
never happened for me.
we had romantic vacations, mostly in Canada. That's why Canada is one of my favorite places to be. It's just a very romantic city. And there's so much fun. We would go up there and we would change our names to be something different than what we were here. So that no one would know, I don't know, it was some quirky thing that I did not want anybody to know my real name
Hmm.
up there amongst a bunch of strangers. Let's just say it that way. And he thought it was a good idea. So we would call each other a different name while we were up there. It was fun.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I never.
Yeah. So when I
Never had
cremated us, it's going to be on the stone as well. Our names from Canada are going to be on the stone.
All right.
So yeah. Fun.
Yes.
I
Yeah,
don't
never.
think that was ever going to be able to be replicated. So, and I'm not in no desire to have it replicated because all the men want to be girls, and I'm not into it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Men just aren't men anymore.
Yes. Yes. I think there's too much estrogen in the water. That's probably causing it.
Yeah. Too many jabs.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. It's all a bit strange. Hey, babies. You know, I find so incredible about cats is how clean they are. They are incredibly clean animals, aren't they?
Yeah, crystal clear. Yeah, they're
Yeah,
always
isn't
after
it
themselves.
so-
My
oh,
cat
so
used to jump
clean.
in my shower
Oh, wow.
every morning
Are you
and
kidding?
sit there and meow until I turned on the water. And I'd
Oh,
go,
kidding.
okay, I'm coming. I mean, hello, I've got things to do too.
Yeah.
So I'd finally get in there and turn it on just in a trickle. I mean, it wasn't like pouring down on her or anything, but just enough for her to, wiggle around in there and get,
Oh,
do whatever
cute.
she wanted to do. And then I would go in and I would shut it off when she'd jump out. And she'd do that
Cute.
every morning.
They are
So
lovely, aren't they, cats? I think anyone
they're
says.
beautiful. Yeah.
I think they're lovely creatures. I do. But they're such clean little creatures. It never ever ceases to amaze me how. And you know what? I think they're such lovely mothers. When you see them on YouTube with their kittens, they are so cute, beautiful to see.
And they're super shiny, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And they're just fun to experience because they, cats are just wonderful.
Yeah, I
So
love. They're my favorite life form. They are. I do love them. Yeah. Gorgeous creatures. But yeah. Hey, girls. Oh, hey, Daisy. There's one here. This is Candy. I must show you Candy. This is Candy the Grump. I'll show you Candy the Grump. This is such a grumpy girl. Here I go. Well, Candy, show your face, Candy.
oh
You
my
see it?
goodness, she looks just like my cat.
She's a real grump. All right. God, she's such a grumpy puss. What was your cat, a tortie?
Mine was totally black.
Oh, right.
Head
Oh,
to
that,
toe. Yeah.
Candy's a very dark tortie. Yeah, she's
Yeah.
such a grumpy puss. Ooh, Candy, grumpy girl. Yeah. See a cross face, Candy.
Still
They're
cute
just-
though.
Yeah. Oh, they're all beautiful. I watch there's this guy called Catman757 that I watches on YouTube. and he's got a whole colony of cats. He's in Canada somewhere, and you should see these cats. They are gorgeous. Gorgeous. He's got this beautiful tortoise. She's absolutely adorable. If I had the strength to fly out to Canada, unfortunately, I dared go on a plane because I set my immune system off. I'd go out there and have a look, but yeah.
Well, we'd have to have you helicopter over then.
No, seriously, I can't go in a plane, unfortunately. If I go in a plane, it sets my RA off. So I haven't travelled since I've had all this. Yeah, it's my bitter inheritance. My father had it, and I've got it. My natural father had the RA. Still, that's life. Still, it threw me off the treadmill. So, I mustn't moan too much. And I just lived off the state. It was true, I've just been looked after by the state. They pay everything for me. And I just, don't do anything. Because England's got a far better welfare system than the US has. Far better.
Yeah, there was a person that was supposed to contact me as far as everything changing to something else. And I guess the person that was supposed to do it passed away.
Mm.
So someone else left their message, and I couldn't retrieve the message because no one leaves a message for me to be able to retrieve the message anyway. So I don't know what's going on with my phone, but I was like, well,
oh, God,
whatever.
I find these mobile phones a real pain, actually. I've got a smartphone.
They're not worth the money that you have to spend for them, that's for sure.
I don't like them, but everybody get used to it because when the digital currency comes in, I know it's going to be 2 years in the UK, you'll have to take it out with you wherever you go. Can't wait.
I think at that point they're going to be issuing all new phones. Everyone's going to have the same phone. There won't be any.
In the UK, they've already said they're going to be giving pensioners, and I suppose all the migrants free phones.
Everyone across the board will have the same exact phone, whether they want it or not.
Yeah, and we'll all have to go up. The thought of going out shopping carrying my mobile phone puts a fear of God up me. I can tell you, I probably won't go out anymore. Because I cannot see the method in the madness, but I suspect that's probably deliberate. It is an absolutely insane idea, but it's just a precursor to what they're planning next. So,
well, most of what you're thinking and feeling is probably based upon how it's been up to this point. And I'm sure that if they're going to do that, I'm sure they're going to figure out something that's a little bit more secure.
No, I think, what I reckon, Divine? This is a precursor to what's coming that's worse. It's an insane idea, just as the whole thing where you no longer had to use your number. There was a time when you used your debit card, you had to type in a 4-digit thing in the supermarket.
Yeah.
Now you can't. You could just wave your debit card about, and if someone steals your debit card, they can wave it about as well. That's an insane idea as well. Absolutely insane. No, this is I believe in the mark of the beast, as you know. I think they'll be microchipping us all on our hands. That'll be the next bloody thing. I believe, unfortunately.
Well, I was going to pay a bill, and I wanted to put it on a card, so I would have proof of it. And it was because the service was coming through the internet that you had to order the service.
Yeah.
So I went to Walgreens and I purchased the card, and I put $500 on it.
Yeah.
Because what I was going to purchase was going to be at least that much.
Yeah.
And the guy who sold me the card, stole the $500.
Yes.
And I did not know how to go about retrieving it.
Yes.
So I finally called the service place that they suggested on the back of the card, and I got a little full of air.
Yeah.
And I practically scared the bejeebus out of it. Well, all of a sudden, the card had the $500 on it.
Yeah.
So then I spent a good better part of the whole month of October and November trying to get the $500 to be gone so that I didn't have to have the card anymore. And I finally was able to burn it yesterday
All right.
because I just didn't want that card around me anymore. It seemed to me like there was an energy around it from the very beginning.
Yeah.
It's like, ugh, I don't
So
want
don't
that
you
around
just
me.
use a debit card? I just use a debit card, but I barely go out shopping anymore. I just get everything delivered. I can't be bothered anymore.
Yeah, I have a debit card that's connected to my account,
Yeah.
my own account, but I didn't
Mm.
want this to be connected through my account
All right.
because I was trying to purchase something for the house that I just didn't want it connected to it. So
All
yeah,
right.
it was really weird how it all came about, and I just said, you know what? I'm not tolerating his foolishness, that's for sure. I went back in the store and I looked
Oh,
at him
I know.
directly
It's
in the
card.
eye and I said to him, I almost grabbed him by the shirt, but I didn't. And I
I
says,
know. It's
I
card,
know darn well you had something to do with the fact that this is no longer has the $500 that I put on it yesterday. I said, so you better cough it up. I says, because if I go to the authorities, they're going to be dragging your honey right out of the store, embarrassing you in front of everyone that you know.
yeah. Mm.
And a few more other things that was in my favor at that point. And boom, the $500 was back on the card before I could go out to the car.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know those cards. Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
I'd never purchased one of those before.
yeah.
And I don't think I ever will again either because they're not secure. They're
No.
just not as secure as they're supposed to be.
No.
So it was just going to be like a little debit card just to have it, that, something that wasn't connected to me per se. So,
Yeah. But
yeah, that
it's
when you have, there's, you can have your propane or your oil bill delivered to you, your oil or your propane, you can have them delivered to you, but you don't have to go through a carrier, which that means there's no middleman.
yeah.
So it's a direct call to whoever supplies the oil. I
Yeah.
tried that. It works.
All right.
So, well, normally it would cost me $1,800 to have both of my tanks filled. In this particular instance, it was $600.
Oh wow.
So that's a significant savings. And that's
Yes,
why I
that's
wanted to do it via card because I had never worked with them before. And I really didn't know for sure if they were legit, even though I had researched it.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean now.
So I wanted to make sure that it wasn't connected to my bank account in order for me to get oil and propane
Yeah, I know
in
what you're
this
saying.
particular way because I'd never done it this way before. And all it is just a way to order it through the internet and not have any people involved except the person who actually delivers the oil. And that's what keeps the price down,
Yeah. Yeah.
which was amazing. I mean, I saved significantly by doing that.
Yes.
So it's
That's
something that I'm
really-
going to keep doing, but I'll create a different card and it won't be that particular one and I won't get it in that particular place.
Hmm.
So I'll always have, a way to get it when I want it. So yeah, it just worked out perfect after
That's
I shook a couple of cages.
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Maybe
do all my banking online now. It's quite good actually because I can keep just a small amount of money on my debit card. I can put everything into another account. So if I do get mugged, it doesn't really matter. They've only got a couple of £100 they can take off me anyway. So it's good for them. Yeah.
sounds like you've got a wonderful life.
Well, yeah, I've got
Cats, full of love, unconditional love from a cat, right? I mean,
yeah, it's a lot of I could do. Yeah, people always come into my flat. They say, "Oh, the nice vibe in here." So it must be quite nice because my flat's all blue and yellow.
yeah, cats are
I've got
very
great big
healing
yellow
anyway,
balls.
so that would
What?
make sense.
What?
Cats are very healing,
Yes,
and
They
they're
are.
all into that. So
yes, and they do create a lovely vibe. I've always noticed because now when I used to temp in the city, if you ever went temping somewhere where there was a pet in the office, some bosses used to bring, their Labrador into work or something, you could sense it in the office. It actually lifted the vibe.
Yeah, we have it at a local hardware store and a couple of small mom and pop stores. So yeah, it's fun. You just have to make sure that they don't race out the door as you walk in.
Yeah, but it does. It definitely gives it a far, far nicer atmosphere.
It does.
Yeah, I've noticed
Because she would sit there beside the door, hoping that someone would be unconscious of the fact that she was there, and she could sneak out. And so I'd walk in and I go, "Now what are you doing, Miss Daisy?" And she'd just look at me like,
I've got a cat called Daisy.
Trying to figure out a way to get out of this place, kind of sort of look, right?
Yeah.
And I
I've
said,
got a tabby called Daisy.
"You can't go anywhere. You have to stay in there. Keep an eye on all the people and make sure that they're not stealing from you."
Yeah. Yeah,
She was a doll.
They are lovely cats. Yeah. All animals are lovely. They are. I'd like to have a pet squirrel as well. I love squirrels.
They're indecisive for me. My gracious sake.
What?
They're so indecisive.
What, squirrels?
Yes.
Well,
they'll get out there and they'll decide they want to go across the street.
Yes.
They get 3/4 of the way across the street, and you think that you're pretty much have been successful in avoiding them. Next thing you know, they turn around on a dime and they decide they're going to go back across the street. It's like, no, that's inappropriate behavior. You need to look both ways.
I don't know.
So I'd be sitting there tooting my horn like, no, you can't do this. This is not part of the rules.
I love squirrels. There's one where I live. I always put out nuts for it. I put out this nut. You like this one?
I call them teenagers. Nature's teenagers, because they can't ever decide their mind which way they're going 1 minute to the next.
But I put out loads of nuts to them every day, and then she goes and buries them in my pot plants outside. I don't know why I don't just put the nuts straight into the pot plants, you know. Yeah, it's so funny. So I go outside and you can see where she's been digging, burying her nuts in the pot plants.
They're precious anyway, so.
They are gorgeous. I love them. I love squirrels. Yeah. Oh, dear. Anyway, I'm going in a minute, Divine, because I'm absolutely exhausted. So where have they all gone?
I have no idea. No idea.
So is there anybody on the YouTube one?
I don't know. I can't watch it while I'm on the phone, because if I do, I'll pop off the channel. I don't want to do that, so I don't look.
Let's have a look. Oh, dear me. Yeah, weird. I can see. I can find it. There doesn't seem to be anyone.
Good.
Oops. Hang on, let me just have a look. Oops. Whoops. No, there's no one.
Good.
There's just us.
We don't need the headaches anyway.
Oh no, there's Life Abolitionism and Freedom Society.
Yeah, Sage hasn't come into the chat or anywhere near it, so no one will be able to be jumping on.
I suspect maybe
he's trying to create his own channel too, so that's a good thing.
I think Sage might be. Sage has got some autoimmune problems. He's Sjogren's problem. He's got the same autoimmune problem as me. It's called Sjogren's syndrome, and if that's active, he won't feel like talking to anybody. Sage.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got the same problem. He's got it a lot worse than me, though. A lot worse.
He's a sweetheart. I like him.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, he's
got a lot of personality.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, he's sweet. Yeah, we've got a lot in common with him. Yeah. But yeah, I wonder why no one's coming on.
Well, I think it's because there's no one that can let them into the room because DNW is no longer here.
But doesn't it just do it by itself?
No, he hasn't got it set up that way. He actually has to have someone as the gatekeeper to let them in the room.
Oh, right.
Which
okay.
you or I don't have that. I don't want that responsibility.
No,
I wouldn't
I
want
don't
it.
want to either.
Well, he got his panties in a knot one day when everyone was just sitting in the room and they were all chatting and stuff. And then someone, I think it was DNW, let someone in he didn't know. And next thing you know, he's exposing himself. So
Who? Exposing himself?
Yeah, some guy just randomly just came onto the channel and DNW
What,
didn't
so
know
does
who he was.
Willie?
Yeah.
You're kidding.
I wouldn't have believed it had,
My
So ever
God.
since then, he's been a little like, eh.
Some really weird people about, aren't there?
Yeah, but you know what? That was then and this is now, and not just that, but that's probably a random act of stupidity on someone's part. I can't imagine everyone's thinking they should be doing that kind of sort of thing. And if they do, then, I mean, if you're an adult, I mean, there's nothing that you can do about it. It's not going to hurt you any. It's,
No, but still, I don't know. what's wrong
I
with
don't go
people
in
like
for it, but I mean, it's over with now. It's, no sense in holding it against anybody.
this.
I don't know who it was. No one knows who it was. It was just a random person. So it's like, well, that was then, this was now, get over it and let the show roll,
Yeah.
But
Incredible.
that's probably why I don't have a show.
Yeah.
I'm not tolerant of some things, but I wouldn't, I don't know, there's someone on the channel is kind of like a little, I don't know, they hold comments sometimes, and I'm not sure who that is, but some of the comments they're holding, it doesn't even make any sense why they're being held unless you guys talk a different way and I don't know what you're talking about. That could be too.
Yeah.
Maybe you're saying something in your way of talking that I'm not aware of. That's what you're saying. So, yeah.
I upset what's his name today, Vegan Equilibrium. What happened this morning, right? I got up this morning I was doing some housework and I cleaned up under my bed and I swept up 2 dead mice. So, I mean, I've got, normally you have cats that keep the mice out of your home. I've got a cat that brings them in, and then Daisy and her sister play with them and kill them. Yeah, you couldn't make it up. But I actually had dead mice under my bed.
Wow. I'm surprised that they didn't, take it upon themselves to make sure that they were no longer there.
With the cats, now they just leave it for me to clean up. I suspect.
Well, I think that they need to have a sit down and talk to them.
What, the cats?
Excuse me, but if you're going to play with mice, when you finish, you need to put them away. Or
Dave,
don't bring them in the first place.
There's a load of mice living outside, field mice, and Dave the tomcat brings them in. And I think what he started doing is bringing them in when I'm asleep, because I did tell him off a couple of times to bring him home at field mice, and now he brings them home when I'm not aware of it, and leaves them for these 2 little girls to play with, Daisy and her sister. Yeah, I have to clean all up. I bet you any money if I go in the kitchen and pull out the fridge and all the stuff, there'll be a few more there. I'm waiting. I was going to have to go and do that, I suspect.
Be careful moving furniture, Professor. That could hurt.
I've got no choice.
There's no one there to help you move a refrigerator?
No, do it myself. People here aren't very helpful.
They're not very friendly, eh?
Well, I think people are becoming, I don't know.
I have 2 people that I run around and do things for them. I help them do errands and get the things that they need for their homes because they don't have vehicles.
Yes.
And neither one of them are paying me to do so.
Oh.
I just do it out of the kindness of my heart because, I don't want them not to have the things that they need in their home.
Yeah.
I don't believe that either one of them could afford anyway. So what difference does that make in the grand scheme of things? It's still not going to stop me from being kind to people and helping them when they need it.
Yeah, I think London makes people very insular or something. I don't know. I just don't know.
Oh. I could never live there. I know I could never. I would
No,
never fit in.
I don't. Yes, I mean, it's yes, it's. I'm stuck here. It's yeah, it's how it's all turned out.
Hmm.
It has. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay here. There's lots of. I've got a okay flat, and there's a garden outside for the cats to play in and everything. But London's gone downhill. It has gone downhill. Yeah. Such is life. But I suspect I'll be staying here. I mean, yeah, like I said, I have been looking for property on the coast, but yeah, no pets allowed. So, I'm not going without the cats. So that's the end of that.
No, because I don't think you'd enjoy your life as much.
No, I wouldn't dream of leaving my cats behind. Oh, enter my head. Wouldn't even occur to me. No, I love them too much. I do love having cats. Cats, yeah, like I said,
Plus, you wouldn't be able to be a cat lady if you didn't have cats.
No. What would I do?
You'd be bored with life, and you'd probably check out faster.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, you need to be here.
So, I said I've got that weird virus, apparently. They reckon that some of us have this strange virus or something that thingies us to look after cats. I think I've probably got it.
I don't think so. You either love them or you don't,
Yeah. I do love them, yeah. I do.
Like everyone seems to criticize other people for doing what they desire to do and what they love to do, and I don't quite get that, but
yeah,
it's like if you love cats and they're not hurting you and you don't hurt them, that's a good thing.
Anyway,
that's
someone's got to look after them.
Yeah.
Somebody has. So we've domesticated them, so now we have to take care of them.
Exactly.
So yeah. Yeah. So they're here. Hey, girls. Beautiful tortie. You beautiful.
Well, I guess
torties.
if DNW wants to have, a chat when he gets back from wherever he is, he's going to have to start a whole new channel because we're probably going to be popping off pretty soon.
Yeah, we've been for 5.5 hours.
We have?
Yeah.
Oh my gracious sake. Well, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't have an issue with it. I'm not doing anything grand today. It's too darn cold out. Why would I bother going out there?
What?
I said it's too darn cold out. Why would I bother going out there? It's
cold,
like 13 degrees.
It's bleak as hell in London. A really bleak sky. Ooh. Horrible. I've never seen anything like it in my life.
Yeah,
I like the cold. I must admit, I prefer the cold to the heat, but it's very bleak.
No, I don't like the cold. It's not nice.
Oh no,
and it's not like a regular cold. It's like Arctic cold.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm not in for that. So I'll just stay in until it goes away.
Yeah.
I'm making soup this evening. So
are you?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. You know me, I don't have a cooker. I just live on apples and peanut butter, and nuts, and dried fruit. I haven't cooked for when was the last when my marriage broke up, Paul took the cooker and I haven't had a cooker since. No matter where I've been, I've never had a cooker again. I just don't cook.
Yeah, I enjoy soups. It's just this time of the year. It's so good for you, and it's so healthy. And
yeah.
Like I made a French onion soup a couple weeks ago, and it was actually Julia Child's recipe.
All right.
Oh my, it's heavenly.
Was it?
And then I made carrot soup, and I have to say that I'm almost at the professional level. I mean, it came out spectacular.
Oh, I eat grated carrots with hummus.
And then I made a vegetable soup.
Oh, wow.
That I had yesterday. That was scrumptious.
All right.
I have to be in the mood. If I'm not in the mood, it doesn't get done.
Yes.
So lately I've been in the mood to to make soups, but that doesn't
that's
mean, you
good.
know, that's always going to be the case. It just means I happen to be in the mood.
Yeah.
Many, many times I go, I don't think I'm going to do that. I'll just have ice cream for dinner.
Yeah, I eat a lot of wholemeal bread with peanut butter and apples or vegan cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vegan ice cream.
Yes, I eat vegan ice cream. Yes.
That's
Yeah.
what I do. Like,
Yes. Yeah. Oh, Dave's finally woken up. The little boy's been asleep all day. Is Dave woken up? Little bruiser. Dave is such a lovely little man to have around the place. He really is. David? Yeah. He's a proper little killer boy. Hey, Dave? Yeah. Yeah, I wonder where D&W is. He's been gone for quite a while, hasn't he?
yeah, he does.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
Yeah. Hey, Dave? Bruiser boy. I love ginger cats.
Be on it the whole time and wait for him when he comes back. I mean, it would have been different if we were allowed to add people to the chat room, but since we can't, there's no point in waiting for him to get back. I don't see any reason to anyway.
He's a bit naughty. Dear. Hey, David? Dave? Yeah, they're all asleep. Babies, tabby cats were still asleep. My beautiful tabbies. I do love them, yeah. I don't know how you can be without one, without a cat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just, with the restoration being here, I don't think it would be good for their lungs to be
All right.
smelling, you know, varnish being put on a floor or something
Yeah.
like that. So I'm going to wait until after, and if I get the right one, I may contemplate it. Well, the last one almost killed me, and the doctor said don't do it again. But since when do I listen to doctors? So
Yes.
um
Yes, doctors.
I almost died. I mean, I was severely allergic to him.
Woo. What, the cat?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I am allergic to cats, even though I had one for
All right.
almost
Oh, I
20 years.
see.
Yeah, I'm severely
Yes.
allergic to them. But my
Oh,
cat
well,
never
yes.
came up in my face. She respected my space and didn't do that. Well, this one
Oh,
here was a
right.
wee baby. I
Oh,
got my
well,
first one
yes.
when she was
You
just in
can't
my
blame
hands
a cat
too.
for that, can you?
So yeah, when I get my cats, I like to have them when they're really tiny, because then I can train them to be what I desire, not what whoever
Oh,
brought
I
them up,
see.
you know. So I try to get them earlier, and she wouldn't give me this particular cat that I had was tiny, small black cat. She was just born, and she wouldn't give it to me earlier. But she brought it up to be a terror on Elm Street, and it just kept tearing around the house and tearing around the house. And the more it did that, the more the dander would come up. And I mean, I never even attributed it to her until the doctor said, "Have you done anything different?" And I says, "No, everything's the same exact way it's always been." And then all of a sudden I sat there and went, "Well, except," and he goes, "Except what?" And I go, "Well, I got a cat, but that's not going to," "Oh, yes, it is. That's the reason." And I'm like, "Okay." He goes, you've got to not have your cat because it's going to kill you." And I said, "Okay, so if I can find a proper place for it, I will. But if I can't find a proper place, I'm keeping it."
Yeah.
And so I found a little boy and a little girl that lived on a farm, and they wanted a cat, and their mother and father said yes. And so they went to live on a farm in a little town called Harmony.
All right.
Isn't that cute? So I said, "Oh, that's a perfect fit." And they love her. They take care of her and everything. So
no, that's well. So they should. So they should.
But they asked me why I was
Children.
giving her up, and I says, "I don't want to. I have to." I says, "I can't even breathe at night." I said, "She's
All
just
right.
taking my breath right away from me."
All right. Yeah, I wouldn't like to be allergic to cats, I must admit. Bad enough being allergic to nickel.
Well, yeah, just of course she was spoiled, so she had every amenity you could possibly imagine. You know, her box that did everything for her, or automatic water, automatic feeder, and toys like you would not believe, and
Yeah.
cat blankets like crazy. She was spoiled in the short amount of time I had her.
Yeah. My cats, actually on the subject of cat blankets and cat boxes and everything, they don't want anything. They prefer to sleep on my bed. There's no point in buying them anything.
Oh, see, I couldn't have her on my bed because if I did that, I would have had to give her away a long time ago. So no, I
I
couldn't
got
do
all
that.
7 with me.
Yeah.
I had to snuckle my way between them all. So funny. You see the state my bed gets into. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, we all sleep in my bed. And you know what? Like I buy them something like a little cushion to sit in or something. They prefer to sit in the cardboard box.
Yeah, they are cute in that way, aren't they? Huh?
Yeah, they love sitting in cardboard boxes, don't they? That's strange. It's cardboard boxes. Yeah.
Makes it fun for them.
Yes, they do love cardboard boxes. It's funny how they love cardboard boxes, so.
Oh yeah, she would always go into a box if she could find one.
Yeah, they love cardboard boxes. All cats do. It's ever so strange why they love them so much. Even small boxes they can barely fit into. They'll somehow or other squash themselves in.
Yep, they're darling. When you watch them, they do that.
Yeah, they're gorgeous. Yeah, they are gorgeous creatures. Gorgeous. Yeah, I love them. Yeah. Hey, babies. Yeah. Yeah. Poppy. Poppy. Ah, she's looking at me. Poppy. So couldn't you get a hairless cat?
Oh, what's the point?
All right then.
They don't even. No, that wouldn't be fun at all.
All right then.
Would it? I mean, come on now. You don't get a chance to pet them, and I don't know. Just no, I don't think so.
I don't. I personally wouldn't want one, but
I think that if I did do that, I would see if I could get one of those. Like they've got these new type of filters on those like air machines.
yeah.
That I would try to see if I could get one of those, one with a really good HEPA filter, and
Yeah, I use a HEPA filter in my flat.
see if that would be easier for me to breathe if she was around, you know.
It doesn't make much difference. They do work, HEPA filters, but well, it might work. I don't know.
Well, you'd have to get a really good quality one. It couldn't be like something you get from like a dollar store or something foolish like that.
No, I've got quite good ones because I do it because of the filthy air in London. The asthma and everything. Bloody joke in London. Yeah. The air. I'm surprised actually that it isn't being dealt with, but no, it's all being denied. There's nothing wrong with the air, apparently. Right, okay. Yeah.
I hope you're around long enough to see it's going to turn into a wonderful place to be.
I think we've just had 80 very good years.
Well, I have to be positive.
Yes, you're different to me. I am I'm so pessimistic that I've never ever in my life brought so much as one raffle ticket or lottery ticket. Nothing. I've never. And when I have bought raffle tickets, you go to fair and you buy raffle tickets, I give the raffle ticket back to the person and say, "Here, you can have it," because I'm not going to win anything anyway. That's how pessimistic I am.
Yeah, I've done that a few times.
Well,
but then again, I don't really go to those places anymore like I used to.
Yeah, I've never ever gambled in my. I'm just too much of a pessimist to gamble. Not even so much as one lottery ticket. I'm a terrible pessimist. Dreadful pessimist. Although saying that, I don't know. I look after myself far better than most people do, so I can't be that pessimistic because I still look after myself.
Yeah, but I don't think pessimism is connected to that specific thing.
I don't know. I don't know what.
Isn't pessimism kind of like a state of mind?
Well, I'm not an optimist. So I don't think that the outcome's always going to be. I tend to think the outcome is because I think I had such a horrible childhood with bad outcomes all the time. I've become conditioned to bad outcome, and apparently shrinks were saying that when we have bad experiences in our life, it takes 5 good experiences to counteract 1 bad experiences. One bad
Really?
experience. Huh?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's 5 to 1, which is probably why when people have these terrible childhoods, they can never ever be, can never be rectified. Yeah, it's 5 to 1. I only learned that very recently. Yeah.
We ought to talk about that at some point when the whole group chat's there.
Yeah.
Talk about it with
Eternal Optimist. Or the other one. There's one we were talking the other night, and he was worse than me even. I thought I was bad, but he's 10 times worse than me. Yeah.
Yeah, some people actually have the trauma, and some people just like to keep living it over and over and over again.
Yeah, well, you do,
and he sounds like one of those people.
Yeah, but then maybe he hasn't had enough therapy. I think if you keep peeling it off and peeling off, eventually you will get rid of it. But we live in a world where people don't want to listen to it. It doesn't bother me listening to people's horrible stories. I'm quite happy they can moan and talk about it to their heart's content. Because
it helps them every time they tell the story, they're able to release another portion of it too.
Yes, yeah, you have to. Yeah, that's so. Yeah, I'm quite happy for people to talk about it, but we live in a world where people don't want to know.
Yeah.
But I believe what Carl Jung had to say. I personally think that all humans, upon reaching the age of 18, should enter 6 years of psychoanalysis, and I really believe that. Because we're a really screwed up species.
I guess as long as they don't go to mainstream schools, that would help.
Yes.
Because I don't really see where the benefit of being in, a therapy situation where, I'm the type of, I could never have been in a therapy situation because I'm not the type of person that would like to spill my guts as to specific things.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be fun for me.
Yeah, I prefer group
more
therapy.
Like torture.
Yeah. But I've had loads of therapy, loads. Yeah. Well, I told her I spent 8 months in a psychiatric unit.
My sister spent years and years and years of therapy, and it never helped her at all. So, I think it was a total waste of her time, money, and energy, but I kept telling her that.
Yeah.
I says, you've been with the same therapist for decades, and what have they done for you? Absolutely nothing. You're still just as much of a chocolate mess you were before you even went into her office.
Yeah. Mind you, she's still here.
Not just that, but any therapist who, quote, is your friend, then how much of a therapist is she?
Yes, exactly. It's very difficult because, I prefer group therapy, I must admit, rather than one-to-one therapy, but that's the way things are. But your sister's still alive, yeah?
No.
Why not?
Well, she opted to have a liver transplant.
Oh, God.
And when she did, she decided that she wasn't going to take her anti-rejection medicine.
Oh, right.
And so she ended up passing away.
All right.
Just recently, within the last 2 years.
Oh, wow.
And I think personally that when they're going to give you an organ like that they should contact extended family. And the reason why is because I would have suggested to them not to give it to her. And they would have asked me why, and I would have said, look, if she can't take care of the one that God gave her, what makes you think that she's going to take care of something that someone else gave her?
Yes, you're right.
Simple. It's not rocket science. She had no intention on taking care of the one she had, so Why should she get another one? And sure enough, boom, someone else was not able to live their life out loud because she took an organ that she knew she was never going to actually keep. And I find that very irritating. I don't care if she's my sister or not. It's like, no, I mean, you're going against every rule there is about having an organ. When you have an organ, you know you want to live your life. You will know that you have a mission, that you want to do something with it, or you want to help others, whatever your situation is. You don't just sit there and take an organ and then, just not take care of yourself after because you, quote, don't feel like it. I mean, it's just wrong. So I think I'm still a little bit still mad at her because she did that. Because now someone else doesn't get a chance to live their life because of what she took that wasn't hers in the first place.
So how old was she?
She was, I think she was 63.
All right.
Yeah. 63. Yeah. She just blatantly didn't want to take care of herself anymore. So
mind you, lots of people are like that, aren't they, nowadays? I look at them and I think, Christ almighty, how can you do this to yourself? And I'm the depressed one.
And it's not like she didn't have piles of help, because I mean, she could have had, she had all resources. She had all resources to be able to have help she needed. She couldn't control her husband very well, so that was probably a little irritating towards her.
Actually, on the change the subject, don't you find brushing your teeth every day becoming an absolute bore?
Yes.
Isn't it? There are days I feel like crying. And you know what now? I've been brushing them for 71 years. The enamel's wearing thin, so I now get this terrible tingling problem in my bloody teeth. I'm so sick of them.
Oh, you know what's good for that?
What?
Chewing on cloves.
Cloves? What, for the tingling?
Yep.
All right.
Takes care of all that.
All right. Let's do that. Because it's irritating.
And plus it makes, everything inside of your mouth antibacterial, antimicrobial, and, helps so you prevent cavities and so forth and so on.
Oh, well, we'll start doing that.
I still have a baby tooth.
Do you?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
He goes, it doesn't happen very often, but you used to have a baby tooth. You know that, right? And I go, yeah, I know.
Weird.
I says, because I'm a baby.
But I'm so tired of brushing them. Oh, I'm so fed up with brushing them. Brush, 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 brush. On and on and on.
It's one of those tiresome things.
It's a bit tiresome, yeah. Yeah. Kids. Hey, Poppy. Poppy's washing. Poppy. So that naughty D&W, I wonder where the hell he's gone. He's being a bit naughty, I think.
Well, he did say he was going to go take a walk with a friend of his, so.
Yeah. Oh, Daisy, Poppy, Candy scratching her little claws on the scratching poster, Candy. Scratching. Yeah.
I've been watching Sage trying to grow his channel.
Oh, right, yeah. How's he doing?
Seems to be okay.
Oh, right.
And he's been visiting other people's channels and speaking his truth.
All right.
Oh, yeah. That's kind of neat.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, I haven't even managed to work out how I connect my phone to this, to my computer, literally.
Yeah.
I'm not great with technology. I've reached that stage. I'm okay with my Chromebook, but anything else, oh dearie me. Because I've broken several mobile phones. I get so irritated, I throw them at the wall.
Yeah, that might mean that they don't work after.
Yes, I'm gonna smash them to bits. I hate these mobile phones. I didn't mind the old mobile phones, the old Nokias, we had years ago, the little buttons on. But these
I have
ones,
two of them. I have a smartphone and I have a flip phone.
Yeah.
And I would prefer to have a BlackBerry, but whatever. They're not supporting those anymore, so I can't have that anymore. But I noticed that the flip phone doesn't give me any arguments at all.
No.
And you're under the radar a little bit more too. So
yeah, but these screens drive me to despair. I just don't get on with them. It's weird.
I think they've got them purposely set up that way.
Yeah,
it's like I went into the what was that place? Well, the local guy that's supposed to be some tech professional. He has a little shop, and I was going in there for a cord because if you notice, the cords don't last as long as they used to.
No, don't tell me about it. Yeah.
Oh my gracious sake! I was like, oh, if I have to sit here one more minute with a phone that doesn't even want to keep a charge, I'm done.
Yeah.
So I went in and I told him that I needed a new cord, and he's looking all over the place and he can't seem to find the one I want. And it had to be at least 6 feet long because have anything any shorter than that, it's not even worth it. But I didn't want it 10 feet long because that's too long.
Mm-hmm.
So he finds the perfect one. I liked it. Everything was good. And then I looked at both ends, and one end wasn't big enough to fit inside of the plug that was going to go inside the wall. And I said, oops, I can't have this one. He goes, why is that? And I says, well, it doesn't have the bigger end that I need on the other side. And he goes, oh, well, we've got some new ones coming in on Tuesday.
Yeah.
And I says, well, Hazel needs to charge her phone before Tuesday.
Yeah. I find it so irritating now, all these different plugs and different this and different that.
They should all have the same universal plug.
Yeah, well, yes, but it's not
all the phones should have the same universal plug. It shouldn't
drives
be
me to despair.
This one, that one, that, shouldn't do it like that.
Yeah, the Chinese have got one, the Japanese have got another, everybody's got a different one.
It would just make it so much easier to be able to keep your phone, and it would also be a lot easier because I would assume, since it would be all the same, they could charge you a little bit more for it because the quality was there.
Yeah, but that's
now you can get a phone charger for like $5 and they're still not worth having.
It's called what's the word for it?
Planned opulence.
Yes.
You know.
Planned opulence, yes. God's got it down to fine art with us humans. Oof, has he got it down to fine art, arsehole? But yes. Aging process. I mean, it is the pits. I don't care what anyone says. Well, don't you find it awful, the aging process?
Yeah, but I'm thinking at some point in time it's not going to be this way.
Who do you find you're such an optimist?
Well, no, I'm putting everything out there. What I want, what I desire, I'm going to create it. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and think something different if I have all control over how it's all going to go down. I want my life to be like
any control. What makes you think you're going to get any control? We're controlled little automatons. We are.
Yeah. If we choose to be part of that, I'm not choosing to be part of that.
Yeah. Good luck if you manage to break free. But
you have to catch yourself every time. That's all. You have to be so mindful about it that you're catching yourself every time you make an incorrect, situation, whatever it might be.
I tell you, Defy, all I want when I leave this mortal coil is absolute oblivion from everything. I just want to go unconscious for the rest of eternity. And I really do. I don't want another stint. Because it's all work until you're ready for the grave.
Yep, and you're probably going to come right back because what you don't want, you're going to create because you don't want it so bad. You keep saying it.
Yeah, I
And you
know.
say it with such fervor that you're probably gonna manifest it like in no problem.
Yeah.
I mean, like you
Well-
won't even feel the impact of dying, and you'll already be back.
I know. I suspect.
Which is
yes.
foolish
No,
if you think about
I'm
it.
going divine. I'm going into the dark. I am practicing at night. I do practice at night. I see the light, and I practice going into the dark. I actually will it. No,
Okay, well,
I'm prepared. I'm prepared for the tunnel of light, and I won't be going in it.
that's a good thing.
I have been. I actually meditate on it to not go into it. Because no
Good.
one's ever
Well,
come back from the dark, have they? They've only ever come back from the light. So I'm going to go in the dark. And I'm terrified because it's dark. I don't know what's there. And I bet it's horribly dark. Terrifying. I'm scared.
well, as long as you're dedicated to creating what it is you desire and not doing anything anyone else would want, then you're living your life out loud. That's what you want to do. Even in the end, you still want to be able to call all the shots and have things go your way and no one else's. And so that's important. So whatever it is you're practicing, practice it to your perfection, and then you're not going to have the issues that you're thinking are going to happen.
Yeah. I'm afraid I don't have your optimistic take on it. I just don't have it.
Well, I'm not sure if you need to be optimistic. You just need to be creating what Chickpea wants and no one else. That's the important part. Because that's why we're here anyways, is to make sure we're living our life as out loud as we can under the circumstances. And that only can come about is if you've got a mind strong enough that can create what it is that you desire.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe in that. 'Cause, I mean, what about the children starving in the third world?
What does that have to do with the price of tea in China?
Well,
you can't always do something. You can't always do something just because it needs to be done.
Yeah, but I mean, right?
People are.
Why can't they manifest? Why can't they manifest the food that they need to keep them alive? If we can just manifest things. See, this is what I don't understand.
Yeah, I'm not really quite understanding why everything has to be the way it is. I don't have all the answers. Never did say I did. I just know that just some things are not meant to be the way that you desire them to be, and then you have to live with it that way for some strange reason.
See, yeah, well, that's because I'm a pessimist. I see their problems, and there's nothing I can do about them. I know that, of course, nothing I can do. And I see the problems that the factory farm animals have. I mean, do these animals? They don't want to be there, but they can't manifest anything else. So yeah, I tend to see that side of it all. It's how I am.
It's a little exasperating because that's not what you desire it to be.
I know it's
it's just what is, and
yes.
I mean, it's hard enough to make sure that you attuned your own mind to the changes you need to make, rather than be mindful of what other people need to do in their lives.
It's
just
mind doesn't work that way.
Asking for too much,
My mind doesn't work that way. I just think to myself, I've been actually quite lucky in that I happen to have been born in the rich West in a good time. It's been 80 good years, and I accept that. Yeah, it's the way I am. I've tried to change, but it's the way I am. I am a pessimist. It's the way I am. It's good.
So it's like, make pretend, hypothetically, you had a chance to go into a med bed and be 30 years younger again. Would you do that?
If I had the chance to be 30, of course I would.
There you go. Well, then there's probably more of a chance for you than you think. Because they have developed that technology, and they are going to be offering it. It's just a matter of when. So maybe it's something that'll bring you a little bit more happiness.
I'm not.
Um,
I'm not unhappy. Unhappy. I don't think so. I don't know. I mean, I look around me and I don't see much happiness around me. I have to say,
yeah,
when I
but can
see
you imagine how much happiness there will be when there's no more people being crippled, or no more scars on people's faces or their physical body, or they're 30 years younger than they actually were when they first went in,
I don't know.
or they're 500 pounds and when they come out, they're like 150, 180 pounds. I mean, that's
I,
going to bring so much happiness. I don't even see what could possibly surpass that.
well, yeah, I don't know what to. I don't know. I haven't actually read about this technology. I don't know much about it, but I look around me and I see I look around me where I just live and I see people dragging themselves from A to B, grumpy faces, blah blah blah, and I think to myself, oh well, I don't know. I don't know. It's a very difficult subject. Very,
I don't know. I
very.
think it'll be interesting if they ever actually do um, finally release them to the public and let people experience what it would feel like to be 30 years younger in the same body they used to have. I think that would
Don't,
bring unbridled happiness. I mean,
don't
and just
you,
such
what?
peace to their life again,
No, but
peace that they don't have now.
I know that the elites have. Yeah, I don't know. Thing is, I believe what was in the Georgia Guidestones. I do believe that they're planning on cutting the population to 500 million. I believe it because they have to in order for themselves to survive. Because if we carry on polluting the planet the way we are, there's going to be no planet for anyone. I'm sure they can do lots of clever things, but I don't think they'll be passing it on to us idiot masses. And I don't think they will be. I mean, let's face it, I don't be funny, but mental health care in America is very, very expensive, isn't it? I've heard of people going bankrupt because they
Yeah,
can't
because
pay
they've
their
gone
medical.
into a hospital and allowed doctors who have no freaking clue what their problem really is to try to dissect what it is that's wrong with them when they really didn't have the answers. So you end
Yes,
up being in the hospital for a whole heck of a lot longer time than you need to
yeah,
be,
but people
because
don't.
there's really no one in the hospital setting that can actually fix the problem that you're going through.
Yeah, I know, but that doesn't matter. Doctors are bloody businessmen at the end of the day. They're there to make money.
Exactly.
So, what was the last track I was going to say? So, that's in America. So, I can't imagine that the system is going to pass down all this wonderful stuff to a load of proles because why would they? Well, unless it's going to cost vast sums of money. I mean, I would not like to be living in America with my health problems. I'm glad I'm in the UK, I have to say.
Well, I think it's because the med beds are supposed to be released by the military, which are different from the med beds that most people are talking about. The military med beds are going to be a free asset to everyone. That's free to go inside of them, free to go near them, free to travel to them, free to eat while you're there, free to
What's this?
stay overnight
The
while
med
you're
beds,
there. You
military.
know,
What's
so
this?
if everything's free around it, then you're most likely going to have more of an appreciation, and you're also going to, you know, enjoy what it is you're experiencing because of it's all being taken care of by,
But we have that in the UK. What you're talking about, we used to have in the UK. Things have gone downhill somewhat, but there was a time when you had free medical treatment on demand when you wanted it.
no, this is an actual machine that you go inside and lay down and everything changes.
Oh no, don't fancy the idea of that. I don't
Yeah.
believe in that. No, that's too fanciful for me.
Well, if it's going to do what it says it's going to do, it'd be worth it.
Now, I don't think the future's very good for us proles, I must admit, but
well, we can't keep staying the way we are. We have to become a little bit progressive in order to have some of the things and the new ideas to come through. I'm looking forward to it.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll give it a good college try. Why not? It's only
Yeah, I
going to
don't
happen
know. I
once,
don't know
right?
what I don't
And
know.
I've read enough about it that I know that it's got very good intentions. Backed up by some extremely powerful people that can make things happen for others.
No, I don't believe that the people in power have particularly loving thoughts towards us a lot. That I don't believe.
No, I'm not talking about the ones who are controlling us. I'm talking about the ones who are providing the service.
In America, when they can make millions upon millions exploiting people, why would they do that?
It's not going to be the same way it is now.
Oh no, I don't. Yeah, I'm afraid we're going to have to agree to differ.
That's all right.
Yeah, I think we agree to
I'll still like you just the way you are.
differ. Yeah. I'll tell you something though. My cats get much better medical treatment than I do.
Yeah,
And it's more expensive as
especially
well.
for the amount of money you spend on bringing them to the vets. I mean, my gracious sakes. It's more expensive to bring an animal to a vet than it is to go to the hospital for a person.
It's expensive. It's expensive.
My cat never
They're
went to the
lucky
vet her whole life except to go to be cremated.
Chickpea went quite a lot because unfortunately she developed kidney problems. So then I changed her diet to cope with the kidney problem. So she developed diabetes. She also had arthritis, and in the end,
You know why she had arthritis?
Why?
So she could take some of your pain away from you.
Well, I don't
Because
know.
don't you have it too?
Oh, I hope not.
Do you have arthritis?
Yeah, I've got arthritis. Yeah, I've got RA.
Okay.
Rheumatoid
That's what
arthritis.
she did for you.
Oh, I hope not. Oh no, I hope not.
She did. That's what cats do. That's their mission here. They heal as many people as they possibly can. And the ones that they love the most, they really take care of.
Oh, I hope not.
Because it didn't make sense to me why my cat passed away. She didn't pass away until after Clint got the diagnosis of he had early frontal temporal dementia, which is a form of Alzheimer's disease that can be corrected by, obviously, since he's passed, it can be corrected by changing your diet and a total body detox, which I didn't know then. But all of a sudden, my cat got sick. I think she tried to get him to a point where she could help him a little bit more. And she didn't make it. I think that's what happened. Because none of it made any sense. She was perfectly fine, and all of a sudden she wasn't.
Yeah, well, I mean, when she was 19, she said she was 19 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, she's already outlived her allotted lifespan by quite a few years. You know, there's something like equivalent to 120 years old or something.
My cat wasn't allowed to go outside.
Wasn't allowed?
No, she was an indoor cat.
Oh, right.
So she was spoiled her whole life. She did sneak out one time, and she was so deathly afraid of being out there that she never went out again.
Oh, no, mine go outside.
Because I wanted to see if it was something that she desired to do. I didn't want to control her every waking move. She's just a beautiful cat, right? So I allowed her to go outside, and it was almost like too traumatic for her. She didn't like it. So I said, okay, then you could be my baby inside cat. No problem. I mean, you accommodate, right? Whatever they desire, that's what you try to come up
mine
with.
have got a cat flaps. They're free to come and go as they please.
Yeah, I would have liked that too, but she didn't like it. She didn't like the idea of it. It was just too.
Some cats don't.
Well, of course, out here with all these acres and all these trees, there's a lot of animals out here. She was probably going, I don't think so. I don't think I feel like being like ate up by a coyote or.
Mine just come and goes. Mine are very safe here. It's quite glitchy how safe they are.
I would have worried about her too, actually. If she would have.
I've never had a cat come to any harm here. In all the years I've lived here, 31 years now, they've always been safe.
Too many animals here. I would have really been wondering if she was okay if she didn't come back home.
Got foxes here.
It proved out okay because she didn't really like it out there. So that worked out fine because then I was able to keep more of an eye on her, which meant she didn't go to the doctors near as much. Didn't have to go to the vet at all
Oh,
because
mine don't.
she
Mine
just
don't.
didn't
Chickpea
have to.
didn't. Chickpea was fine for 15 years, and all of a sudden, it all started going wrong. All my cats. I mean, I've got.
There's a
Mine-
girl on the internet. She's really, really good at readings and stuff, and she's wicked amazing. And she says stuff that just, I don't know. I think she's a very good reader. She would be someone that I can contact. I'll find the information and I'll try to get it to you because I don't think that she would give you any problem at all giving a reading. And how old you are does not even make any difference at all. But she would be a good person to give you a reading because she's true.
because I don't know whether to carry on looking to move or whether I just.
She's true, she's honest, and she cares. And, that's half the battle. If you can find someone who's truthful, honest, and that cares, then you've got a pretty darn good reader.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's just an absolutely spectacular person.
Okay. But talking about cats and lifespan, Candy's about 12, 13 years old. Candy's never had a day ill.
Wonderful.
Never. They're all like this. They lead very, very stress-free lives. I think it's stress that makes us ill, and they don't suffer any stress at all because they don't. They never hear a cross word. But yeah, there's Candy's about 13 years old. Never. No. Yeah. Hey, babies. Yeah. Hey, Candy. Candy's enormous as well. Absolutely enormous. Naughty, naughty. Anyway, I'm going, Divine, because it's 11:30 here. I'm exhausted.
All right, my dear one. You have
How
happy
many
dreams.
was this open?
He said he would come back and close it down when he got home. If anyone was here, he'd join the chat. If everybody was not here, he'd just close it.
It's 6.
Or he would start a new chat and start chatting up, I guess. I don't know.
It's 6 hours.
Yeah. He's goofy.
Yes, he is goofy.
Anyways, it was a pleasure and an honor to chat with you. I enjoyed talking to you a lot, and I hope that you have happy dreams.
Yes,
and
I have lovely dreams. Do you have nice dreams?
I don't remember any of mine. I don't sleep enough to have any, I don't think yet.
I sleep loads.
I'm still working on that.
Don't you sleep much?
No, about 2 or 3 hours a night, if that.
What?
Yeah.
You're kidding
I've had
me.
extreme insomnia for decades, and I'm now in the midst of trying to change it with using my blood to change it. That's what I'm hoping to do.
I'm the total opposite to you. I sleep 12, 14 hours at a time. And once when I was in Berlin, I slept for 24 hours, right round the clock.
Wow.
I should have got up and gone to work, and I didn't. I just slept through the alarm clock. And I sleep like the dead. I do. And I often sleep 12, 14 hours at a time. Yeah, I sleep a lot, always have done, thankfully. Because all the while I'm sleeping, I can't be moaning and groaning, and I can't be spending. So it's actually rather nice to sleep.
Well, it might be because I was always on screech, too.
What?
I worked second or third shift or both my whole life.
Yeah.
And then when I did not have to work, when I was actually a home care person and I just lived at home and took care of my babies and was a housewife, I didn't have to do anything, but I always had to keep my shoes on and my keys in my pocket because he was not a happy person and he used to take it out on me.
Who?
My ex.
Oh, your ex-husband.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, I haven't had
So
any
I was
of that.
always on screech, never could sleep because I didn't know what he was going to come up with next.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I've never had to go through that. No.
Not fun.
No, I've never had to go through that ever in my life. Even when I was at home with my family, she didn't mind me sleeping sort of 12 hours a night. Oh, yeah, I sleep a lot, always have done. But once, when I was in Berlin, I was working in this bar and I came home from work about 4 o'clock in the morning, went to bed, I had set the alarm for 7 o'clock that evening, but I slept through it, and I woke up at sort of 5:30, 6 o'clock, and I thought, start getting ready for work, because I was working at night in the bar. And then I noticed the sun was rising, and I'd slept right round for 24 hours. It's true. I actually
Yeah, I believe it.
24 hours. Yeah, I sleep like the dead as well. I used to have to put my alarm clock in a metal bucket to make it louder. That's it. Sleep like the dead. I love it. I love sleeping.
Yeah, it's a really healing time.
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah, you heal a lot from that.
Yeah.
Good for you.
It's
If you can sleep long enough. I mean, I don't get a chance to do that very often.
There's no herbs you can take.
It'll change. I'm
But
working
don't
on
you
it.
take any herbs
I'm on
to it?
like a totally different program. I've switched everything up. Totally switched everything up right across the board. So you'll find out whether it works or not. Just going to be a minute or two before I figure that piece
I
out.
don't envy you, because I tell you something, I would hate to have sleep problems. I've never had them. Yeah, I just I sleep like a maniac. I do. I've always been the same, even when I was tiny. I've always been like this. I'm a real sleepy head. In fact, it's one of the reasons why I don't get on very well with men, because I need this sleep as well. If I don't get this sort of 10, 12 hours or so, I become very aggressive. And so I'm never awake enough for people. Too much of a sleepy head. You have a terrible sleepy head.
Yeah.
So you're a total opposite. Yeah, I don't know what to suggest, because I don't know what to suggest. It just happens naturally. And I've always been like, do you get bad dreams?
No, I don't
No.
sleep long enough to have any dreams.
Oh, right. Yeah, I've never had a bad dream in my life. I must admit, it's weird.
I don't have any. I don't even, if I slept days, I don't think I'd have any bad dreams. You know why? Because I don't feed that energy.
Yeah,
I don't watch bad movies. I don't watch horror. I don't watch
I don't know.
thrillers.
No.
I have never watched any of that. Even when I was a kid, I never watched any of that stuff.
I don't. Yeah, I don't.
I think that feeds you in an inappropriate way. So that's why I don't want to, have anything to do with that kind of stuff.
Yes, I don't watch anything like that. Yeah, I tend to just watch cheerful stuff. And
so, I mean, if you haven't had any of that, you're certainly not going to be able to create it. Perfect.
Oh no, sorry, you can't sleep. Yeah, I just.
It'll get resolved. Like I said, I'm on a whole new program trying to change everything up. So,
mind you, it's the Sjogren's in me as well, because I've got secondary Sjogren syndrome, and Sjogren's does cause sleepiness. So, it's the blessing that comes with the curse.
Right. Exactly.
Yes. So I am a sleepyhead, but it's just as well because the cat's a sleepyhead, so we all sleepyhead together.
Nothing wrong with that.
What?
Nothing wrong with that.
All laying you fast asleep. Crazy little girls. Yeah. So we're off then?
Yes.
Going to have something to eat now. I'm starving. I haven't had a cup of tea for hours. Absolutely. Do you drink the high protein drinks?
That and lots of tea.
Oh, right. Yeah. I drink lots of tea.
And lots of water with lemon.
Yes. Very good, that, isn't it?
Yeah, I love it. I like green tea. My green tea is one of my favorites.
Yeah. I drink a lot of lemon tea. A lot. It really is nice, actually. It's very good for inflammation.
And peppermint tea. I like peppermint tea too.
Yeah. Now, what's the matter? I've got a cat sitting under my legs. Now you're going out? Okay. Oh, dear me. Oh. Do you get lots of damp in your place?
No, none at all.
You know what? Where I live, London's so damp. I use a dehumidifier in my flat. And at the moment, it's mopping up about 10 litres of water a day.
Wow.
That's a lot, isn't it? Yeah, because there's people who have terrible problems with mold and everything. I'm not surprised, but I don't have any because I've always had this dehumidifier on. Yeah.
I have one here just in case.
Yeah. They
But-
do work. They definitely work. Plus, you'll spend less on heating because you've got less water in the air to heat up.
Right.
Didn't know that, did you?
Yeah. I have like
Anyway, Divine, I want to love you and leave you. What?
I have like a different
What
unique
do-
heating system. It's water heating system.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's hot water system. That's how I heat my home.
Oh, right. Oh.
Yeah, it's an interesting concept, but it's a different kind of heat. It's almost like wood heat, but it's water instead.
Oh, right. All right. No, I've just got central heating, yeah.
All right, my dear one, I'll let you go so you can do your thing.
Yeah, I'm going to sleep now. I'm absolutely exhausted. That naughty D&W, he's been very naughty. So what's
We'll
the
get
time
after
where
him.
you
We'll get after him next time.
what's
He's
the
on.
time what's the time where you are?
It's 6:30 in the evening.
All right. It's 23:25 here.
Oh,
Yes, I'm getting tired now. So I will love you and leave you. It's been lovely talking to you.
yes. You have a happy dreams, dear.
I will do. And you.
Catch you soon.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.